Chapter 35-37. An absolute art at the peak of level 6? The surrounding principals, masters, were all shocked. If Jian Wushuang's creation of several initial level 6 absolute arts was only a surprise to them, then the creation of an absolute art at the peak of level 6 was enough to completely shock them. This was because, under normal circumstances, a peak stage 6 absolute art could not be created without the battle strength of the 6th realm of the void. The power that Jian Wushuang displayed just now was only at the peak stage of the 5th realm of the void, but with this absolute art, he was probably not much weaker than an ordinary expert of the 6th realm of the void. This blood sword master swordsmanship is really terrifying, and his other methods are also very brilliant. For example, the time and space domain that he displayed just now, as well as his strange escape skill, are even more amazing. With all these methods combined, his threat to ordinary principles masters is probably no less than that of an ordinary expert of the 6th realm of the void. 8-Axe Master continued. However, the strange thing is that Blood Sword Master's offensive magic weapon doesn't seem to be very high level. It's not even a universe true treasure. If he can get an offensive magic weapon at the level of a universe true treasure, his combat power might be able to improve even further. Hearing 8-Axe Master's words, the principal's masters all secretly drew in a breath of cold air. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang was already terrifying enough. Would he not be even more terrifying if he took another step forward? 8-Axe Master, thank you for informing us. The Void 5-Realm Principal's master cupped his hands and then turned to leave with the people around him. The other principals' masters knew that there was nothing to fight for, so they naturally left one after another. In the end, only 8-Axe Master was still standing there. Blood Sword Master! 8-Axe Master's face was solemn, but his mind was full of thoughts. I don't know why, but I always feel that he didn't use his full strength when he fought with me. Even when he used his ultimate skill at the peak of stage 6, I still feel that he didn't use his full strength. What's going on? 8-Axe Master was a little confused. In fact, his intuition was right. Although Jian Wushuang had shown many skills in the fight, his real battle strength had not been fully unleashed. He had never used the heaven-cleaving skill alone. Once he used the heaven-cleaving skill, it was equivalent to an additional portion of his willpower. His strength could crush 8-Axe Master in an instant. However, Jian Wushuang did not do that. Instead, he deliberately reserved his strength. The reason why he fought head-on with the 8-Axe Master was that Jian Wushuang wanted to use the 8-Axe Master to train his swordsmanship as much as possible. After all, he had already taught an absolute art at the peak of level 6. Although he had gained enlightenment from the Heaven Ancestor's axe and mastered the destructive will, he had created this absolute art. It meant that he had reached a new level in swordsmanship. After reaching this level, he could also improve the 7 sword moves in the Peerless Sword Manual. Although these sword moves could not reach the peak of the 6th level like the Fight to the Death, they could still be improved to the advanced level of the 6th level. Since he wanted to improve, he naturally needed to spend time in practice. The 8-Axe Master was not weak, so his battle with him was undoubtedly a form of training for Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, the 8-Axe Master definitely did not know about this. In the void outside the Black Thunder Pool, Jian Wushuang, the Heavy Master, the Saber Python Master, and the Purple Sound Master gathered together again. However, at this moment, the Heavy Master, the Saber Python Master, and the Purple Sound Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of shock. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that Jian Wushuang had snatched the Poluo God component from 8-Axe Master. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had fought with 8-Axe Master head-on, and most importantly, he had crushed 8-Axe Master. 8-Axe Master was an expert at the peak of the 5th Void Realm. Moreover, he was very famous. How strong was Jian Wushuang to be able to crush such an expert head-on? Heavy, didn't you say that Blood Sword Master had just become a principal's master not long ago? Where did you get the news? Purple Sound Master looked at Heavy Master with some resentment. Just broke through? Are you kidding me? Blood Sword Master strength is not much weaker than an expert at the 6th Void Realm. How could he have just broken through? Saber Python Master said directly. A Heavy Master was at a loss for words. 600 years ago, he had indeed seen that Jian Wushuang was only at the Immortal Saint Realm. But the battle strength that Jian Wushuang displayed today, it was definitely not something that a person who had just broken through to become a principal's master could possess. Is it really as Marquis Duan you said, that when Heavenly Sword Marquis was at the Immortal Saint Realm, his strength was no less than mine? Heavy Master muttered in his heart. Jian Wushuang, who was standing next to the three of them, saw this scene and smiled. There's no point in talking about these things. All I need to do is get my hands on the Polyuo God component. Yes, the Heavy Master nodded, but he was sure that he was looking at Jian Wushuang in a completely different way now. In this world, no matter where they went, the experts would always be respected. These cultivators also respected the experts in their hearts. Previously, although the Heavy Master no longer looked down on Jian Wushuang, and his relationship with Jian Wushuang had eased, it was mainly because of Jian Wushuang's life-saving means, and because Jian Wushuang had saved him. Moreover, he was able to escape from the hands of Godface safely. It could be said that the Heavy Master had only been grateful to Jian Wushuang before, but he did not have any respect for him. However, it was different now. The Heavy Master was completely in awe of Jian Wushuang now, because he knew that Jian Wushuang was much stronger than him. It was not only him, but also Saber Python Master and Purple Sound Master. Blood Sword Master, congratulations. That Polyuo God component is a good thing. Saber Python Master sighed softly. It is indeed a good item. However, the Polyuo God component was obtained by the 4 of us together. Although I put in a little more effort, I can't monopolize it. So, let's discuss how to distribute it, Jian Wushuang said. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Saber Python Master, Heavy Master, and Purple Sound Master were delighted. Of course, they were full of desire for the Polyuo God parts. However, because of Jian Wushuang's strength, and because of his overwhelming strength, they had obtained the Polyuo God parts in this competition. Therefore, if Jian Wushuang did not mention the distribution, they would definitely not mention it. But now that Jian Wushuang had taken the initiative to ask for it, they naturally wanted to share it. After all, they had contributed. Chapter 35-38 Distribution. Blood Sword Master. Our Star Palace actually has some rules about the distribution of treasures, Heavy Master said. Oh, tell me about it. Jian Wushuang looked at him. First of all, the first expert who finds a true treasure and sends the news must take a share. Under normal circumstances, the first one to find a true treasure can take 10 to 20% of the share. Secondly, during the treasure competition, the rest of the share will be distributed according to each person's contribution, Heavy Master said. And this time, Saber Python Master was the first to see the Polyuo God parts, and he passed the news to us. Only then could we rush over in time to fight for them. Saber Python Master would definitely get a share. In addition, during the fight, Saber Python Master had more or less put in some effort, so it shouldn't be too much to get a 20% share. As for Purple Sound Master and I, we only gave those cultivators some hindrance during the fight. The others basically didn't do anything. In the end, it was almost all thanks to you, Blood Sword Master, that we were able to get the Polyuo God parts. Therefore, it's already pretty good that Purple Sound Master and I can get a 10% share together. The remaining 70% will all go to you, Blood Sword Master. Blood Sword Master, Saber Python Master, what do you think of the distribution? Heavy Master knew his own limits. He and Purple Sound Master did not put in much effort in this competition. They would be satisfied if they could get 10% of the shares. I don't have any objections. After all, I didn't put in much effort in the competition. I only found the Polyuo God component and passed the news to you. It's already a lot to get 20% of the shares. Blood Sword Master, what do you think? Saber Python Master looked at Jian Wushuang. In fact, the distribution was just their wishful thinking. They mainly had to see if Jian Wushuang would accept the distribution. If Jian Wushuang did not accept it, of course, they would make some concessions. However, Jian Wushuang gave a forthright smile and said, "As long as the three of you are satisfied, of course I won't have any objections." "Well, it's settled then." Saber Python Master smiled. "Blood Sword Master, you can send a message to Axe One Master. He controls the true treasure vault of our Star Palace. The experts of our Star Palace need his permission to exchange for treasures in the true treasure vault. At the same time, if we get any treasures, we can go to the true treasure vault and exchange them for contribution points. The Poluo God parts are useless to us. In the end, we must exchange them for contribution points. Ask him how many contribution points he will exchange for the Poluo God parts, and then we will distribute them according to our respective shares," Heavy Master said. "Okay, I'll ask him now." Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and immediately sent a message to Axe One Master. "My young friend, you said you got the Poluo God parts?" Axe One Master could not help being surprised when he received Jian Wushuang's message. After all, the Poluo God component was quite famous in the universe battlefield, and its value was extremely precious. Jian Wushuang had obtained a Poluo God component not long after he set off for Devil's Smoke Valley. It was truly a rare stroke of luck. Axe One Master, this Poluo God component was obtained by me, Saber Python Master, and Heavy Master together. Now, I want to ask how many contribution points this Poluo God component can be exchanged for in the true treasure vault, so that we can share it, Jian Wushuang said. Well, Axe One Master pondered for a moment, then he said, "Although there have been a lot of Poluo God parts in the universe, not many of them have been spread in the universe battlefield. There are also people who are eager to get a Poluo God part. As far as I know, 2 of them have obtained 2 Poluo God parts and are eager to get a third one. Their prices are also very high, so the Poluo God part is naturally very valuable. If you want to exchange it for contribution points, you can get 350 contribution points. 350 contribution points." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and cut off the communication. "Blood Sword Master, what do you think?" The Heavy Master and the Saber Python Master looked at Jian Wushuang eagerly, especially the Saber Python Master. After all, he could get 20% of the total contribution points. In his opinion, 20% should be a significant amount of contribution points. Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution points given by Axe One Master are 350 points, Jian Wushuang said. 350 points. Upon hearing this number, Saber Python Master and Heavy Master were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. Haha, I knew it. The value of the Poluo God parts is very shocking. It must be higher than the value of an ordinary advanced universe, true treasure. Now it seems that it is true. Saber Python Master laughed loudly. 350 contribution points. That's close to the value of an advanced universe, true treasure armor. Haha, we really made a profit this time, Heavy Master said with a laugh. Jian Wushuang had a strange look on his face. After all, he had never been to the Star Palace True Treasure Vault, so he had no idea about these contribution points. He had thought that 350 contribution points was not a big number. However, judging from the expressions of Saber Python Master and Heavy Master, the contribution points should be quite a lot. Gentlemen, are 350 contribution points a lot? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, of course. Saber Python Master nodded. Blood Sword Master, let me put it this way. In the Star Palace's True Treasure Vault, ordinary offensive magic weapons at the level of Elementary Universe True Treasures can only be exchanged for 10 contribution points, while offensive magic weapons at the level of Advanced Universe True Treasures can only be exchanged for 100 contribution points. As for the Poluo God parts, they are directly exchanged for 350 contribution points, which is equivalent to the price of 3.5 Advanced Universe True Treasures. That's right. Purple Soundmaster, and I can only get 10% of the total. But that's still 35 contribution points, which is equivalent to 3.5 low-level universe true treasure attack weapons. I exchanged my true treasure armor for Purple Soundmaster, and that true treasure armor was only worth 42 contribution points. This time, Purple Sound and I came to Devil Smoke Valley to find a way to get more contribution points to exchange for the true treasure armor, and now almost all of them have returned. The point is, I didn't take any risks when I got these contribution points, Heavy Master said with a laugh. His face was full of surprise and joy. Purple Soundmaster, who was beside him, was also smiling. Chapter 3539. Adventuring alone this time, Heavy Master and Purple Soundmaster had come out to explore together. They had come out to find a way to get enough contribution points, and then they would exchange Heavy Master's true treasure armor back. But now, the 10% share of this Poluo God component had almost all been returned. As for the Saber Python Master, he was even happier. He had received 20% of the share, which was 70 contribution points, which was a huge fortune for the Saber Python Master. Of course, they could not compare with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang alone could receive 70% of the share, which was 245 contribution points, which was more than 2 advanced universe supreme treasures. The Poluo God part is in my hands now, but I don't have any contribution points. I can only give you the contribution points when I return to the Star Palace and go to the Supreme Treasure Vault to exchange for it. But the problem is that I just came out of the Star Palace and don't want to go back immediately, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. That's okay. Purple Soundmaster and I just came out of the Star Palace and didn't expect to go back so soon. You can give us the contribution points later when you return to the Star Palace. What about you, Saber Python Master? Heavy Master looked at Saber Python Master. I'll return to Star Palace soon, but I'm not in a hurry for the contribution points. I can wait in Star Palace for a while, but how long do you plan to stay in Devil Smoke Valley? Saber Python Master asked. I think I'll stay in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley for now. After a while, I'll go to the core area of Devil Smoke Valley. I'll definitely go back to Star Palace before entering the core area, Jian Wushuang said. Blood Sword Master, are you going to explore the core area of Devil Smoke Valley? Heavy Master looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, but he immediately understood. That's right. With your strength, you can go there. However, there are many experts in the core area of Devil Smoke Valley, which is much more dangerous than the outer area. You have to be careful. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. In that case, I'll go back to Star Palace and wait for 100 or 200 years. When you return to Star Palace, you can send me a message. Blood Sword Master, Saber Python Master said. No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded. Since it's a deal, let's part ways again. Goodbye, both of you, Heavy Master said, and then left with Purple Sound Master. Saber Python Master cupped his hands at Jian Wushuang and turned to leave. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked around calmly. Devil Smoke Valley, one of the 3 battlefields, not only contains countless opportunities and precious treasures like the Poluo God parts, but also countless experts from the surrounding star worlds. Although the experts in the outer area are not as good as those in the core area, they are enough to practice swordsmanship. My goal in Devil Smoke Valley is to reach a very deep area, the special place that the Shui Bei Master discovered. However, there are too many unknowns and it's too dangerous. Therefore, before venturing into that special place, I must improve my strength to the peak that I can temporarily reach. Naturally, I must improve my swordsmanship first. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He already had a detailed plan in his heart. He would stay in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley first, not only to familiarize himself with the illusion in the battlefield, but also to hone his swordsmanship. After he had completely improved his swordsmanship and reached a new level of strength, he would set off for the core area of Devil Smoke Valley until he went to the special land discovered by Shui Bei. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately flew to the side. Half a day later, two figures were flying side by side in the void outside Devil's Smoke Valley. One of them was a white-haired, skinny elder, and the other was a chubby, bald youth. They walked together with a relaxed expression. It was normal. After all, they were both principals masters in the fifth realm of the void and had extraordinary life-saving skills. If they worked together and did not encounter a madman like God Fei Master in the outer area of Devil's Smoke Valley, or they were seeking death by intruding into dangerous places. Otherwise, no one would be able to threaten them. However, halfway through, a figure suddenly blocked their way. The person who stood in their way was Jian Wushuang. "Who are you?" The white-haired, skinny elder stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. "Blood Sword," Jian Wushuang answered. "Blood Sword." The white-haired, skinny elder and the fat, bald youth immediately recalled the information they had read about the experts, but they found that there was no Blood Sword master. "Blood Sword, you must be an expert who has just appeared, right?" The chubby, bald young man smiled. "Do you know who we are?" "Of course I do. Master Yin and the chubby master are from the ancient Yuan star world. You two have always been famous in the universe battlefield," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "You know our names, but you still dare to stand in front of us. Boy, you have guts." The chubby, bald young master flipped his hand, took out a fruit, and took a bite. He looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. "It's because I know your names that I came here. If it were a weaker principal's master, I wouldn't be interested." Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Let's cut the crap. Let's fight." Thanks. It seems that you really don't care about us," the chubby master praised. He had casually thrown away the fruit in his hand. "He knows their strength, but he still dares to come to us. He must have something to rely on. Fifth brother, don't be careless. Let's attack together." Master Yin said, "Okay." The chubby master nodded. The next moment, the two attacked at the same time. Jian Wushuang immediately drew his blood mountain sword and went up to meet them. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Jian Wushuang fought against two masters at the same time, relying on his swordsmanship to fight against Master Yin and the chubby master. The battle was extremely fierce, but it did not last long. Soon, Jian Wushuang chose to retreat. "Thank you for your guidance. Goodbye." Jian Wushuang said goodbye and turned to leave. Master Yin and the chubby master had no intention of keeping Jian Wushuang. Chapter 3540. The name Blood Sword. What was the Blood Sword master's intentions? The chubby master took out another fruit and ate it while watching Jian Wushuang leave. "I don't know. Although he came to us, it seems that he doesn't really want to be our enemy. After fighting with us, he just left. If I'm not mistaken, he just wants to fight with us," Master Yin said. "Purely to have a battle with us? Could it be another battle maniac?" Chubby Master sighed. The three universe battlefields had gathered dozens of experts from the astral worlds around them. There were simply too many of them, and with so many experts, their temperaments were naturally different. Among them, there were some who liked to kill, like God Fei Master. They almost killed anyone they saw. But at the same time, there were also some who liked to challenge others. They would take the initiative to fight with others to improve their strength. These crazy killers only pursued fierce battles, but they did not pursue killing. They were completely different from God Fei Master. In the eyes of Master Yun and the chubby master, Jian Wushuang was the second kind of crazy killer. It's better to meet a crazy killer than a crazy killer. Blood Sword Master is very strong. If he really kills us, we might not be his match, the chubby master said. "Two, maybe." Master Yin nodded slightly. The two chatted for a while and then continued to move forward. From this day on, Jian Wushuang had indeed become a battle maniac. He roamed the outer area of Devil's Smoke Valley, looking for experts everywhere, and then took the initiative to fight with them. The opponents he found were usually experts of the fifth void realm with some strength. Of course, he would not miss the chance to meet experts above the peak of the fifth void realm. But no matter who he fought with, he was almost evenly matched. He did not have any advantage in a fight. He did not have any advantage in a fight with an ordinary expert of the fifth void realm, but he did not have any disadvantage either. However, he was the same when he fought an expert at the peak of the fifth void realm. The reason for this was that Jian Wushuang had deliberately reserved his strength from the beginning to the end. When he fought with these experts, he would try his best to control the power of his divine power and then try his best to hone his swordsmanship. He would rely on himself to gain an advantage. For example, when he fought with an ordinary expert of the fifth void realm, Jian Wushuang basically did not even activate his life divine power. He would rely on his own will and the power of his basic divine power, which was equivalent to the power of the peak of the fourth void realm. Then he would rely on his swordsmanship to fight fiercely with his opponent. No matter who he fought with, he would always control his power to be weaker than his opponent, and then try to maximize his advantage in swordsmanship. In this way, he could better hone his swordsmanship. Of course, his unbridled challenge naturally attracted the attention of all the great beings in the surrounding astral world. The name of Blood Sword Master gradually began to spread in the universe battlefield. Not long after, everyone who was adventuring in the universe battlefield knew of the existence of Blood Sword Master, and this Blood Sword Master was a madman who loved to fight. Recently, he had been crazily challenging experts from all over the outer area of Devil's Smoke Valley. As for the strength of Blood Sword Master, experts from all over the universe were unable to accurately gauge Jian Wushuang's strength. This was because all the experts who fought with him were basically evenly matched. They only knew that his swordsmanship was extremely good. However, Blood Sword Master had defeated 8 Axe Master in the fight for the Poluo God parts. Therefore, the Star World's definition of Jian Wushuang's strength was that he was a principal's master at the peak of the 5 void realms. At the same time, he was very close to the level of the 6 void realms. As for his challenges in the outer area of Devil's Smoke Valley, anyone could see that he must have used these battles to hone his strength. Star Palace in the Secret Pavilion. Recently, the Blood Sword Master who has been wandering in the outer area of Devil's Smoke Valley seems to be quite famous. Marquis Duan, you said. It's like this. Moreover, I heard that this Blood Sword Master is from our Star Palace. But when did our Star Palace have a Blood Sword Master? 7 Emotions Master looked puzzled. When Axe 1 Master heard this, he smiled. Blood Sword Master is indeed an expert from our Star Palace. He is the heavenly sword Marquis that Marquis Duan you brought back from the divine beginning realm. It's just that when he roamed Devil's Smoke Valley, he deliberately used the alias Blood Sword. It's him. 7 Emotions Master had a strange expression. If I remember correctly, this heavenly Marquis Sword should still be an immortal saint. He hasn't broken through to the principal's master, right? He hasn't broken through. Axe 1 Master nodded. I've told you before that the heavenly sword Marquis isn't weak. Even if he ventured into Devil's Smoke Valley alone, you don't have to worry. You didn't believe it, but now you believe it, right? A mere immortal saint actually defeated 8 Axe Master and seized Poluo God's component. Moreover, he made such a name for himself in Devil's Smoke Valley. This is a little too terrifying. 7 Emotions Master couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh right, why did he crazily challenge all the experts in Devil's Smoke Valley during this period of time?" I've asked him about this before. He said that he was honing his sword techniques. Axe 1 Master smiled. "Oh right, only a few of us know that Blood Sword Master is the immortal saint. Please don't leak this out." Of course, we're not stupid enough to leak this out. However, if he encounters an extremely powerful ruler-level expert while adventuring in Devil's Smoke Valley, you'll be able to see through his level of strength. When that time comes, he'll definitely leak it out, and ITLL definitely cause a sensation. 7 Emotions Master said. "We'll talk about it later, but for now, just keep it a secret," Axe 1 Master said. The surrounding people also nodded. As time passed, Jian Wushuang continued to wander around the outer area of Devil's Smoke Valley. challenging experts from all over the place and honing his swordsmanship at the same time. In a flash, 50 years had passed. Outside Devil Smoke Valley, there was a vast black land. Whoa! A faint aura of a true treasure surrounded it. In the center of this land, a long spear surrounded by a faint purple, godly thunder slowly rose from the ground. This long spear, however, judging from its aura, was clearly a universe true treasure. Even though it was only a low-level universe true treasure, after it was born, there were still many great beings attracted to it. Right now, there were no less than 10 great beings standing around the long spear. Among them, there were 2 great beings at the 5th level of the Void Realm. They were all waiting for the long spear to be born completely, and then they would start fighting for it. Chapter 3541 Master Dragonhawk Hong. Suddenly, an aura fluctuated, and the black spear that everyone was staring at finally rose up from the ground. The moment the spear rose up, the surrounding principals, masters, instantly moved. One by one, figures rushed down at the fastest speed. Everyone wanted to rush to the front of the spear and put it into their interspatial rings. But right at this moment, a layer of space-time, principles, energy suddenly spread out. As soon as this layer of space-time principles energy appeared, it instantly covered the entire void. In the blink of an eye, it formed a massive space-time domain. The numerous principles masters who had rushed toward the spear at the first moment also immediately fell into this space-time domain, their speed drastically decreasing. What's going on? A space-time treasure? What a powerful space-time domain. My speed has been suppressed by so much? These principles masters were all secretly shocked. After the space-time domain appeared and suppressed the speed of all the principles masters present, a figure appeared in front of the black long spear. With a simple wave of his hand, he put the black spear into his interspatial ring. After that, he slowly turned around. What a strange escape art. We didn't notice that someone was beside us. This person is Blood Sword Master. It's him. It's rumored that he has a space-time domain and an extremely strange escape art that can hide from the soul detection of cultivators. It seems that it's true. The surrounding principles masters had already recognized Jian Wushuang. However, after knowing that the long spear had fallen into Jian Wushuang's hands, the principles masters immediately gave up the idea of fighting for it. In the past 50 years, Jian Wushuang had roamed the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley and constantly challenged experts from all over the place. This challenge had made him extremely famous. Among the experts he had challenged, there were at least 10 experts at the peak of the 5th Void Realm. However, after the fierce battle with Jian Wushuang, these experts all admitted that Jian Wushuang had not displayed his strongest strength. During the time he had fought with them, he had not displayed his strongest strength. Even so, Jian Wushuang could still slightly suppress them. This led to the judgment that Jian Wushuang should be able to fight against experts of the 6 Void Realms. Such an expert had a strong, life-saving ability. If the long spear fell into his hands, who would be qualified to fight for it with the surrounding principles masters? Moreover, the long spear was only an elementary universe, supreme treasure. It would be unwise to snatch it from Blood Sword Master for such a supreme treasure. Everyone, I'm sorry to have made you wait in vain. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked around at the principal's masters. Blood Sword Master, you're too kind. If we had known you were here, we would have left long ago. Everyone knows that you, Blood Sword Master, have a powerful space-time domain, and your speed and movement techniques are very strange. It's simply asking for trouble to snatch the treasure from you, a purple-haired man said with a smile. Yes, with you here, Blood Sword Master, how can we compete for the treasure? Another man also smiled. Jian Wushuang also smiled. He could see that the principals, masters present were very good to him. After all, in the 50 years he had been wandering in Devil Smoke Valley, although he had challenged countless experts, Jian Wushuang had never killed any of them. regardless of whether they were strong or weak. In the fierce battle, he had even made friends with many experts. Among them, there were experts from various star worlds and forces. In addition, Jian Wushuang was very strong, which made people respect him. Naturally, the principal's masters treated him better. Blood Sword Master, you've already got the long spear. You don't want us to stay and fight you one by one, do you? The stronger expert of the 5 void realms among the principal's masters said. That's not necessary. If you want to leave, you can leave now. But Master Dragonhawk is an exception. Jian Wushuang's eyes locked on one of the principal's masters in the crowd. Me? Master Dragonhawk, who was wearing cyan armor and had eagle-like eyes, looked surprised, but then he smiled and said, Blood Sword Master, are you going to spar with me? Yes, it's you. Jian Wushuang nodded. His eyes looked calm, but there was a hidden killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Master Dragonhawk did not notice this killing intent. The surrounding principal's masters also looked at each other with strange expressions. There were no less than 10 principals, masters present. Master Dragonhawk's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th realm. Among these principals' masters, he was definitely not the best and was stronger than him. Obviously, there were 2 experts of the 5th realm of the void. Generally, experts who liked to fight would definitely challenge the experts. Why would they challenge the weaker ones? Therefore, they initially thought that Jian Wushuang would only challenge 2 experts of the 5th realm of the void. They did not expect that Jian Wushuang would challenge Master Dragonhawk. Although it was strange, they did not pay much attention to Jian Wushuang, as he had never killed anyone in the past 50 years. Master Dragonhawk still greeted them with a smile. It's rare for Blood Sword Master to think highly of me. I, Dragonhawk, will have to risk my life to accompany you. Master Dragonhawk, show me your strongest strength. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold as the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Be careful. Master Dragonhawk reminded him as a hook-type magic weapon appeared in his hand. His body swayed slightly and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The hook also strangely bypassed the special curve. It went straight for Jian Wushuang's throat. The moment Master Dragonhawk made his move, Jian Wushuang's expression turned completely cold as he activated the life divine power in his body. During the past 50 years, when he sparred with others, even if he needed an ordinary expert of the Void 5 realms, he would not easily activate the life divine power in the beginning. Master Dragonhawk was only at the peak of the Void 4 realms, but Jian Wushuang had already used the life divine power in the beginning. Not only that, his power had also reached its peak at this moment. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand, with an unprecedented violent aura, drew a beautiful blood-red mark in the void and suddenly slashed out furiously. Peerless Sword Manual, Shi Xiang! Boom! The sword light swept out with earth-shaking power. In addition to the heaven-splitting skill, Jian Wushuang had already used his strongest power and strength. Chapter 3542. Killing Move This Move. The moment Master Dragonhawk saw Jian Wushuang's move, he could feel the extraordinary power contained in the move. However, he was the first to make a move, and his power had been pushed to the limit. At this time, he could not avoid the fight at all. He could only brace himself and meet Jian Wushuang head-on. As a result, the collision. Clang! The hook in Master Dragonhawk's hand was smashed and changed direction. It was almost thrown away, but the brilliant blood-red sword light was not affected at all. It continued to chop at Master Dragonhawk's divine body. Master Dragonhawk also had an elementary universe, true treasure armor on his body. It immediately reduced the power by more than half, but the rest of the power was transferred to his body, causing him to be severely injured. Almost 40% of his divine power was instantly destroyed. Buzz! Master Dragonhawk retreated rapidly. On the way, everyone could see that his aura had been greatly weakened. Blood Sword Master! After he stabilized himself, Master Dragonhawk revealed a look of shock and anger. Master Dragonhawk, I forgot to tell you that the battle between us today will determine the victor and the victor, as well as life and death, Jian Wushuang said leisurely. Life and death. Master Dragonhawk was stunned. Blood Sword Master is going to kill Master Dragonhawk? The surrounding principals, masters, were also astonished. In the 50 years that Jian Wushuang had been wandering in the OU Thankserts of Devil Smoke Valley, he had never killed anyone among the experts he had challenged. But today he was going to kill Master Dragonhawk. Run! Master Dragon Eagle did not hesitate. He immediately fled when he saw that Jian Wushuang was going to kill him. He did not dare to stay any longer. Jian Wushuang's sword attack had scared him. The power of that sword attack was so strong that it was no less than that of an ordinary expert of the 6 realms of the void. He had the armor of an elementary universe supreme treasure, but almost 40% of his divine power had been destroyed in an instant. If he were to receive a few more strikes, he would definitely die. Do you think you can escape? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. His space-time domain instantly covered Master Dragonhawk, and he disappeared into the void at once. The space-time domain suppressed Master Dragonhawk, causing his speed to drop drastically. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, used his shadowless escape art, and his speed was extremely fast. He easily caught up with Master Dragonhawk. Master Dragonhawk, die! Jian Wushuang shouted and slashed his Blood Mountain sword at Master Dragonhawk. Why, Blood Sword Master, why do you want to kill me? Master Dragonhawk roared crazily. He did not understand why Jian Wushuang wanted to kill him when he had never killed anyone before. He had never had any contact with Blood Sword Master before. Was it because of Star Palace? However, there was a certain conflict between his camp and the highest level of Star Palace. Most of the experts under Star Palace came from the surrounding star worlds, so they did not get involved in the conflict between Star Palace and the highest level of his camp. Most of them did not get involved. In that case, what was the reason? Master Dragonhawk, do you want to know why I want to kill you? Jian Wushuang looked down at Master Dragonhawk with a cold gaze. At this moment, Master Dragonhawk's aura was extremely weak, and he had less than 10% of his divine power left. There was no chance for him to survive in Jian Wushuang's hands. When he heard Jian Wushuang's words, he immediately raised his head. He was eager for Jian Wushuang to give him an answer. However, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and said, "You want to know the answer? Unfortunately, I won't tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang attacked again. He cut off the head of Master Dragonhawk and killed him. After the death of Master Dragonhawk, his supreme treasure armor, his long hook, and his interspatial ring naturally fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. After killing Master Dragonhawk easily, Jian Wushuang looked at the surrounding principal's masters. The principal's masters were not as relaxed as before when they saw Jian Wushuang's eyes. On the contrary, they were all vigilant. They did not know whether Jian Wushuang was purely looking for trouble with Master Dragonhawk or whether he would continue to target them after killing him. Jian Wushuang naturally saw through their thoughts and smiled. "Don't worry, the person I'm looking for is only Master Dragonhawk. I want to kill him because of the sacred island behind him. It'll kill anyone who comes from the sacred island. As for experts from other astral worlds or forces, I don't have any enmity with them." Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the surrounding principals, masters, heaved a sigh of relief. "Farewell, everyone." Jian Wushuang turned around and left. Seeing Jian Wushuang leave, the principal's masters were relieved. "Fortunately, Blood Sword Master is friendly to us," a principal's master said. "Blood Sword Master has always been friendly to us. As for Master Dragonhawk, it seems that Blood Sword Master killed him because of the sacred island behind him. I just don't know what grudge Blood Sword Master has with the sacred island. The sacred island is just an insignificant, small force in this universe territory. This force itself seems to be the overlord of the absolute beginning star world. the three great sacred territories. However, the absolute beginning star world has something special compared to the other star worlds. Although the three great sacred territories are the overlords of the absolute beginning star world, they don't have a ruler-level expert guarding them. Because there is no ruler-level expert guarding them, the sacred island doesn't have much presence in this territory. In addition, I heard that there are some grudges between the highest level of the Star Palace and the sacred island. It's very likely that Blood Sword Master killed the people of the sacred island because of this. The principals, masters, all started to discuss whether it was the Star Palace or the sacred island. They were both one of the powers in this universe. Even though the sacred island was weaker and had a lower sense of existence, these experts from the various astral worlds still knew about it. They also knew that there were some grudges between Sacred Island and the highest level of Star Palace, so they had all made guesses. No matter what grudges there are between Star Palace and Sacred Island, or between Blood Sword Master and Sacred Island, it has nothing to do with us. We can only not take the initiative to provoke this Blood Sword Master. That's true. However, Blood Sword Master's power is indeed tyrannical. That Master Dragonhawk is, after all, a great being at the pinnacle of the fourth level of the Void Realm, and he has a universe true treasure armor to protect his body. Yet he was easily killed by Blood Sword Master, and he didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Thanks, that's true. These principals, masters, left one after another amidst the admiration. Chapter 3543. Absolute Shadow. Master Dragonhawk is indeed an expert at the peak of the fourth Void Realm. He is quite wealthy. Jian Wushuang was flying alone in the void outside Devil Smoke Valley with a faint smile on his face. After killing Master Dragonhawk, he had already checked his interspatial ring. Apart from Master Dragonhawk's elementary universe true treasure armor and the hook, which was also at the elementary universe true treasure level, Master Dragonhawk's interspatial ring also had an offensive universe true treasure. In other words, Master Dragonhawk had 3 universe true treasures. Although they were only at the elementary level, they were indeed very valuable. If I exchange these 3 universe true treasures in the Star Palace's true treasure vault, the 2 elementary offensive true treasures can be exchanged for 20 contribution points, and the true treasure armor can be exchanged for 40 contribution points. In total, it's 60 contribution points, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Now I finally understand why God Fei Master loves killing so much. God Fei Master was a crazy person who killed everyone in Devil Smoke Valley. He seemed crazy, but in fact he benefited a lot from such wanton killing. After all, the experts who dared to venture into the universe battlefield were not weak, and most of them had 1 or 2 universe true treasures. At the very least, they had to have 1 universe true treasure for attacking. Every time God Fei Master killed someone, he would get all of their wealth. After killing one great being after another, God Fei Master would naturally accumulate a lot of true treasures, and his wealth would become richer. Of course, there were disadvantages to doing so. Firstly, he would become the public enemy of all the forces, and many great beings would try to kill him. Second, he would kill and collect true treasures like this. Because he had killed too many, when he got too many true treasures, he might be targeted by some top-tier great beings, and he might even attract a ruler-level great being. Although a ruler-level great being rarely lowered his status to deal with a principal's master. If this principal's master had too many true treasures and too much wealth, even a ruler would be envious. I got 3 elementary universe true treasures from Master Dragonhawk, and in the past 50 years, I've encountered a few true treasures. I also got 2 attack-type elementary universe true treasures from them, and I also got the Polyuo God parts from the beginning. If I exchange them all for contribution points in the true treasure vault, it should be quite a large amount. It should be enough for me to exchange for some things, Jian Wushuang muttered. Over the past 50 years, Jian Wushuang had challenged experts from all over the world. His swordsmanship had improved a lot over the years. Up until now, most of his swordsmanship had improved. Reaching the level of a 6th level advanced absolute art was already his goal. Now, he did not need to continue the wanton challenge. Instead, he was ready to explore the core area of Devil Smoke Valley. He'll go back to the Star Palace and exchange for contribution points. Then he'll exchange for some suitable true treasures, and then he'll explore the core area. Jian Wushuang made up his mind and immediately headed to the Star Palace. Of course, when he decided to return to the Star Palace, he sent a message to Saber Python Master and Heavy Master. In the Star Palace, Jian Wushuang first went to the True Treasure Vault and exchanged all the treasures he had acquired over the years for contribution points. Among them, the Polyuo God parts were exchanged for 350 contribution points. The True Treasure armor of Master Dragonhawk was exchanged for 40 contribution points, and the other 4 Offensive Universe True Treasures were also exchanged for 40 contribution points, a total of 430 contribution points. However, Jian Wushuang had to return the contribution points of the Blood Crystal armor first. As the Blood Crystal armor was the best among the Elementary Universe True Treasure armors, the exchange price was 55 contribution points. After subtracting it, Jian Wushuang actually only got 375 contribution points. Then, Jian Wushuang went to see Heavy Master and Saber Python Master. Heavy Master, Saber Python Master, these are your contribution points. Jian Wushuang gave them the share that belonged to Heavy Master and Saber Python Master. Blood Sword Master, I heard that you've made a name for yourself in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley over the years. Saber Python Master looked at Jian Wushuang. More than that, not long ago, I heard that Master Dragonhawk of Sacred Island was killed by Blood Sword Master on the spot, Heavy Master said. Is that so? Saber Python Master's eyes lit up. Gentlemen, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Jian Wushuang laughed and left. Then he returned to the True Treasure Trove. Although many experts in Star Palace had accumulated true treasures over a long period of time, in fact, there were not many true treasures in Star Palace's True Treasure Trove during this period. This was very normal. Although the 3 battlefields were full of opportunities and many true treasures, there were too many experts who were adventuring in the 3 battlefields. Compared to all the experts who were adventuring in the 3 battlefields, the Star Palace could be said to be insignificant, so naturally, they would not get too many true treasures. Moreover, many true treasures had long been exchanged by the Star Palace experts with contribution points. After giving the contribution points to Saber Python Master and Heavy Master, Jian Wushuang still had 270 contribution points left, which was a relatively large number. With these contribution points, Jian Wushuang was quite confident. Then he began to check the list of true treasures. There were only more than 100 true treasures on the list. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang had finished reading them all. After reading them, Jian Wushuang began to hesitate. He saw 2 true treasures on the list. The first one was a flying type Elementary Universe True Treasure. It was a pair of wings, just like the flying type True Treasure of Godfey Master. Although it was only at the Elementary Universe True Treasure level, it cost 110 contribution points to exchange for it. Its value was no less than that of an ordinary Advanced Universe True Treasure. The other True Treasure was the offensive magic weapon of an Advanced Universe True Treasure, the Absolute Shadow Sword. The Absolute Shadow Sword was extremely powerful. It was a top-tier offensive true treasure in the Advanced Universe, so its value was more than twice that of an ordinary offensive true treasure in the Advanced Universe. It cost 250 contribution points to exchange for it. However, Jian Wushuang only had 270 contribution points, so it was impossible for him to exchange for both of them. That was why he hesitated. Should he exchange for a flying type true treasure and an ordinary attack treasure in the Advanced Universe, Or should he use almost all of his contribution points to exchange for the absolute shadow sword? After hesitating for a while, Jian Wushuang finally made a decision. A flying-type universe, true treasure, can greatly increase my speed and make my ability to chase and kill stronger than my ability to escape. But in fact, my life-saving ability is extremely good. This flying-type universe, true treasure, won't help me much. It's more worth it to exchange for the absolute shadow sword. Chapter 3544 appeared 3 times as Jian Wushuang had said. The flight-type true treasure had improved his life-saving ability and pursuit ability, but the improvement was limited. The key point was that his life-saving ability was very strong. Even if the ruler personally attacked him, he might not be able to kill him. As for his pursuit ability in the great universe battlefield, he had a grudge with the Sacred Island. However, the Sacred Island was a small force without a ruler-level expert. There were not many experts in the universe battlefield. It was rare to meet them on a normal day. Naturally, he did not need to deliberately pursue anyone. Compared to the flight-type true treasure, the absolute shadow sword was obviously more useful to him. With his current strength, after activating the life divine power and the first level of the blood crystal armor, his battle strength was at the peak of the 5 void realms. Combined with the swordsmanship he created, if he could have another powerful attack supreme treasure, he would be able to compete with ordinary experts of the 6 void realms. The absolute shadow sword had such a great improvement for Jian Wushuang. With my strength, if I can use the absolute shadow sword, the power of my swordsmanship will not be weaker than that of an ordinary expert of the 6 void realms. Once I use the heaven-cleaving skill, I can easily crush an ordinary expert of the 6 void realms. Jian Wushuang muttered. He immediately exchanged for the absolute shadow sword with 250 contribution points. After the exchange, Axe One Master personally handed the sword to him. Is this the shadow sword? Jian Wushuang looked at the purple sword in front of him, which was emitting a faint cold light. The purple sword was about the same length as the Blood Mountain sword, but its body was thinner and its blade sharper. It floated in the air and emitted a suffocating cold aura which made people fear it. The name of the sword was Absolute Shadow, so it was a divine sword that focused more on killing and cutting. My young friend, please recognize me as your master, Axe One Master said. Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately dropped a drop of his blood essence into the absolute shadow sword. Soon, the sword recognized him as its master and refined it. After that, Jian Wushuang finally grasped the divine sword. This sword is so cold. Jian Wushuang held the sword tightly in his right hand, but he could feel the extreme coldness from it. It was so cold that it was suffocating. Unfortunately, I'm in the Star Palace now, so I can't find a suitable opponent to test the power of this sword. I can only find a suitable opponent to test it when I go to the core area of Devil Smoke Valley later. Jian Wushuang smiled. He had obtained the absolute shadow sword. As for the Blood Mountain sword that Jian Wushuang had used before, it was refined by his master Xin Yi. Jian Wushuang had used it from his previous life until this one, so they had a deep relationship. Even now that he had the more powerful absolute shadow sword, Jian Wushuang did not intend to give it up. Instead, he carried it on his back as usual. Unless I am facing an expert who is much stronger than me, I will use the Blood Mountain sword to fight against him. I will use the absolute shadow sword to defeat him after I have a clear understanding of its strength, Jian Wushuang muttered. After exchanging 250 contribution points for the absolute shadow sword, although Jian Wushuang still had 20 contribution points left, he could not use them to exchange for anything useful. Axe One Master. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked at Axe One Master and asked, "Can you ask about something for me?" "What is it?" Axe One Master asked. "Ice Heart, Glazed Jade. Have you heard of it, Axe One Master?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Ice Heart, Glazed Jade." Axe One Master's expression changed, and he nodded deeply. "Of course I've heard of it, but it's a very rare treasure. My dear Heaven Marquis, do you need this ice heart, glazed jade? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. My wife's soul is now attached to the star moon agarwood that has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Only when we find the ice heart, glazed jade, can we reconstruct her body. Is that so? Axe One Master understood, but he immediately frowned. Although there are a lot of opportunities in the three universe battlefields, and some special treasures appear from time to time, treasures at the level of the ice heart glazed jade are very rare. In the long time since the Star Palace was founded, this ice heart glazed jade has only appeared 3 times. 3 times. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Yes, and they were all born in the depths of the 3 battlefields. Although they were born 3 times, the environment of the first birth of the ice heart glazed jade was too harsh. Not long after it was born, the surrounding experts fell into a terrible inferno and were burned on the spot before they could fight for it, Axe One Master said. Incinerate? A treasure like the ice heart, glazed jade, can be incinerated? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Nothing is impossible. After all, there are a lot of divine flames of destruction in the depths of Devil's Smoke Valley. The lower-level divine flames of destruction are fine, but the higher-level divine flames of destruction can even burn a ruler-level expert to death. Although the ice heart glazed jade is a rare treasure, it can still be incinerated at the level of the divine flames of destruction, Axe One Master said. What about the other 2 times? Jian Wushuang asked. The second appearance of the ice heart glazed jade was much better. In the end, it was also obtained by an expert of the 6 void realms. However, after he obtained the ice heart glazed jade, he sold it to a ruler-level expert for a very high price, Axe One Master said. Ruler? That ruler also needs the ice heart glazed jade? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Yes, that ruler-level expert is like you. His wife only has a soul, and your soul is too weak to be possessed. Therefore, the ruler managed to get the ice heart glazed jade from the 6 void realm expert. Then he used the ice heart glazed jade to create a glazed body and a divine body for his wife. After that, he and his wife disappeared. I guess they went to the depths of the universe, said Axe One Master. What about the last time? Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and stared at Axe One Master. One of the 2 pieces of ice heart glazed jade had been burned and the other had been used. Jian Wushuang only hoped for the last piece of ice heart glazed jade. The last piece of ice heart glazed jade should still be preserved because I've never heard of anyone who yearned for it. However, the person who got it was not a nobody, Axe One Master said. Chapter 3545. Asking for information. Who is it? Jian Wushuang asked. Earth Saint Star Master, Axe One Master said. It's him. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Axe One Master had given him a detailed list of experts, including experts from various forces in the surrounding star worlds. Among them, there was naturally an introduction by Earth Saint Star Master. The first impression that Earth Saint Star Master gave Jian Wushuang was that he was a difficult and terrifying super figure. First of all, he was a genuine ruler realm expert. Secondly, he was extremely eccentric and eccentric. It could even be said that he was crazy. He was an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. His hometown, the star world where he was born, had already reached its end a long time ago and finally collapsed. However, he survived. At that time, he was only a principal's master. However, after such a principal's master collapsed in the astral world where he was born and had no worries at all, he began to crazily pursue his own strength. He roamed the 3 great battlefields and killed crazily. Just like the current god Feymaster, he killed everyone he saw and did not care who he offended. At that time, this Earth Saint Star Master had stirred up a bloody storm in the 3 great battlefields and made a great reputation for himself. At that time, he had offended many experts. There were even experts who joined hands to kill him. There was even a ruler realm expert who had personally made a move, but he had managed to escape. In the end, he had even obtained an opportunity in the 3 great battlefields and leaped to become a ruler realm expert. Naturally, no one could do anything to him. However, after this Earth Saint Star Master became a ruler realm expert, he gradually restrained his killing. He no longer killed as wantonly as before. Instead, he chose an Earth star to occupy. He named this Earth star the Earth Saint Star. After that, the Earth Saint Star and the Earth Saint Star Master were recognized as the most untouchable existences in this territory. The Earth Saint Star Master is a crazy person who likes to kill. He has a very strange personality. I can't ask him for the ice heart, glazed jade. Jian Wushuang did not frown. Although he had some strength now, he could not ask him to face a ruler realm expert. Moreover, this ruler realm expert was a person who liked to kill. If Jian Wushuang took the initiative to come to him, the Earth Saint Star Master would kill him before he could explain why he came. My young friend, the icy heart, glazed jade is indeed a bit troublesome, but you don't have to worry too much. Although the Earth Saint Star Master is not easy to deal with, he is only one person. Star Palace has some influence in this territory. I will try to contact the Earth Saint Star Master in the name of Star Palace and see if he is willing to exchange the icy heart, glazed jade, Axe 1 Master said. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Axe 1 Master. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had no choice but to ask Star Palace to negotiate with him. For the time being, he did not have the ability to face the Saint Star Master. In addition to icy heart, glazed jade, I also want you to ask about someone for me. Axe 1 Master, Jian Wushuang said. Who? Axe 1 Master looked at him. Star Luo Master. Jian Wushuang said. Star Luo Master? Who is that? Axe 1 Master was puzzled. I don't know much about the identity of Star Luo Master, but I know that she was involved in the world-ending war in the Divine Beginning Realm. She stayed in the Divine Beginning Realm for a long time. During these 10,000 years, she was still in the Divine Beginning Realm, but she disappeared soon after. I suspect that she came to the universe battlefield. Even if she's not in this territory, she might be in the nearby territory, Jian Wushuang said. Star Luo Master, this person was Lung Ruksha's master. In his previous life, it was this Star Luo Master and the 3 Masters of the Saint Realm who forcefully opened the passage to the eternal chaotic world and brought Lung Rushua to the Divine Beginning Realm. It was also the opening of the passage. It allowed Xian Yi to find an opportunity to open the reincarnation passage and send his soul and Lung Rushwang's soul to the Divine Beginning Realm. Jian Wushuang did not know much about Lung Rushwang's master. He had carefully checked the information of Star Luo Master in the Temporal Temple. He only knew that she had stayed in the Divine Beginning Realm for a long time. However, she was not a ruler expert who had risen in the Divine Beginning Realm, but from the outside world. She had participated in the destruction of the 7-star mysterious sect. It was because of this that the 3 Saint Realm Masters of the 3 Saint Realms had helped him open the passage to the eternal chaotic world. However, when Jian Wushuang came to the Divine Beginning Realm and gradually rose to power, Star Luo Master disappeared completely. Jian Wushuang asked the Temporal Temple to investigate, but they did not find any trace of her, therefore. Jian Wushuang suspected that Star Luo Master had come to the universe battlefield. If Star Luo Master really came, Lung Rushua would most likely be with her. The main reason why Jian Wushuang wanted to find Star Luo Master was to find Lung Rushua. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, there were 2 ways to restore his wife's body. The ice heart, glazed jade, was just one of them. What Jian Wushuang wanted to do more was to find Lung Rushua and suppress her. Then he would find a way to let Lung Rushua regain control of her body. Naturally, he had to find the ice heart, glazed jade, Star Luo Master, and Lung Rushua as well. I've never heard of this Star Luo Master, but since he's a ruler realm expert, it's impossible for him to be unknown. I'll use some of Star Palace's intelligence abilities to look for him for you. As long as he's in this territory, Star Palace should be able to find him. But if he's in another territory, Although Star Palace has some intelligence abilities, we're not so sure that we can find him, Axe One Master said. Well, I'm counting on you, Axe One Master, Jian Wushuang said. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Whether I contact Saint Star Master for you or Star Luo Master for you, I won't do it for free. You have to pay the price, Axe One Master said suddenly. Jian Wushuang was stunned. My young friend, I know that you received a lot of contribution points in the True Treasure Vault, and then you gave some to Heavy Master and Saber Python Master, and then you exchanged for the Absolute Shadow Divine Sword. But if I'm not wrong, you should still have 20 contribution points. These 20 contribution points are the price for Star Palace to contact Saint Star Master and Star Luo Master for you, Axe One Master said with a smile. You need contribution points to gather information? Jian Wushuang asked with a strange expression. Of course, in the Star Palace, no matter what resources you want to use, you have to pay a price, Axe One Master said. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to take out his last 20 contribution points. Chapter 3546. 3546. After obtaining the shadow-killing divine sword and asking Axe One Master to track down Ice Heart, Glazed Jade, and Master Star Luo, Jian Wushuang was ready to venture into the depths of Devil Smoke Valley. Devil Smoke Valley is too vast. Although there are many routes to enter the core area from the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley, there's only one closer route to Star Palace's stronghold. Moreover, to reach the depths of Devil Smoke Valley from this route, one must pass through the blazing sea. It will take at least several decades, Jian Wushuang muttered. At his current speed, it would still take him dozens of years to travel at full speed. However, he remembered how far the journey was. I have no choice. I have to go to the depths of Devil Smoke Valley. I can still take that road. Jian Wushuang made up his mind and immediately headed toward Devil Smoke Valley. This time, Jian Wushuang did not stay in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley. He went directly to the core area of Devil Smoke Valley at the fastest speed. However, it still took him 3 years to reach the Blazing Sea. The Blazing Sea, as its name implied, was a scorching ocean. This ocean was boundless, and no one knew how big it was because it not only stretched out many branches, but the center of the Blazing Sea was an unexplored area. The so-called unexplored area was a place that the experts of the surrounding astral world had not been able to explore since the appearance of Devil Smoke Valley Battlefield. It was not that the experts did not want to explore it, but the central area of the Blazing Sea was too dangerous. Even a ruler realm expert would die if he intruded there. Naturally, no one dared to touch it. However, other than the central area, the other places in the Blazing Sea were relatively safe. This is the Blazing Sea. Jian Wushuang had already arrived in the Blazing Sea. What entered his eyes was a sea of blazing red flames. Endless blazing flames were burning wildly in all directions. The entire world was burning red. As soon as he arrived here, he could already feel the extremely hot air in the void. The temperature here is too high. An ordinary principal's master would not be able to withstand this scorching temperature. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The astonishing temperature baked the world and his divine body at once. Jian Wushuang's divine power was extremely powerful, so he could easily withstand the scorching temperature by relying on his own power. I can only reach the depths of Devil Smoke Valley after passing through the Blazing Sea. Take your time, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Then he flew forward according to the star map. It was a boring journey. 15 years had passed. Although it had been 15 years, Jian Wushuang had only crossed half the distance of the Blazing Sea. The rest of the journey was still long. Now I finally understand why it takes so long for experts from different astral worlds to go back to the battlefield. I can't help it. The battlefield is too big and it takes too long to go back and forth. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang suddenly frowned and stopped. The temperature seems to be higher than other places. Jian Wushuang looked around at the Blazing Sea and his face suddenly darkened. No, the temperature is rising. Jian Wushuang felt that the void he was in was obviously different from the other places in the blazing sea. The temperature was so high that even though he used the power protection, he still felt a little uncomfortable. The temperature was still rising. At the same time, a suffocating hot aura slowly rose under Jian Wushuang's feet. "What is this?" Jian Wushuang's expression changed. But before he could react, the surrounding blazing sea suddenly shook, and the suffocating hot aura completely erupted. With a roar that sounded like a landslide, the blazing sea under Jian Wushuang's feet violently rose up. It was originally burning on the ground, but at this moment it completely rose up. It was as if a huge wave had suddenly rolled up on the surface of the blazing sea. At this moment, the blazing sea suddenly swept up a layer of fierce flames, huge waves. The vast and mighty fierce flames, huge waves, crazily flapped the void and swept out. Most importantly, the fierce flames that rose up came from the bottom of the blazing sea. The temperature was frighteningly high. "Oh no!" Jian Wushuang was shocked. "Flame tide, it's the flame tide!" Visit Rietal me for extra chapters. When Jian Wushuang was preparing to explore the depths of Devil Smoke Valley, he had read all kinds of information about the blazing sea. In the blazing sea, as long as he did not go to the central area, he would rarely encounter any danger. But it did not mean that he did not encounter any danger. The flame tide that appeared now could be regarded as a major disaster in the blazing sea. It was like a tsunami in the blazing sea. The information about the blazing sea stated that if he encountered a flame tide in the blazing sea, he could only run away. Jian Wushuang reacted, but the flame tide appeared under his feet and was too close to him. The waves of raging flames swept toward him at such a close distance. No matter how fast he was, he could not dodge the first flame tide. Since he could not dodge it, he could only rely on his divine body to forcibly resist it. The incoming flame tide directly covered Jian Wushuang's divine body. Endless raging flames swept over Jian Wushuang's entire body, and a terrifying burning erosion power was transmitted over. Although this erosion power was weakened by more than half when it passed through the blood crystal armor, there was still a lot of scorching power left to erode Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang could only rely on his divine power to crazily resist this erosion power, which consumed a lot of divine power. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang felt that he had consumed 1/30th of his divine power. One should not underestimate it. After all, Jian Wushuang's divine power was as vast as the sea because he was a perfect, chaotic creature. Even a ruler realm expert's divine power was far inferior to his. Usually, unless he had to use a large amount of divine power to activate the heaven-cleaving skill, he did not need to care about the consumption of his divine power when fighting others or using absolute arts. It was clear how vast his divine power was. However, the erosion of the first flame tide had consumed 1/30th of his divine power in an instant. If it were an ordinary principles master, even a principles master in the 5th or 6th realm of the void, his divine power would have evaporated in an instant. Terrifying. This flame tide is too terrifying. Jian Wushuang felt a trace of fear in his heart, especially when he saw the successive waves of flame tides behind him. His expression changed drastically. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3547. The first flame tide alone has cost me more than 1/30th of my divine power. The flame tide behind me is even hotter and more massive. Once I'm completely sucked in, even if my divine power is vast, I might not be able to withstand it. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He immediately burst out with his fastest speed and rushed to the side. Although the flame tide was terrifying, its speed was actually not very fast. The first flame tide just now could not be avoided because Jian Wushuang was too close to it, but the remaining flame tide, Jian Wushuang could avoid it. However, Just as he was about to break out of the range of the flame tide, a sudden red light attracted Jian Wushuang's attention. "What's that?" Jian Wushuang looked at the red light in front of him. Although it was surrounded by red flames because of the flame tide, the red light was very eye-catching in the midst of the flames. "Whatever it is, take it away." Jian Wushuang waved his hand and caught the red light while moving to the side. However, the moment his right hand touched the red light, an incredible scorching power was transmitted directly from the red light. Almost in an instant, Jian Wushuang's right hand burned up. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Although his right hand was burning up, he still endured the intense pain to grab the red light and put it into his interspatial ring. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang escaped from the range of the flame tide as fast as he could. The flame tide was still rolling up crazily, and its range was getting larger and larger. It swept out in a vast and mighty manner. However, Jian Wushuang had already arrived in the void outside the flame tide. He watched the flame tide crazily sweep around, but the flame tide could no longer affect him. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang did not pay attention to the flame tide. Instead, he was checking his divine body. My divine power was consumed by 1/5 at that moment. Jian Wushuang was completely stunned at this moment. When the first flame tide came, he had lost more than 1/30 of his divine power. Although he was a little surprised, he could understand. After all, it was a flame tide that could make people's faces change. It was normal for it to have such erosive power. However, Jian Wushuang could not understand. He had just put the red light into his interspatial ring. He had just caught the red light and put it into his interspatial ring in an instant. The process was so short, it had only been a moment, but in such a short time, not only had his right palm been completely burned, but he had also used up 1/5 of his divine power. He had used up 1/5 of his massive divine power at one time? What kind of terrifying power would be needed to do that? As for the red light, Jian Wushuang immediately began to inspect his interspatial ring. He found a shocking scene. After all, there were many treasures in his interspatial ring, which he had collected after killing many experts over the years, but now, except for a few extremely high-level treasures, all the other treasures in his interspatial ring had disappeared. Yes, they had disappeared. To be exact, because the red light had entered the interspatial ring. The original treasures had been directly evaporated by the terrifying temperature contained in the red light. Only a limited number of extremely high-level treasures had managed to resist the terrifying temperature contained in the red light and remained. Jian Wushuang immediately switched the remaining few treasures to another interspatial ring. Then he carefully looked at the red light. It was not until the red light was the only treasure left in the interspatial ring that the red light finally quieted down. Jian Wushuang finally saw the true appearance of the red light. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. The red light was actually a strange-shaped knife disc. The knife disc looked a bit old, but its surface was red and boiling hot, which appeared because it had been at the bottom of the blazing sea for a long time. What is this knife disc? Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at the knife disc. He could not see the material of the knife disc, but he could imagine that it had stayed at the bottom of the blazing sea for such a long time without being damaged. The material of the knife disc must be amazing. Jian Wushuang also tried to refine the knife disc, but as soon as his soul power touched it, his soul immediately began to hurt. This was caused by his soul being unable to withstand the incredible temperature on the knife disc. The temperature is too high. I can't even touch it, let alone refine it, Jian Wushuang murmured, but soon he felt relieved. Although I don't know what this cutter board is, I can tell that it must have a great origin. Maybe it's a very special treasure. I just don't know its use. I have no choice but to keep it. When I have the chance, I'll find someone to see what it is. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had lost 1/5 of his divine power and his right palm had been burned, his strength was still at his level. The burning of his palm would not harm him at all, and the divine power he had lost could be recovered at the fastest speed. The only thing that made Jian Wushuang feel a bit distressed was the treasures in his interspatial ring that had been evaporated. After all, they had been accumulated over the years. However, when he thought of the miraculous properties of the knife disc, Jian Wushuang felt better. Even if he did not know the exact origin and use of the knife disc, he could guess its value. It was definitely more valuable than all the treasures evaporated from his interspatial ring combined. A sudden boom made Jian Wushuang look toward the void in front of him. In the void in front of him, the huge flame tide filled the entire sky. The flame tide had crashed into a huge rock that had stood in the middle of the blazing sea for many years. It had long been immune to the impact of the flame tide. It only made some booming sounds. The flame tide is too terrifying. It will sweep over a larger and larger area. I don't know when it will completely stop. If an expert accidentally falls into the range of the flame tide at this time, I'm afraid the end will be quite miserable. Jian Wushuang sighed, however. He did not think too much about the flame tide. Instead, he continued to fly toward his target, the core area of Devil's Smoke Valley. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3548. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 years had passed. Jian Wushuang had finally crossed over from the blazing sea. Jian Wushuang looked at the blazing sea, which was quite far away, and could not help smiling. In the blazing sea, the boring travel time was secondary. The key was that the temperature of the blazing sea was too high. He had to rely on his own power to withstand the scorching temperature at all times. But even so, he still felt extremely dry and hot. The dry heat for decades would inevitably make people feel irritated. I completely followed the star map given to me by the Axe One Master. After passing through the blazing sea, I have now reached the core area of Devil's Smoke Valley. If nothing unexpected happens, I am now in the Nine Twists Demon Cave, Jian Wushuang muttered. More than 90% of the core area of Devil's Smoke Valley was unexplored. Even the remaining 10% of the area that had been explored was still unbelievably large. In such a large territory, naturally, there were many special places. The Nine Twists Demon Cave was the core area of the Devil's Smoke Valley, a relatively famous special place. The Nine Twists Demon Cave not only has many natural dangers like the Nine Twists Thunder Tribulation and the Devil Cloud Sea, but there are also some terrifying monsters living in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Although these monsters are generally low in intelligence, their strength is very shocking. It is said that the most ordinary monsters have combat strength comparable to the masters of the 6 states of the void. And some of the stronger monsters can even suppress peak experts of the 6 states of the void. In addition, among these monsters, there is the most terrifying blood-armored monster. It is said that this blood-armored monster can fight against a ruler realm expert. It lives here and hates us foreign cultivators. As long as we meet it, it won't hesitate to kill us. I'm traveling alone in the Nine Twists Demon Cave, so I have to be careful, Jian Wushuang thought. He had read the information about the Nine Twists Demon Cave and knew how dangerous it was. It was not like the outer area of Devil's Smoke Valley. As long as he did not foolishly intrude into some dangerous places, he could do whatever he wanted in the outer area, but not in the core area, especially in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. The monsters in the Nine Twists Demon Cave were known to all the experts in the astral world. Although the Nine Twists Demon Cave is dangerous, it contains many opportunities. There are also many experts wandering around here. I really hope to fight with them as soon as possible, Jian Wushuang murmured. In the core area of Devil's Smoke Valley, especially in places like the Nine Twists Demon Cave, there are many experts and they were usually very strong. Any one of them could reach the level of the 6th Void Realm. The reason why Jian Wushuang chose to come here was that there were many opportunities, and the most important thing was that there were many experts. I wonder who will be my first opponent. With a hint of expectation, Jian Wushuang began to explore the Nine Twists Demon Cave. 3 days later, a red-haired, sloppy old man was half lying behind a black boulder on a pitch-black land. Although he looked very relaxed and comfortable, his soul energy had long since spread out, allowing him to see everything in his surroundings. The slightest movement in the surrounding void would immediately attract his attention, and at this moment, an unfamiliar aura suddenly intruded into the range of the red-haired, sloppy old man's soul perception. The red-haired, sloppy old man's gaze focused slightly. What an unfamiliar aura. And this aura doesn't seem very strong. It's only at the level of an ordinary principal's master. The red-haired, sloppy old man was somewhat puzzled. This was because this was the core region of Devil's Smoke Valley. Under normal circumstances, those who rushed here to explore the core region were usually experts at the 5th level of the void. No matter how weak they would only be able to join forces with a few peak 4th level void realm experts. Even so, they could only walk around some ordinary places in the Blackheart region. But this was the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Even in the core region, it was an extremely dangerous place. Under such circumstances, those who dared to venture here were usually at the 6th realm of the void, or perhaps they were at the peak of the 5th level of the void. Visit Readle, me for extra chapters. However, the aura that appeared within the range of the red-haired, sloppy old man's soul perception was indeed not very strong. However, in terms of aura, it was much weaker compared to the 4th level of the void. However, to a principal's master, he could not completely rely on aura to evaluate the other party's strength. This man, the red-haired, sloppy elder, stood up, and at the same time he had a good look at his appearance. This appearance and the divine sword on his back, could it be the blood sword master who has been famous in the outer area recently? The red-haired, sloppy elder pondered. Although he had been wandering in the Nine Twists Demon Cave for some time and had not returned, he still knew clearly about some things that had happened in the 3 battlefields through the forces behind him. Of course, that included Jian Wushuang's reputation in the outer area of Devil's Smoke Valley. After all, many people in the outside world believed that Jian Wushuang was qualified to fight with experts of the 6 void realms. Such a figure was already qualified to be heard by those experts of the 6 void realms. Well, it should be him. This place is close to the Blazing Sea. It seems that he has just passed through the Blazing Sea, the red-haired, sloppy old man said softly. Then he began to ponder. Although this blood sword master has made quite a name for himself in the outer region of Devil's Smoke Valley, the people he fights, there are only some void 4th level experts or void 5th level principals masters. As for void 6th realm experts, I'm afraid that he has never encountered them before. Although many people now say that this blood sword master has the strength to fight against void 6th realm experts, without truly fighting against void 6th realm experts, how can he be in charge? At least I don't believe it. But now he has come to this Nine Twists Demon Cave to explore, and he actually met me? The red-haired, sloppy old man muttered to himself, but his gaze gradually became cold. This blood sword master has a low-level universe true treasure armor, and the outside world is saying that he has an extremely special time-space type universe true treasure. That time-space type universe true treasure is of an extremely high level. It might be a high-level universe true treasure. The red-haired, sloppy old man didn't care about a single low-level universe true treasure armor. However, a time-space type true treasure that was suspected to have reached the level of a high-level universe true treasure was enough to make him excited and even go crazy. It's rare to meet this blood sword master. This is equivalent to the heavens giving me a chance. If I miss it, I'm afraid I won't have such an opportunity in the future. The red-haired, sloppy old man's eyes were burning. The next moment he rushed towards the human figure within his soul perception. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3549. Jian Wushuang slowly moved forward on the black earth of the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Because there were too many dangerous places in the Nine Twists Demon Cave, he did not dare to move too fast. It's said that the monsters in the Nine Twists Demon Cave live on the black earth. Most of the time, they live underground and only come out occasionally to get some fresh air. However, I haven't seen any monsters in the past few days, so I don't know what they look like, Jian Wushuang muttered. Huh. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly darkened. He had already sensed the killing intent coming from his side, and a strange figure had appeared there. It actually appeared silently by my side, but my soul power did not sense it? What a good trick. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and immediately activated his life magic power. The red-haired, sloppy old man suddenly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. He had completely set his eyes on Jian Wushuang, even though he did not think that Jian Wushuang had the battle strength of the sixth realm of the void. However, he did not want to give Jian Wushuang a chance to kill him. Instead, he unleashed his strongest power as soon as he attacked. A dazzling blood-red saber light with a suffocating cold aura slashed toward Jian Wushuang. The timing of his attack was just right. In the red-haired, sloppy elder's opinion, even if his attack could not kill Jian Wushuang, it could at least severely injure him. He had a high chance of killing Jian Wushuang. However, he did not expect that Jian Wushuang would react the moment he attacked and immediately attack. This move was still performed with the Blood Mountain sword. Because the time was too short, Jian Wushuang did not have the time to perform any amazing swordsmanship. It was purely a move that relied on his own brute force and his strongest power. The Blood Mountain sword and the saber light collided head-on. An extremely powerful force immediately surged from the saber light and forced Jian Wushuang to retreat at once. Jian Wushuang retreated rapidly, and it took him a long time to stabilize himself. Impressive. This saber alone should have the battle strength close to the advanced level of the sixth realm. There are indeed many experts in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, and at the same time, he saw the appearance of the person. This appearance, you are the Red Nether Master, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, I am. The Red Nether Master stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold gaze. Blood Sword Master, I didn't expect you to be able to take my attack without being noticed. It doesn't seem like you used up much divine power. Haha, it's my honor for you to recognize me, Red Nether Master. However, I don't have any enmity with you. It's not right for you to launch a sneak attack without saying anything. After all, you're an expert of the sixth realm of the void, Jian Wushuang said. Humph! I don't care whether you have enmity or not. As long as I don't like you, or if you have something I want, I can kill you at will, Red Nether Master said coldly. It's said that you have a time-space type universe true treasure on you. Blood Sword Master, hand over that time-space type true treasure, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll have to stay alive. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Then he smiled and said, Red Nether Master, you're right. Cultivators who wander around the 3 battlefields don't need any reason to kill each other. They can kill each other if they want to, but I'm afraid you're not qualified to do so. You'll know whether I'm qualified or not. Red Nether Master did not waste any time. Since Jian Wushuang did not take the initiative to hand over the time-space type true treasure, he immediately took action. A terrifying speed burst forth. Red Nether Master was clearly still some distance away from Jian Wushuang, but in the blink of an eye he had already arrived in front of Jian Wushuang and the dark red saber in his hand. He struck out fiercely once again. This strike had the ability to split mountains and break mountains, as if it wanted to cut everything in front of him into 2. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with excitement. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Jian Wushuang's aura suddenly soared, and an extremely violent aura suddenly rose. He held the Blood Mountain sword with one hand and instantly slashed. A scarlet sword light easily cut through the void, and with a roar like that of an ancient fierce beast, it suddenly slashed out. It was the peerless sword technique Shixiang. Visit Rietal Me for extra chapters. It was the same Shixiang move, but after 50 years of practice, it had reached the level of an advanced level 6 absolute art. Coupled with Jian Wushuang's terrifying power, it instantly collided with the saber light of the red Nether Master. With another loud sound, Jian Wushuang staggered and took a few steps back. But the red Nether Master also took a few steps back. Is this an advanced level 6 secret skill? The red Nether Master looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Haha. Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly and then attacked again. Humph. The red Nether Master snorted, and his eyes turned cold as he went up to meet Jian Wushuang. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Although the red Nether Master was a genuine expert of the 6 Void Realms, his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the 6 Void Realms. He was still far from reaching the advanced stage of the 6 Void Realms. As for Jian Wushuang, he activated his life divine power by relying on his advantage in basic divine power to activate the first stage of the blood crystal armor. The power he unleashed was definitely stronger than that of an expert at the peak of the 5 Void Realms. He was only slightly weaker than an expert of the 6 Void Realms. However, Jian Wushuang could make up for this difference with his own swordsmanship. After all, he had created a complete set of swordsmanship. These swordsmanship had reached the advanced level of level 6. During the fierce battle with the red Nether Master, each of his swordsmanship was an advanced level 6 absolute art. This was something that the red Nether Master could not do. With the advantage of the absolute art, Jian Wushuang could fight the red Nether Master head-on. Clang, 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 clang. A low sound of collision could be heard. The two of them had fought in the void for nearly 100 times. Although the red Nether Master had some advantage in these nearly 100 collisions, he did not have much of an advantage. Red Nether Master, is that all you've got? Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked at the red Nether Master. The red Nether Master had an ugly look on his face. He had not taken Jian Wushuang seriously before and thought that his strength was enough to crush Jian Wushuang and kill him. But now, in a real fight, he could not even completely suppress his opponent, let alone kill him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3550. Although my strength is only at this level, you are still slightly weaker than me. What are you so proud of? Red Nether Master shouted in a low voice. Slightly weaker than you? Jian Wushuang laughed playfully. That may not be the case. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang put the Blood Mountain sword back into its scabbard. Then, with a flip of his hand, a purple divine sword emitting a faint cold light appeared in his hand. This purple divine sword was, of course, the absolute shadow divine sword. Red Nether Master, now you and I will fight again, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Of course, Red Nether Master also saw Jian Wushuang's action, and his expression could not help changing. That sword is a universe, true treasure. Blood Sword Master clearly has an offensive magic weapon at the level of a universe, true treasure, but he hasn't taken it out before. Red Nether Master's expression was gloomy. He knew that he had been underestimated by Jian Wushuang. Kid, you're too conceited. With a stern shout, Red Nether Master attacked again. This time, he tried his best to fully unleash his power. Jian Wushuang took a simple step forward and instantly slashed down with the long sword in his hand. It was the peerless sword technique Shixiang. Jian Wushuang used the same sword technique with the same power. The only difference was that Jian Wushuang had used the Blood Mountain sword before, but now he used the Shadow Divine Sword. However, the power of the last sword attack was obviously much more powerful. A low sound of collision was heard. Red Nether Master took a few steps back. However, Jian Wushuang was not affected at all. After a head-on collision, he immediately gave chase. In the void, Jian Wushuang and Red Nether Master were fighting again. However, the situation had been completely reversed. Previously, Red Nether Master had gained the upper hand in the fierce battle between Jian Wushuang and Red Nether Master with Blood Mountain Sword. However, now that Jian Wushuang had changed to Absolute Shadow Divine Sword, the power of his swordsmanship had increased greatly. In a head-on collision, Jian Wushuang had the advantage, so naturally, Jian Wushuang had the upper hand. Bastard, after the Blood Sword Master changed to a divine weapon, the power of his swordsmanship has increased by so much. The Red Nether Master's face was extremely ugly. He carefully looked at the purple divine sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. This sword is definitely an advanced universe true treasure, and it should be considered a top-grade one among the advanced universe true treasures. Otherwise, its power would not have increased so much all of a sudden. I'm not playing with you anymore. Jian Wushuang's voice suddenly turned cold, and his face became serious. A supreme destructive will suddenly rose. This destructive will, with a hatred that was determined to die, completely exploded from Jian Wushuang's hand. A sword light also extended from the heaven and earth. This sword light seemed to have split the sky of the Nine Twists Demon Cave in half. An absolute art at the peak of the 6th rank. The moment the Red Nether Master saw this sword light, his expression immediately changed. When Jian Wushuang had used several advanced 6th rank absolute arts, he was already surprised enough. However, he had never expected that Jian Wushuang had also created an absolute art at the peak of the 6th rank. Red Nether Master clenched his teeth and swung his saber to block the sword light. The sword light crushed his saber technique almost instantly, and a powerful destructive force was transmitted to his body. Visit Readel, me for extra chapters. Although he was protected by the universe true treasure armor, which had offset most of the power, the remaining power entered his divine body and directly depleted 10% of his divine body. That sword is indeed a top-tier senior universe true treasure. If it were an ordinary senior universe true treasure, my true treasure armor could at least cancel out more than 90% of its power. However, my true treasure armor only canceled out 70% of its power with his sword. Red Nether Master's face was cold. I can't keep fighting with him. Let's go. Red Nether Master did not hesitate at all and rushed toward the void space at the fastest speed. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang did not intend to chase after him. He knew very well that although he could suppress or defeat the Red Nether Master, it was still very difficult to kill him. It's just as I thought. I'm a perfect level life form. Even though I'm only at the Immortal Saint realm, my basic divine power is still much stronger than that of an ordinary Principles Master. I have an advantage in basic divine power, and the first stage of the power of the Blood Crystal Armor brings out my advantage almost perfectly. Even if I only have 4 parts of the power of my will and 1 part of the power of my life divine power, I'm not much weaker than an ordinary expert of the 6 void realms. My swordsmanship has almost reached the advanced level of stage 6. With Jian Wushuang's help, I can fight against weaker experts of the 6 void realms head-on. For example, the Red Nether Master was at a slight disadvantage at the beginning. However, once I take out my absolute shadow sword, I can easily suppress him, Jian Wushuang murmured. He had guessed that his current strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary expert of the 6 void realms. After the battle with the Red Nether Master, it proved that he indeed had such strength. Of course, the Red Nether Master was an ordinary expert of the 6 void realms, which was why Jian Wushuang had the upper hand. But do not forget the battle strength that Jian Wushuang mentioned did not include the heaven-cleaving skill. The heaven-cleaving skill was quite harmful to Jian Wushuang's divine power. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had decided that he would not use it if he could not use it during his time in the universe battlefield. For example, He did not use the heaven-cleaving skill during his fight with the Red Nether Master. Once he used it, his battle strength could instantly rise to the peak of the 6 void realms. In the end, Red Nether Master is still a little weak. But I can use it to test my strength, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Then he took a step forward and continued to fly forward. Red Nether Master, who was not far from Jian Wushuang, returned to a black boulder after he had gotten rid of Jian Wushuang. Red Nether Master exhaled and began to inspect his divine body. His expression immediately turned ugly. Damn it, I wanted to kill Blood Sword Master and take his time-space type true treasure, but I failed. Not only did I fail to kill him, but I also lost more than 20% of my divine power. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3551. The Red Nether Master had used up a lot of his divine power in the fight with Jian Wushuang. Later, Jian Wushuang had used up 10% of his divine power in one strike. The Red Nether Master had indeed used up more than 20% of his divine power. However, they were in the universe, battlefield, and the 9 Twists Demon Cave, the core area of Devil Smoke Valley. It was very difficult to recover divine power in the universe battlefield. At least, it was much more difficult than in other places. As a perfect life form, Jian Wushuang's divine power was incredible. However, he had lost 1/5 of his divine power in order to get the mysterious blade in the flame tide. Even though he had been in the universe battlefield for nearly 20 years, he still could not fully recover 1/5 of his divine power. It was difficult to recover divine power in the universe battlefield. As for Red Nether Master's 20% godly power, it would take him at least several decades to fully recover it, and he would need some elixirs to assist him. It could be said that he had really failed this time. Red Nether. A deep voice suddenly sounded. Red Nether Master turned to look at the source of the voice. When he saw the person who had come, he was not surprised. After all, his soul power had been spreading all this time. He knew that the other party had appeared within the range of his soul perception. Shui Kong, why are you here? Red Nether Master asked. I happened to pass by here, so I wanted to say hello to you. However, you don't look too well. Did something happen? Shui Kong, a towering man with a body of more than 3 meters in golden armor, appeared in front of Red Nether Master. Shui Kong. There were many dangers in the universe battlefield, but there were countless great beings who came to explore. Although these great beings came to different astral worlds or forces, sometimes they would come into contact with each other for common interests. After a long time, some of them could even become good friends. For example, the life and death brother of Heavy Master, Purple Sound Master, was not a member of Star Palace. As for Shui Kong and Red Nether Master, they had been wandering around the 9 Twists Demon Cave all year round. They had frequent contact with each other and had a good relationship with each other. Red Nether Master naturally was not too wary of Shui Kong. I just had a fight with someone and ended up being rejected, Red Nether Master said. Oh. Shui Kong's expression changed. He took a careful look at Red Nether Master and nodded slightly. Judging from the aura on your body, it has indeed weakened a little. However, given your temperament, if you encounter some powerful people in this 9 Twists Demon Cave, you won't fight with them at all. So, who exactly did you meet? Blood Sword Master, do you know? Red Nether Master glanced at Shui Kong. Blood Sword Master? Shui Kong recalled for a moment, but he immediately remembered. Are you talking about that Blood Sword Master who made quite a name for himself in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley some time ago? It's him. Red Nether Master nodded. That's not right. Isn't that Blood Sword Master's strength not yet at the true level of the 6th realm of the void? With your strength, you should definitely be able to crush him. Shui Kong said strangely. I thought the same before, so I chose to attack without hesitation. But in the end, after I really fought with him, I realize that his strength is far from being as simple as the rumors say. He definitely has the combat strength of the 6th realm of the void, and he is definitely not weak among the 6 levels of the void. When I fought with him, not only did I not gain any upper hand, but I was also slightly suppressed by him. In the end, he even used his ultimate move and destroyed 10% of my divine power. I was so scared that I immediately ran away, Red Nethermaster said. Is there such a thing? Shue Kong immediately became interested. Quick, tell me in detail. Red Nethermaster did not hide anything and told Shue Kong about the battle. He did not exaggerate Jian Wushuang's strength. Instead, he told Shue Kong everything he knew. After hearing Red Nethermaster's words, the excitement in Shue Kong's eyes grew. He created several advanced tier 6 skills at the same time, and he even created a peak tier 6 skill? This Blood Sword Master is interesting. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. Why, do you have any ideas about this Blood Sword Master? Red Nethermaster immediately looked over. I definitely don't have any big ideas. It's already very difficult to kill someone with his level of strength. I'm only interested in fighting with him. After all, it's rare for the 9 Twists demon cave to be lively. It's rare to meet an interesting newcomer, so of course I have to go and greet him, said Shue Kong with a smile. If you want to go, hurry up. You might be able to catch up with him before he gets too far, Red Nethermaster said. Then he'll go. Shue Kong did not hesitate and followed the direction that Red Nethermaster had pointed out. Shue Kong was extremely fast, and Jian Wushuang did not try his best to travel in the 9 Twists demon cave. He also did not change his direction, so it did not take long for Shue Kong to catch up with Jian Wushuang. Haha, Blood Sword Master, stop. A hearty laughter came from the void behind him. Jian Wushuang immediately stopped and turned to look at the void behind him. He immediately saw Shue Kong, the towering man who was more than 3 meters tall. Shue Kong did not conceal his aura, nor did he intend to sneak up on Jian Wushuang. He just swaggered in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately recognized him. Shue Kong Master, what's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Haha, Blood Sword Master. To be honest, I just heard about you from the Red Nethermaster. I also know that you've made the Red Nethermaster suffer a great loss. That's why I came here, Shue Kong said frankly. You heard about it from Red Nethermaster? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Then he smiled and said, I heard that you have a good relationship with Red Nethermaster. Are you here to help Red Nethermaster get back at him? No, don't misunderstand. Shue Kong waved his hand. It's true that I have a good relationship with Red Nethermaster. However, he came to you on his own initiative. Even if he was killed by you, he deserved it. I want to help him. As for why I came here, I just wanted to have a fight with you after I heard about your strength from Red Nethermaster. Jian Wushuang was not surprised by Shue Kong's reply. Jian Wushuang had already guessed the reason for his visit the moment he saw Shue Kong Master. He had read Shue Kong Master's information and knew that Shue Kong Master was a true battle maniac. He was a so-called battle maniac. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3552. A battle maniac who liked to fight immediately chased after him after hearing about him from the Red Nethermaster. Of course, his purpose was to fight with him. Blood Sword Master, Red Nether has a high opinion of you. Don't let me down, said Shue Kong. I'll try my best, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Then his figure flashed. He appeared directly in front of Shue Kong. With the Blood Mountain sword in hand, he slashed out with his sword. A brilliant blood-red sword light filled the air. This blood-red sword light carried an extremely violent aura. It was the Peerless Sword Manual, Shixiang. Not bad. It's indeed an advanced level 6 secret skill. Seeing Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship, Shue Kong was delighted. With a flip of his hand, a black stone stick appeared in his hand. This black stone stick looked ordinary, but the aura it emitted was extremely shocking. It was also a powerful advanced universe, supreme treasure. With the stone stick in his hand, Shui Kong waved it. This swing seemed simple and did not have any fancy moves, but it was such a simple and direct stick skill, and it gave people a feeling of being unstoppable. The long stick hit the Blood Mountain sword, and the explosive power suddenly burst out. Jian Wushuang's body slightly shook, and then he immediately retreated. Blood Sword Master, I heard from Red Nether Master that you have a high-level offensive magic weapon. Take it out and don't hide it, said Shui Kong. As you wish. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and immediately changed to the Absolute Shadow Divine Sword. With the Absolute Shadow Divine Sword in hand, the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship instantly increased to a whole new level. Jian Wushuang's figure turned into a ghost and flashed out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Shui Kong, and his swordsmanship was completely unleashed. Shui Kong, on the other hand, had always looked relaxed and comfortable. He had only casually attacked Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship, but he had completely blocked it. It even caused a certain impact on Jian Wushuang's power. After dozens of collisions, Jian Wushuang's expression had become serious. Just as the information said, this Shui Kong master is much stronger than the Red Nether Master I met before, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The Red Nether Master was only at an ordinary level among the principals, masters of the preliminary 6 realms. The Shui Kong master was also a principal's master of the preliminary 6 realms, but his strength, he was definitely very strong among principals, masters in the 6th realm. He was probably not far away from the advanced 6th realm. Jian Wushuang could slightly suppress the Red Nether Master when he used his ultimate shadow sword in the battle with the Red Nether Master. But now he also used his ultimate shadow sword and displayed the strongest power other than the heaven-cleaving skill. In the end, Shui Kong Master was still able to resist his sword skill. Judging from Shui Kong Master's relaxed look, it was obvious that he had not used all of his strength. Blood Sword Master, I heard from Red Nether Master that you have also created an absolute art at the peak of stage 6. Can you show it to me? Shui Kong Master said with a smile. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, In that case, you'd better watch carefully. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate at all. A powerful destructive will swept out. Jian Wushuang also slashed out with his shadow-exterminating divine sword, a terrifying sword light that covered the heaven and earth, with a monstrous fighting that would not give up, directly slashed toward Shui Kong. Seeing Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship, Shui Kong's eyes flashed with a bright light. Haha, this is interesting. Shui Kong was still laughing, and his aura suddenly soared. A layer of black air current swept up from his body. This black air current was formed after the power of the destruction principles had materialized. Shui Kong was a principles master who had completely mastered the destruction principles. Moreover, his level of application and understanding of the destruction principles was frighteningly high. The black airflow completely covered the long staff in his hand. The long staff shook slightly and then smashed out with a rumble. Although this staff was only at the advanced stage of the 6th rank, the power of the staff shadow was definitely not weaker than Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. The whole world seemed to be about to explode. The air wave formed by the crazy collision of the 2 attacks swept up crazily and lifted up a large number of gravel below. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A sudden angry roar suddenly sounded in the world. On the black ground below, one of the ground directly caved in. Soon after, a huge creature climbed out from the ground. This huge creature was over 5 meters tall. Its entire body was as black as ink, and its body was strange and strange. Its body was about the same size as its head, and on its huge head, which proved that it was incomparably huge, it had 3 eyes and a big bloody mouth. But it did not have a nose. It also had thick arms for arms, and on one of its arms was a giant silver axe. Such a monster suddenly emerged from the ground, and as soon as it appeared, a hair-raising violent aura filled the air. Seeing this huge monster suddenly emerge from the ground, Jian Wushuang's expression changed drastically. Oh no, it's a monster, a 9-curve monster unique to the 9 Twists Demon Cave. Xue Kong was also shocked. He could no longer care about the outcome of the battle with Jian Wushuang and immediately retreated. However, the monster emerged from the ground below them, and it happened to be the closest to Xue Kong. As soon as it appeared, the monster immediately pounced toward Xue Kong. Although the monster was big, its speed was shockingly fast. It was even faster than the speed of an ordinary expert of the 6th realm. It pounced in front of Xue Kong almost instantly. At the same time, the 4 arms also returned to Xue Kong. Xue Kong was extremely shocked and furious. He immediately swung the stone rod in his hand and smashed it at the monster. This hit blocked 3 of the monster's arms, but there was still the best arm that could not block it. The last arm happened to be the one holding the giant silver axe. The giant silver axe swung out from the monster's hand without any hindrance. It directly hit Xue Kong's body. Hualala! The true treasure armor on Xue Kong's body was slashed with an extremely long white mark, and sparks flew in all directions. Fortunately, he was protected by the true treasure armor, and the monster did not know how to use any axe techniques. It only relied on brute force, so the axe did not cause much damage to him. Without the true treasure armor, or the treasure armor level is not high enough, cannot withstand this power, Blood Empty this time will definitely be seriously injured. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3553 Silver Axe, let's go! Xue Kong immediately turned around and fled after taking the blow from the monster's axe. Let's go! Jian Wushuang also chose to flee without any hesitation. The monster initially wanted to chase after him, but it stopped after a short distance. It could not be helped. Although the monster was fast, its intelligence was very low. Both Jian Wushuang and Xue Kong could easily shake it off. Not long after, Jian Wushuang stopped in a void not far away. The Xue Kong master was fleeing in the same direction as him, so they gathered together again. Is that the monster from the 9 Twists Demon Cave? It's really terrifying. In terms of strength, the monster just now is not weaker than an ordinary expert of the 6th realm, Jian Wushuang thought. Blood Sword Master, did you see it? Xue Kong suddenly looked over. Of course I saw it. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. That monster was holding an axe, and it seems to be of a very high level. Of course it was high. The axe just now hit me. I felt it very clearly. Although my true treasure armor is only at the level of an elementary universe true treasure. It's the best among the elementary universe true treasure armors. Normally, even if an advanced universe true treasure hit my true treasure armor, my armor could at least resist 80 to 90% of its power. But when the monster's axe hit me just now, my true treasure armor could barely resist 50% of its power. What does that mean? Xue Kong Master looked a little excited. That means the axe in the monster's hand is a top-tier universe true treasure. Jian Wushuang said with a straight face. Yes, it's a top-tier universe true treasure. Xue Kong's eyes started to flicker. Universe true treasures were divided into elementary, advanced, top-tier, peak, and supreme true treasures. Among them, peak true treasures and aspiring supreme true treasures were treasures that even ruler realm experts coveted. Some of them did not even have supreme true treasures in their hands. Top-tier universe true treasures were not as valuable as pinnacle true treasures and supreme true treasures, but they were enough to make countless principals masters go crazy over them. In the true treasure treasury of Star Palace, top-tier universe true treasures could only be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Top-tier universe true treasures. Even the most ordinary attack weapons could be exchanged for more than 2,000 contribution points. It was 20 times higher than an advanced universe true treasure. One could imagine how powerful a top-tier true treasure was. There were not many true treasures in the Star Palace's true treasure vault, but Jian Wushuang had seen them before. There were only a few top-tier true treasures, but now a top-tier true treasure appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Sure enough, the opportunities and true treasures in the depths of Devil's Smoke Valley cannot be compared with those in the outer regions. It's rare to find an advanced true treasure in the outer regions, but now, in the Nine Twists Demon Cave, I have found a top-tier true treasure so quickly, Jian Wushuang muttered. Both he and Xue Kong Master were eager to see the silver axe in the monster's hand. Blood Sword Master, you're from Star Palace, right? Xue Kong suddenly asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. That's a pity, Xue Kong said with a smile. Pity? What do you mean? Jian Wushuang frowned. Blood Sword Master, you were there just now and saw the monster attack with your own eyes. You should know the strength of the monster. It's definitely at the high level of the 6 realms. In addition, it has a top-tier universe true treasure, so its battle strength will be stronger. To kill the monster, it's impossible for an expert at the peak of the 6 realms to get the axe from it, Xue Kong said. Yes, it is indeed possible to kill the monster by an expert at the pinnacle of the 6th realm or above, Jian Wushuang agreed. As far as I know, although your Star Palace has experts at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, there are none who are currently roaming in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. In other words, even if you send a message to Star Palace now, Star Palace can't send an expert to kill the monster in a short period of time. Am I right? Xue Kong said with a smile. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded. That's right. The experts from your Star Palace can't arrive in time. There happens to be an expert at the pinnacle of the 6th realm in my force. I'll send a message to him now. He'll arrive here soon. Xue Kong smiled at Jian Wushuang. I see. Jian Wushuang smiled. He understood what Xue Kong meant and why he said he felt a little regretful. Apparently, Xue Kong thought that he could not summon an expert at the pinnacle of the 6th realm to kill the monster in a short time. So he could not get the axe, which was a top-tier universe supreme treasure. However, Xue Kong could summon an expert at the pinnacle of the 6th realm in a short time. Although both of them saw the monster and the axe in the monster's hand at the same time, if Jian Wushuang could not summon an expert to kill the monster in time, Xue Kong could naturally get the axe. Xue Kong Master, do you mean that whoever kills your monster first will get the axe? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Xue Kong nodded. Blood Sword Master, as long as you can get help from someone at the pinnacle of the 6th realm in a short period of time, you will be able to get the axe. Unfortunately, Xue Kong did not finish his words. That's good. As for the principal's master at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, I have a way to invite him, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Oh! Xue Kong frowned with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang should not be able to invite an expert at the pinnacle of the 6th realm from Star Palace in a short period of time. Could it be that he can invite an expert outside of Star Palace? Xue Kong's heart sank. Xue Kong Master, I'll take my leave first. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and turned around to fly in the direction of the monster. Seeing Jian Wushuang leave so confidently, Xue Kong felt even more uneasy. I'd like to see what Xue Kong Master is up to. Xue Kong frowned and followed him. Jian Wushuang had certainly noticed the existence of Xue Kong Master behind him, but he did not care. Instead, he went back the way he came. Soon, he returned to the place where he had met the monster. From afar, Jian Wushuang saw the black monster sitting cross-legged on the black ground in front of him. Fortunately, the monster has not returned to the ground in such a short time. Seeing that the monster was still there, Jian Wushuang also let out a sigh of relief. If the monster had returned to the ground, it would have been a lot more difficult for Jian Wushuang to find it. However, it was still on the ground and right under his nose. There was a great chance for Jian Wushuang to kill it. Chapter 3554. Killing the monster, seeing that the monster had not returned to the ground. Jian Wushuang was ready to move. He flashed and used the shadowless escape art to approach the monster. The blood sword master is approaching it? What is he trying to do? The Shui Kong master was in the void far away. Seeing Jian Wushuang's action, his expression became even more strange. Is he planning to kill the monster by himself? Are you kidding me? With the monster's strength, it's impossible to kill it without the battle strength of the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Or does the blood sword master have some kind of trump card that he can use to kill the monster? The Shui Kong master murmured while he stared at Jian Wushuang attentively. Although Jian Wushuang had used the shadowless escape art, Shui Kong could still sense his presence with his strength. He could clearly see that Jian Wushuang had used the shadowless escape art to quietly approach the monster. Soon Jian Wushuang arrived near the monster, but the monster did not notice him at all. After all, although the monster had the battle strength equivalent to an advanced sixth realm expert, its soul strength was not as strong as that of the principal's master of the sixth realm of the void. Moreover, because the monster's intelligence was too low, it had almost no sense of danger. Is he going to make a move? Shui Kong frowned slightly. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He's going to make a move. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang, who was already close to the monster, had already made a move with lightning speed. Moreover, he appeared directly beside the monster and then displayed his swordsmanship. Swish! A blood shadow, like a blood-red flash, pierced toward the eye in the center of the monster's head with a shocking, piercing force. The third move of the bloody sword skill. When Jian Wushuang chose to attack, he activated his life divine power and the heaven-cleaving skill. After using the heaven-cleaving skill, the power of the sword suddenly rose to a whole new level. The key was to attack suddenly. The monster did not notice it at all, but when it noticed it, the blood-red flash was less than 2 meters away from his head. At such a close distance, the monster could not even dodge. Chi! The blood-red flash directly pierced through the big eye in the center of the monster and came out from the other side of the head. Roar! With a hysterical roar, the monster instantly burst into action. 2 of its 4 thick arms held Jian Wushuang's absolute shadow divine sword, while the other 2 palms violently attacked Jian Wushuang. One of the 2 arms was holding onto the giant silver axe. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and twisted his wrist in a strange way. A shocking sword essence swept out, and the absolute shadow sword rolled up, forming a wave of killing power that further damaged the monster's head. It also directly shook off the 2 arms that the monster was holding onto the absolute shadow divine sword. Then, Jian Wushuang exerted more strength with his right hand. He used the heaven-cleaving skill again, instantly bringing with it the power of an expert at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. The sword directly cut through the monster, and the sound of the blade entering the body rang out. The sword was as sharp as the Blood Mountain sword. Now that Jian Wushuang was using his full strength, the sword directly cut open the monster's head and continued to cut out. It actually cut off one of the monster's arms. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang immediately retreated and used the shadowless escape art again. Roar! Although the monster's head was open and looked terrible, its life was not completely cut off. Instead, it was still roaring crazily, trying to find Jian Wushuang's location. However, it could not find Jian Wushuang at all, so it could only get angry blindly. Jian Wushuang hid in the surrounding void and looked at the furious monster. It's a pity that the monster's life core is not on its head. It seems to be in its heart, Jian Wushuang murmured. Jian Wushuang had read the information of these monsters and knew how special they were. The monsters in the 9 Twists Demon Cave did not have immortal bodies like human cultivators. To be exact, they had immortal bodies, but the prerequisite was that their life cores were still there. The life cores were the core of these monsters, and the source of all power. As long as the life cores were not broken, the monsters could regenerate even if their heads exploded and their bodies collapsed. However, as long as the life cores were broken, the monsters would still die even if there were no scars on their faces. However, because the life core was too important, these monsters protected their life cores very well. Under normal circumstances, these monsters would only put their life cores in two places, one in the middle of the head. The other place was where the heart was. Jian Wushuang did not know where the monster put its life core, so he tried to attack the monster's head first, relying on the shadowless escape skill and the bloody sword skill. In addition to the supreme power of his heaven-cleaving skill, he directly blew away the monster's head, but he failed to kill it. Since the life core was not in the monster's head, it had to be in its heart. After understanding this, Jian Wushuang attacked again. It had to be said that these monster experts were true, but they were still far inferior to cultivators in many aspects, except for the strength of a direct battle. For example, in terms of soul power, these monsters had almost no soul power at all. They relied on the simplest perception ability. However, they were very passive when they met a cultivator like Jian Wushuang, who had the ability to secretly think and move. Now, the monster was in a rage because of Jian Wushuang's sneak attack, but it could not find Jian Wushuang at all, so it had nowhere to vent its anger. Until Jian Wushuang attacked again. Whoosh! The sword light swept out, and the heaven-cleaving skill was used again, slashing toward the monster from the side. This time, the monster was on guard and reacted in an instant. The arm holding the giant silver axe slashed out angrily. It did not use any axe skill, but simply relied on its own brute force. Jian Wushuang, who had used the heaven-cleaving skill, was definitely stronger than the monster. Bang! A low sound of collision was heard. The giant silver axe was thrown away, and the monster was also sent flying. I won't stop until I die. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and a shocking destructive will suddenly rose up. He slashed the absolute shadow divine sword directly at the monster's chest, which was where its heart was. With a sense of hatred, he slashed at the monster's chest. The shocking power transmitted into the monster's body and instantly shattered its life nucleus. Chapter 3555. Shocking in just a split second, the monster was killed by Jian Wushuang. Of course, this was normal. After all, Jian Wushuang's battle strength was definitely at the peak of the 6th Void Realm after using the heaven-cleaving skill. In addition, he also had the shadowless escape skill, so he could make a sudden attack. Moreover, the monster had been severely injured by him from the beginning, and its strength had been greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, it was naturally very easy for Jian Wushuang to kill it. After killing the monster, Jian Wushuang went directly to the silver axe and picked it up. It really is a top-tier universe, supreme treasure. The moment Jian Wushuang held the silver axe, he had already felt the power of the silver axe. Unfortunately, he did not use the axe as a weapon. When the silver axe fell into his hands, he could only use it to exchange for contribution points, and then go to the Star Palace's Supreme Treasure Vault to exchange for other supreme treasures. Moreover, he had just arrived at the core area of Devil's Smoke Valley, so it was impossible for him to immediately go back and exchange it for contribution points. The Shui Kong Master must have seen me kill this monster. It seems that I have to think of a way to deal with him. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Well, he's already here." Jian Wushuang looked ahead and saw that the Shui Kong Master had come. However, when the Shui Kong Master appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, he looked shocked. It was just as Jian Wushuang had said. He had seen Jian Wushuang kill the monster the whole time. It was because of him that he was shocked and found it unbelievable. When he saw Jian Wushuang choose to attack the monster directly, he wondered if Jian Wushuang was dizzy and thought that he could kill the monster with his own strength. However, when he saw Jian Wushuang seriously injure the monster, he was immediately shocked. Later, when he saw Jian Wushuang attack again and easily kill the monster, he was completely stunned. He was indeed stunned. He had never expected that Jian Wushuang, who seemed to have used all of his strength when he fought with him, could only fight with him. He was even slightly weaker than Jian Wushuang. He had actually killed the monster alone, which could rival an advanced expert of the sixth realm. Now, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang again. Apart from being shocked, he also had mixed feelings. Blood Sword Master, did you hide your strength when you fought with me? Shui Kong asked. Not exactly. I did use my strongest strength when I fought with you, but I didn't use some of my trump cards. I was able to kill this monster because I used this trump card, Jian Wushuang said. He did not lie. The heaven-cleaving skill was indeed his trump card. Under normal circumstances, he did not intend to use this trump card. Trump card? Shui Kong Master still looked at Jian Wushuang deeply. He could see that when Jian Wushuang killed the monster, he did indeed burst out with the combat strength of the pinnacle of the sixth realm. And for a person whose combat strength was only in the initial stage of the sixth realm to burst out with the combat strength of the peak of the path, this trump card was really too strong. Shui Kong Master, although you and I discovered the axe at the same time, according to what you said before, whoever kills the monster first and gets the axe will get the axe. Now the axe is mine, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Of course, you have such a powerful trump card. No matter how much I think about the axe, I don't have the ability. It's a pity that the expert I invited came here for nothing. Shui Kong Master's expression had softened. Knowing that it was impossible to get the axe from Jian Wushuang again, the Shui Kong Master was relieved. Shui Kong Master, there's one more thing I need your help with, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Help. Shui Kong looked at Jian Wushuang strangely. It's like this. Until now, not many people know about my trump card, but now that you know it, I want you to keep it for me. After all, it's best not to let too many people know about my trump card. I also don't want others to know about my axe, which is a top-tier universe supreme treasure, Jian Wushuang said. I understand. I can promise you that I won't tell anyone about this. But I'll still tell the force behind me about it, Shui Kong Master said. Jian Wushuang could not help but be speechless. If Shui Kong Master told the force behind him about his trump card, it would be no different from directly revealing it? Of course, I can report it later. Now, I'll only remind the people who have a certain relationship with me and are adventuring in the depths of Devil's Smoke Valley. How about it? Shui Kong Master said. Thank you. Jian Wushuang immediately smiled. It was only to tell a limited number of people. If it was not completely publicized, Jian Wushuang could still accept it. To be honest, although the Shui Kong Master saw him kill the monster with his heaven-cleaving skill, he did not know how many times he could use this trump card because Jian Wushuang killed the monster so quickly, or how long he could use it. At present, the Shui Kong Master probably only knew that he could release his battle strength at the pinnacle of the sixth realm in a short time, but he did not know how long it would take. Shui Kong Master, goodbye. Jian Wushuang said and left. This time, the Shui Kong Master did not follow him. He looked at Jian Wushuang's back and sighed. Then he left. Soon, Shui Kong Master returned to the place where he had met Red Nether Master. Shui Kong, are you going to kill Blood Sword Master? Red Nether Master immediately came up to him. Yes. Shui Kong Master nodded. What's the result? Although Blood Sword Master is not weak, he's still weaker than you, right? Red Nether Master said. I can't say much about this, because something unexpected happened midway, Shui Kong Master said. What happened? Red Nether Master asked. We encountered a monster on the way to battle, Shui Kong Master said. And then Red Nether Master looked at Shui Kong Master. And then Shui Kong Master hesitated for a while, but he still didn't tell him what had happened. However, he still said, I promised Blood Sword Master. There are some things that I can't tell him directly. However, you and I have some friendship. Let me remind you that if you meet Blood Sword Master alone in the future, you should try to avoid him. This Blood Sword Master is not as simple as you think. Oh, Shui Kong Master was surprised. Blood Sword Master was not as simple as he thought? He even said that he would try to avoid him if he met him alone in the future? What exactly happened when Shue Kong met Blood Sword Master? Red Nether Master could not figure it out, but Shue Kong Master did not say much and soon left. Chapter 3556. Shi Yan and Red Eye, after obtaining the axe, which was a top-tier universe supreme treasure, from the monster, Jian Wushuang continued to explore the Nine Twists Demon Cave alone. 30 years passed in a flash. In the Nine Twists Demon Cave, there was an endless pile of black stones. Bang! A loud bang shook the sky, and a powerful force swept across, shattering the rocks into pieces. So, an extremely wretched figure appeared from within that powerful force. This person was dressed in a black robe, and his face was thin. He had a pair of mustaches. His body trembled as he looked at the two people in front of him, and he roared angrily, "Shi Yan Master, Red Eye Master, your Northern Sea Palace is really going too far." "Going too far," said a middle-aged man wearing a fiery red armor. His body was also surging with raging flames, and he looked like a flame war god. There was a sneer on the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. "Han Yi, to think that you are a great being who has been adventuring in this universe battlefield for so many years. Why are you still so naive when you speak? In this world, the strong prey on the weak. Whoever has the biggest fist is the truth. Hand over your senior universe true treasure armor honestly. This way, Red Eye and I can let you live. Otherwise," the middle-aged man who looked like Flame War God, Shi Yan Master, had not finished his words, but the killing intent in his eyes had already revealed his intentions. "Han Yi, hand it over. If I join hands with stone hatred, you won't even be able to escape." Red Eye Master, a beautiful woman wearing a purplish-red robe and with a pair of strange red eyes, said. Under the combined threat of the two, even though Hung Yi Master was extremely unwilling, he still took out his high-level universe armor and threw it at Shi Yan Master. Then he immediately turned and fled. Seeing Hung Yi Master hand over his true treasure armor, Shi Yan Master and Red Eye Master had no intention of chasing after him. At least he is tactful. Otherwise, he would have died here. Red Eye Master smiled coldly. "If it is possible not to kill him, then it is better not to kill him," Shi Yan Master said with a serious expression. "Even though with our powers it would be easy for us to kill him, but by doing so we can be considered to have offended the faction behind him. If it was just this one time, then it would have been fine. North Sea Palace, where we are, is definitely one of the top 3 great factions in this territory. There is no need to care at all. But the most important thing is that we will continue to do so. If we kill them all, we will make too many enemies and bring trouble to the North Sea Palace. After all, we are not those lone wolves who can kill at will. They are not afraid of wearing shoes and can do whatever they want, but we can't. In the 3 great cosmic battlefields of this territory, although there were many experts who liked to kill, killing everyone they saw just to plunder the treasures of the other party, but such experts, almost all of them were independent experts who did not have anything to worry about. Only such experts did not need to worry about anything. However, some experts who came from different astral worlds and different forces would not recklessly slaughter experts when they were roaming in the 3 great battlefields, because they would crazily slaughter others. The great beings from the forces behind others would also slaughter their own people crazily. In this way, both sides could only fight to the death, which was what no force wanted to see. Therefore, those great beings from different astral worlds and different forces would obey some restrictions when adventuring in the 3 great universe battlefields. Except for fighting for the chance of a true treasure, there was no definite reason. It was not easy for them to kill each other. For example, right now, Shi Yan Master and Red Eye Master had the power to kill Hung Yi Master, but they did not choose to kill him. They only forced him to hand over his senior, true treasure armor. Although we can't kill him directly and take away all the treasures on his body, we can force him to hand over his most precious treasures on his own accord. That will be enough for us to make quite a fortune, said Sir Yen Master. That's true. With our strength, we might not dare to say anything else. But in this 9 Twists demon cave, we should be able to do whatever we want. Other than those experts at the pinnacle of the 6th realm that we can't do anything to, the other principals, masters below the 6th realm, can only obediently hand over their strongest treasures when they encounter the 2 of us. Red Eye Master smiled strangely. Don't be happy too early. The 2 of us are working together to explore this place and force the experts we meet to hand over their strongest treasures, although we won't encounter any obstacles in the beginning. As time passes, when this news spreads out and causes the experts of the 9 Twists demon cave to be on guard, our chances of succeeding will be greatly reduced. Therefore, we must make the most of our time. Before this news spreads out completely, we must find more experts and force them to hand over their most precious treasures. Sir Yen Master said, in this territory, although the news of the various astral worlds and various powers were extremely well informed, after all, there were simply too many powers in this territory's astral world. Moreover, most of these astral worlds and powers had their own thoughts. Even if they obtained some news, they would not easily share it. Hence, the speed of the news flow was not too fast. For example, the Sure Yen Master and the Red Eye Master were wantonly searching for prey in the 9 Twists demon cave. Even though they had already succeeded a few times, this news was still not widely known. Among the experts who were adventuring in the 9 Twists demon cave, most of them did not know about this matter and were not on guard. This period of time was the best time for them to hunt. If the news spread and the experts in the 9 Twists demon cave became wary of the 2 of them, their chances of success would be greatly reduced. As the 2 of them were talking, Red Eye Master's expression suddenly changed. There's a new prey, Red Eye Master said. Oh, who is it? Sir Yen Master immediately looked over. Of the 2 of them, Sir Yen Master specialized in direct combat, and his strength was extremely tyrannical. He had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th realm. As for Red Eye Master, although her combat strength was not strong, she had only barely reached the high level of the 6th realm. However, what Red Eye Master specialized in the most was her soul power. Her soul attack technique was incomparably tyrannical. Even experts at the pinnacle of the 6th realm would not dare to underestimate her soul attack. Her attainments in the soul aspect were so high that her soul perception ability was naturally terrifyingly strong. At the very least, she was stronger than the Sure Yen Master. Just like now, the Sure Yen Master did not sense the existence of other experts in the surroundings, but the Red Eye Master did. Chapter 3557. The terrifying duo. This aura is strange, and he looks like Blood Sword Master, Red Eye Master said. Blood Sword Master? Sure Yen Master raised his eyebrows. Jian Wushuang had been in the 9 Twists demon cave for 30 years. During this time, he had met some experts and interacted with them. Naturally, the news of his arrival spread. If it's really Blood Sword Master, it seems that we'll have something to gain, Sure Yen Master said with a smile. Red Eye Master also smiled. It's said that although Blood Sword Master only has the battle strength of the initial stage of the 6th realm, his life-saving ability is quite good. This life-saving ability mainly comes from the fact that he has a high-level space-time type true treasure, which is likely to be an advanced space-time type universe. True treasure. A high-level space-time type universe. True treasure. Although I'm also good at space-time principles, I don't have a space-time type true treasure of this level either. There was a glimmer of light in Sure Yen Master's eyes. If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over and force him to hand over the space-time type true treasure, said Red Eye Master. Of course, but let's make a deal first. His space-time type true treasure will belong to me in the end, said Sure Yen Master. No problem. Red Eye Master obviously did not care so much. The 2 immediately rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was still wandering around the Nine Twists demon cave alone. Except for the first encounter with the monster and the axe, which was a top-tier supreme treasure, he had not encountered any other opportunities or treasures in the past 30 years. As for the other experts, they had dealt with some people, but they did not fight for any supreme treasures or opportunities, nor did they use their full strength to fight with others. Suddenly, buzz! The surrounding void suddenly shook, and a powerful space-time power instantly covered the surrounding void. Space-time imprisonment. Jian Wushuang's face changed. One of his life-saving skills, space-time teleportation, ignored the flow of space-time. Ordinary space-time seals were useless against him, but once he used space-time imprisonment, he could not use this life-saving skill again. The fact that the other party directly used space-time imprisonment showed that he had a very good understanding of space-time principles. Most importantly, the other party came with bad intentions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately recognized the two figures. So, you are the Sure Yen Master and the Red-Eye Master from the North Sea Palace. What are you doing here? Jian Wushuang looked at the two people in front of him calmly. Blood Sword Master, you must have sensed that the space-time around you has been completely imprisoned. Don't you know our purpose? Sure, Yen Master looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, I don't think I've ever met you or provoked the North Sea Palace behind you. You've never provoked us, but that doesn't mean we can't take the initiative to provoke you. Sure, Yen Master sneered and said, Blood Sword Master, I can give you a chance. As long as you hand over your space-time universe, supreme treasure, we'll let you go. What do you think? You want my treasure? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had long guessed the purpose of these two people. However, he did not expect that they would join hands to deal with him directly. Both Sure Yen Master and Red-Eye Master were very famous in the universe battlefield. They were usually very difficult to deal with, let alone when they joined hands. It's impossible for me to hand over the supreme treasure obediently. If you really have the ability, you can take it from me, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, how dare you? In that case, we won't be polite, Sure Yen Master said in a cold voice. Red-Eye, do it. Let him suffer a little first. When he knows how powerful he is, he will naturally behave himself. Red-Eye Master nodded slightly and then suddenly raised her head. As soon as she raised her head, her strange red eyes looked straight at Jian Wushuang and made eye contact with him at the first moment. In an instant, the scene in front of Jian Wushuang changed. Husband! A soft voice rang in Jian Wushuang's ears. A white-clothed woman stood in front of him. The moment she turned around, a peerless beauty that could topple cities and countries appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This peerless beauty was very familiar to Jian Wushuang. It was his wife, Lung Wushuang. Not only her appearance and figure, but also her gaze and her aloof temperament were exactly the same as Lung Wushuang in his previous life. Jian Wushuang could hardly find any difference. Husband, save me. Lung Wushuang said softly and extended her hand toward Jian Wushuang. Her beautiful and pitiful appearance made Jian Wushuang's body move involuntarily. He almost reached out to welcome her. However, Jian Wushuang immediately woke up. Illusion. It's an illusion. It's so real and terrifying. The veins on Jian Wushuang's forehead bulged in an instant, and his willpower increased to the maximum. Break, break for me! Jian Wushuang roared crazily. His willpower had reached the maximum, and the surrounding illusion and the beautiful, white-clothed woman in front of him began to tremble violently. In just a moment, the illusion completely collapsed, and Jian Wushuang's consciousness returned to reality. However, as soon as he regained his consciousness, he immediately noticed that the Sure Yen Master had appeared in front of him. His body was surging with flames, like a towering flame war god, The Flame War God held a huge axe in his hand and was slashing at him fiercely. The shadow of the axe came down, and it created a huge sea of fire in the void. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's face changed. He had just escaped from the illusion, but he was immediately hit by the axe of Shi Yen Master. He did not have time to use any swordsmanship to block it, so he could only put the absolute shadow sword in front of him. Clang! The huge axe with endless flames and astonishing power struck the body of the absolute shadow sword. After all, the absolute shadow sword was a divine sword that focused on sharp cuts. The body of the sword was very thin, so it was impacted by the force. The entire body of the sword caved in and continued to hit Jian Wushuang with axe shadow. Boom! In an instant, Jian Wushuang fell to the ground like a meteorite and finally hit the black ground below. A huge pit immediately appeared. Jian Wushuang had been smashed into the bottom of the hole, but in the next moment he rose to the sky again. Chapter 3558. Target, Red Eye. So powerful. Shi Yen Master is definitely an expert at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Even if I try my best to use the heaven-cleaving skill, I might not be his match. Besides, he has the help of Red Eye Master. Her illusion is also very difficult to deal with. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. It was normal for him to be no match for Shi Yen Master. As for the Red Eye Master, if she was only good at soul attacks, Jian Wushuang would not take her seriously no matter how powerful her soul attacks were. However, the key was that the Red Eye Master was not only good at soul attacks, but also at all kinds of illusions. The illusions were so real that they allowed him to enter them silently. It would take him some time to crack them. During this time, Shi Yen Master could attack him at will. With the two of them together, Jian Wushuang had no intention of fighting them at all. Let's go! Jian Wushuang did not hesitate at all. After rising up from the pit, he immediately burst out of the void to the side. Do you think you can escape? Shi Yen Master smiled coldly. In an instant, a wave of space-time power swept out. At the same time, the raging flames on his body turned into a sea of fire and spread to the surroundings. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He had already felt the space-time power binding him and the crazy suppression of the sea of fire. As expected of an expert from the North Sea Palace, his family background is really extravagant. Not only does he have a space-time type universe, Supreme Treasure, but he also has a domain type universe, Supreme Treasure. When the two are combined, the suppression and restriction on me are too great. Jian Wushuang was secretly shocked. He immediately took out the golden sky painting flag and used his time-space domain. Although his time-space domain had instantly cancelled out the restriction of the time-space type True Treasure, he could not affect the suppression of the domain type True Treasure. He was still greatly suppressed by the domain. His speed was still greatly restricted. However, the speed of the two masters was not affected at all. They had already caught up with him, especially the Shi Yen Master. As an expert at the pinnacle of the sixth realm, his speed was already faster than Jian Wushuang's. Now that he had caught up, it would not take long for him to catch up with Jian Wushuang. Shi Yen Master, I don't have any enmity with you two. Why do you need to keep chasing me? Jian Wushuang said. Haha, I've already said that as long as you hand over the space-time treasure, I'll let you go. But if you don't want to, then it's not my fault. Shi Yen Master sneered. It seems that there's no point in talking about it. In that case, let's fight. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had been frantically running forward, but at this moment he suddenly turned around. He was charging straight at Shi Yen Master. Haha, how dare you! Shi Yen Master laughed loudly. Jian Wushuang's eyes were as cold as ice. He did not appear directly in front of Shi Yen Master. Instead, he appeared at the side of Shi Yen Master. At the same time, he slashed out with his ultimate shadow sword. He still had not used his heaven-cleaving skill. He had only activated his life divine power, which was comparable to that of an elementary principles master of the sixth realm. You overestimate yourself. Sure, Yen Master looked down on him. His body was covered in flames, and the axe in his hand was like a shooting star as it smashed directly onto the absolute shadow divine sword. Clang! With a loud sound, the strength of the axe exploded, and Jian Wushuang was immediately sent flying into the void to the side. Unfortunately, he was sent flying in the direction where the Red-Eye Master was coming from. In other words, Jian Wushuang was able to close the distance between him and the Red-Eye Master. As a result, the moment he regained his balance, he went straight for the Red-Eye Master. His eyes suddenly burst with killing intent. The Red-Eye Master frowned, and a look of surprise flashed through her eyes. However, she was not afraid at all. Although she was not good at fighting head-on, she had to deal with an elementary level 6 realm principles, master head-on. It's pretty easy. Moreover, although Jian Wushuang closed the distance between them and attacked her in an instant, she still had time to react. The moment Jian Wushuang attacked her, her soul power burst out. Soul blast! The Red-Eye Master growled, showing no mercy. The majestic soul power formed an invisible awl in an instant and crashed directly into Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could not dodge this silent soul attack, but he had never thought of dodging it. He just let the terrifying soul attack hit him directly. It was known that the Red-Eye Master was famous for her soul skills. Even experts at the pinnacle of the 6th realm would not dare to underestimate her soul attack. The soul attack was also one of her trump cards. Under normal circumstances, she could kill an expert of the 6th realm directly. However, when the soul blast hit Jian Wushuang, he only shook his body, but he did not stop at all. He continued to attack her. What? Red-Eye Master was shocked. She never expected that Blood Sword Master would be able to withstand her soul blast with all her strength without even stopping. I will not rest until I die. Jian Wushuang's killing intent sword, the heaven-cleaving skill, which he had not used until now, completely exploded at this moment. An overwhelming destructive will rose up, carrying a sense of hatred that would not rest until death. In an instant, it turned into a brilliant purple sword light and slashed toward Red-Eye Master. Oh no! The Red-Eye Master's expression changed. A cyan-long spear immediately appeared in her hand, and she faced the sword light. She had thought that although she was not good at fighting head-on, it would be relatively easy for her to deal with an ordinary principles master of the initial stage of the 6th realm. However, at the moment when his long spear collided with the sword light, she was completely stunned. How can it be so powerful? Red-Eye Master was shocked. The sword light that Jian Wushuang displayed brought her a terrifying pressure that suffocated her. The power of the sword light was too strong. Almost in an instant, it shook away her long spear. Then, the sword light continued to slash at her divine body. Bang! Red-Eye Master had the armor of an advanced universe, true treasure, so the surface of her divine body was not damaged. However, a lot of the power still passed into her body and severely injured her. More than 30% of her godly power was annihilated at once. However, this was not the end. Chapter 3559. Severe injury to Red-Eye Swish. Jian Wushuang's figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already behind Red-Eye Master. At the same time, a brand new sword mark appeared on the supreme treasure armor on Red-Eye Master's body. The Peerless Sword Manual was a moment of life and death. The Red-Eye Master was a little confused. She had just been severely injured by Jian Wushuang's sword and lost more than 30% of her divine power. Before she could react, Jian Wushuang had slashed her again, and the power of this sword was still extraordinary. The Peerless Sword Manual, 9th Heaven of Illusionary Sword. Jian Wushuang's killing intent sword. The shadow sword in his hand turned into purple lightning in an instant, and sword lights instantly enveloped the Red-Eye Master. No! Shi Yen, save me! The Red-Eye Master screamed hysterically. Not far away, Shi Yen Master had just arrived when he saw Jian Wushuang rushing toward the Red-Eye Master. However, he did not expect Jian Wushuang to be so fast and decisive. When he came to the side of the Red-Eye Master, Jian Wushuang had already slashed out 5 times with his 9th Firmament illusionary sword. "Get lost!" Shi Yan Master roared, and the huge axe surrounded by raging fire rushed toward Jian Wushuang. The terrifying aura completely suppressed Jian Wushuang, making it impossible for him to strike out with the remaining 4 strikes. "Retreat!" Jian Wushuang pushed back without hesitation and dodged Shi Yan Master's strike. Then Jian Wushuang glanced at Shi Yan Master and sighed softly. "It's a pity that I didn't kill her directly, but it's time to teach them a lesson. It's time to leave." Jian Wushuang did not linger and turned to leave. Due to the concern for Red-Eye Master, Shi Yan Master did not chase after him. She could only watch as Jian Wushuang disappeared from his sight. "Red-Eye, are you okay?" Shi Yan Master asked. At this moment, Red-Eye Master still looked fearful. She only let out a long sigh after Jian Wushuang had completely left. "I lost nearly 70% of my divine power. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Blood Sword Master." She was telling the truth. She did not want to fight head-on. Faced with Jian Wushuang's terrifying swordsmanship, she was helpless and could only take the beating passively. The key point was that Jian Wushuang's strength had been too terrifying. In just a moment, he had destroyed nearly 70% of her divine power. If Stone Loathe Master had been a little slower, her life would have been in danger. "What happened to Blood Sword Master?" Shi Yan Master asked. "I don't know. It is said that his battle strength is only at the initial stage of the 6th realm, because he knows a special escape technique and has a time-space type true treasure. His life-saving ability is a little stronger. But when he attacked me just now, his strength was definitely at the pinnacle of the 6th realm." Red-Eye Master's eyes were cold. "There's another point. He was able to withstand my soul attack without being affected at all. How is that possible?" Shi Yan Master frowned. "Even I don't dare to ignore your soul attack, especially your soul attack. It's one of your killing moves, and I have to go all out to deal with it. How can he not be affected at all?" "I don't know," Red-Eye Master said, "but there is one possibility. He has a soul defense true treasure, and to completely ignore my soul attack, a normal soul defense true treasure can't do it. At the very least, it has to be a top-tier universe true treasure, or even a top-tier universe true treasure. A top-tier soul defense true treasure, or a top-tier universe true treasure?" Shi Yan Master widened his eyes. In the universe true treasures had different values due to their different uses. True treasure armors were much more valuable than ordinary attack true treasures, and domain type and space-time type valuables of the same level were naturally more valuable than true treasure armors. As for soul type true treasures, they were far more valuable than true treasure armors. A soul-defending universe true treasure at the top-tier level would not be less valuable than a top-tier universe true treasure. If it was a top-tier soul-defending universe true treasure, its value would be even more shocking, and it would definitely attract countless great beings to fight over it. "It seems that we have all underestimated this Blood Sword Master," Shi Yan Master said with a serious expression. "Although it is rumored that he only has the power of a low-level 6th-level true treasure, it is very clear that he has hidden quite a bit of his power, or rather, he has hidden some trump cards. At the very least, he has the power of a peak 6th-level true treasure within a short period of time. In addition, he has a soul defense true treasure that is at least a top-tier true treasure. Therefore, he did not choose to continue fleeing just now. Instead, he directly turned around and attacked us. If I'm not wrong, he must have intentionally fought with me before. Moreover, he had deliberately found the right spot. After he collided with me, he used the rebound force to get close to you at the fastest speed. After that, he instantly unleashed his trump card and attacked you. He had guessed that your soul attack would not be of much use to him. However, As long as he got close to you and instantly unleashed his strongest strength, he would have a chance to kill you. Just as he expected, he severely injured you. Well, it seems that Blood Sword Master has hidden himself well. Red Eye Master narrowed his eyes slightly. They had already determined that Jian Wushuang had hidden his strength or means. Moreover, they also believed that Jian Wushuang must have a soul defense true treasure above superior grade. At the same time, they also understood that Jian Wushuang's attack just now was deliberately planned and calculated. His purpose was probably to kill the Red Eye Master. Even if he could not kill him, he could at least severely injure the Red Eye Master. It could be considered as venting his anger. As for Shi Yen Master, Jian Wushuang did not have any thoughts about it. A cunning guy. I almost fell and injured him again. The Red Eye Master's eyes were cold, and he looked like he was gnashing his teeth. Red Eye, don't worry. We won't let today's matter go, Shi Yen Master said. Besides, this Blood Sword Master doesn't only have a high-level space-time universe that I need, but he also has a soul defense true treasure at the lowest level, which is at the top-tier level. With these two precious true treasures, it's worth our North Sea Palace taking action. You mean? Red Eye Master immediately looked at Shi Yen Master. Shi Yen Master smiled coldly. I will report this matter and our speculations. After that, North Sea Palace will deal with him and seize his true treasure. We just need to wait for the news. Okay. Red Eye Master nodded slightly. Chapter 3560. Unexplored Area. Jian Wushuang stopped in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. My strength is still too weak. Even if I use the heaven-cleaving skill, my battle strength is only at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. If I was stronger, I could have killed the Red Eye Master just now, Jian Wushuang thought. Yes, his target from the very beginning was Red Eye Master. As for Shi Yen Master, he was well aware of his strength. He could not pose any threat to Shi Yen Master, but Red Eye Master was different. Red Eye Master's soul skills were indeed impressive, but his ability to fight head-on was too weak. Apart from the illusion, ordinary soul attacks and soul-crushing attacks had no effect on him. As long as he could get close to the Red Eye Master, he indeed had a chance to kill him. It was precisely because of this that he was able to rely on the rebound force formed from his battle with the Shi Yen Master to get close to the Red Eye Master. But unfortunately, he was still a little lacking in the end. This Shi Yen Master and the Red Eye Master both come from the North Sea Palace, and the North Sea Palace is definitely one of the top 3 great forces in this territory. It is said that there are 4 ruler realm experts, far beyond what our Star Palace can compare to. Because the North Sea Palace is strong, the experts of the North Sea Palace are very arrogant. When they were adventuring in the 3 universe battlefields, they were very overbearing. However, Master Stone Loathsome and Red Eye Master have suffered a great loss in my hands. With their usual style of doing things, I'm afraid they won't let this matter go, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He had almost killed the Red Eye Master, so it would be strange for them to give up in front of the Shi Yen Master. I'm not afraid of these 2 alone, but the North Sea Palace behind them. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and shrugged. I had planned to explore the Nine Twists Demon Cave for a while and then go to the special space-time that I found in the Shuai. But now it seems that I have to give up. Jian Wushuang had made up his mind and immediately flew out of the Nine Twists Demon Cave along the star map. The Devil's Smoke Valley was too big. Even though Jian Wushuang was traveling at full speed, it still took him 3 years to leave the area of the Nine Twists Demon Cave. After that, it took him another 16 years. Only then did Jian Wushuang come to the unexplored area at the core of the Devil's Smoke Valley. As the name implied, the unexplored area was a place that had never been explored before. Only a small part of the Great Devil's Smoke Valley had been explored, and most of the places belonged to the unexplored area. Most of the territory at the core of Devil's Smoke Valley also belonged to the unexplored area. Over the years, experts from various forces in the various star worlds in this territory would often go to these unexplored areas to explore, however, because they did not know what was ahead and what they would encounter. It was naturally extremely dangerous. However, there were more opportunities in these unexplored areas. Dark Cyan, a precipice that is over 100,000 feet tall. It should be here. Jian Wushuang looked at the precipice in front of him. This precipice was 100,000 feet tall, and its entire body was dark cyan. In the middle of the precipice, there was a small gap. The gap was very narrow, but it was enough for a cultivator to pass through. Shui Bei entered the unknown region through the gap in the middle of the cliff. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the star map left by Shui Bei. After confirming that the cliff in front of him was the place Shui Bei had mentioned, he immediately moved toward the gap in the middle of the cliff. When he entered the crack in the cliff, two principals, masters, happened to pass by and saw Jian Wushuang. Who is that person? How could he choose to enter the unknown region from there? One of the principal's masters, who was wearing a red robe, asked curiously, "He looks like the blood sword master who just rose up not long ago. I heard that he appeared in the 9 Twists Demon Cave. I didn't expect that he would come here again and go directly into the unknown region." The other elder with a child's face and white hair also stared at Jian Wushuang. Thanks. This blood sword master is quite bold. The unknown region is full of dangers, and most of the dangers are unpredictable. It can be said that life and death are purely dependent on luck. How long has it been since he came to the universe battlefield? Isn't he a bit too eager to go directly into the unknown region? The principal's master said in a red robe. Who knows? However, those who dare to venture into the unexplored regions are usually desperados. Many people are forced to go into the unexplored regions to search for great opportunities. For example, many people who are stuck at the same level and unable to break through for a long time can only enter the unexplored regions to gamble for a tiny chance of breaking through. Who knows? They might find great opportunities there and break through, said the elder with a youthful face and white hair. Haha, how can it be so easy to find such great opportunities? In any case, you and I don't have that much pressure. There's no need for us to gamble our lives there. The red-robed principal's master laughed. What the two of them were talking about was actually the understanding of the experts from the various powers in the various astral realms toward the unexplored regions. Within the 3 great battlefields, the unexplored regions were filled with great opportunities, but they were also filled with even more dangers. Even a ruler realm expert roaming within the unexplored regions would die if he wasn't careful, much less an ordinary principal's master. Therefore, very few people dared to venture into the unexplored regions within this territory. At the very least, those experts who had lived a comfortable life would not venture into the unexplored regions. There were only some who had no attachments or had reached a bottleneck in their strength and were unable to break through even after a long period of time. In order to find a chance to break through, they ventured into the unexplored regions. In addition, some people who were forced by their enemies had no choice but to try their luck in the unknown region. After all, the risks in the unknown region were too great. Because of this, when they saw Jian Wushuang entering the unknown region to explore, they said that Jian Wushuang was brave. However, they did not know that Jian Wushuang was not the kind of person who was impatient to live or could not improve his strength and could only try his luck in the unknown region. On the contrary, he had unlimited possibilities and his strength had been improving. However, the reason why he entered the unknown region was because Shui Bei had already paved the way for him. As long as he followed the star map left by Shui Bei, he could find the special space-time. According to Shui Bei, the special space-time definitely contained an incredible opportunity. Jian Wushuang had to go to such a place. Chapter 3561. Special time and space. After passing through the crack in the precipice, Jian Wushuang had completely stepped into the unknown region. What entered his eyes was still a dark and boundless land, with a faint black smoke floating in the void. It did not look much different from other places. In fact, from the moment Jian Wushuang set foot in the unexplored area, He knew nothing except for a route marked on the star map from Shuebei. As the saying went, the unknown was dangerous. The areas explored in the Devil's Smoke Valley had many dangerous places, such as the Corpse Cave, the Death Hurricane Eye, and the Devil Flame Land, all of which were famous for their savagery. Even a ruler realm expert would have a slim chance of survival if he stepped into them. However, although these places were dangerous, they were known areas after all. The experts from various star worlds and forces knew that they would definitely die if they entered these places, so they naturally avoided them from afar. They would not step into them at all. However, the unknown areas were completely different. There was no way to know where the danger was. In other words, if you simply rushed forward, you would unknowingly step into some certain death places. This unknown region is too dangerous. I must completely follow the path, Shuebei pointed out. I must not deviate. Once I deviate, I may encounter unknown dangers. Jian Wushuang's expression was solemn. After entering the unknown region, his nerves were completely tensed and he became fully alert. Under this full alert, he also followed the path Shuebei pointed out and slowly moved forward. His speed was very slow, even slower than the speed of an ordinary principal's master. There was nothing he could do, because although Shuebei had left a route, it was only a rough direction. There was no complete star map, so he naturally had to carefully find the right direction to move forward. If he did not pay attention to the direction while moving forward, even if it was just a small deviation, it could make him completely lost. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang was careful and achieved results. After a long 10 years, he finally came to a dark abyss. The dark abyss is here. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked down at the abyss. The abyss was pitch black and bottomless, but if one looked carefully, they would find a slowly flowing dark vortex in the center of the abyss. The dark vortex was not big and its color was not deep. It was difficult to find it in the surrounding darkness. Master, Shuebei had come here by chance and stayed for a period of time before he discovered the existence of the dark vortex. What Jian Wushuang was looking for was this dark vortex. According to what Shuebei said, this dark vortex is the passage to enter that special space-time. Jian Wushuang's face was solemn. He stared at the dark vortex in the abyss, took a deep breath, and then jumped down. Whoosh! Ear-piercing, air-piercing sounds continued to ring out. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he fixed his gaze on the dark vortex. After a while, he directly flew into the dark vortex. When Jian Wushuang flew into the dark vortex, it was like a drop of water dropping into the sea. There was no fluctuation from the dark vortex, and the dark vortex was still slowly rotating in the middle of the abyss. As always, it was the same. After entering the dark vortex, Jian Wushuang came to the special space-time. It was a gray void, vast and boundless. There was no light, and there was no sky or earth. There was only a void. As Jian Wushuang stood there, he immediately sensed the difference between this space-time and the outside world. It's just as Shuebei said. I can't sense the power of space-time at all here, and my connection with the outside world will be completely cut off. Jian Wushuang looked around and tried to contact the people outside, but there was no response. A completely independent space-time is completely different from the outside world, Jian Wushuang murmured. Not only that, but Jian Wushuang also sensed an extremely obscure crisis in this space-time. This sense of crisis had been present since he stepped into this space-time, which was also mentioned by Shuebei in the star map. According to Shuebei, after he entered this space-time, he immediately felt a sense of danger. As he continued to move forward, the sense of danger grew stronger. Later, he vaguely saw a floating platform, but because he saw that platform, the sense of danger in his heart rose to the extreme, as if he would die at the next moment. Therefore, he didn't have time to see what was on the platform before he turned around and left. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Shuebei had indeed paved the way for him, but this path only led to the high platform. As for what happened next, Shuebei did not know. When I came to the core area of Devil Smoke Valley and entered the special space, I had the battle strength of the peak of the fifth realm. He didn't even see what was on the high platform and left in fear. But now, my strength is much higher than Schwebei's, and my life-saving ability is much stronger than his. I should be able to see more things in this special space than him, Jian Wushuang muttered. In the next moment, Jian Wushuang slowly moved forward. As Schwebei had said, as Jian Wushuang slowly moved forward, the sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. However, this level of crisis naturally did not scare Jian Wushuang. He continued to move forward as usual. In the gray void, Jian Wushuang did not know how far he had walked or how long he had walked. He only knew that the sense of crisis in his heart was growing stronger, and he was getting closer and closer to the high platform. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He saw a golden light in the gray void in front of him. Yes, it was a golden light. Although the golden light was dim and not as dazzling, it was still very eye-catching in the gray void. What is that golden light? With a trace of curiosity, Jian Wushuang rushed toward the golden light. However, when he approached the golden light and finally saw it clearly, he was stunned. The golden light was nothing else but a golden long spear. A long spear! There is such a spear floating in this special space and time. Jian Wushuang frowned and walked to the side of the golden long spear. After carefully observing the golden long spear, he reached out his hand and grabbed it. Chapter 3562. The corpse on the high platform the moment Jian Wushuang's palm touched the golden spear. An extremely powerful aura of a supreme, true treasure instantly burst out. This aura is a top-tier universe true treasure. Jian Wushuang's face was full of astonishment. A top-tier universe true treasure was a treasure that many principals, masters coveted. It was rare to see it in the 3 battlefields, and it was very difficult to see it in the world. For example, Jian Wushuang had been lucky enough to get a top-tier universe true treasure axe in 9 Twists Demon Cave. But now he had not encountered anything in this special space, nor had he reached the high platform mentioned in the star map by Schwebei. Just on the way, he had found a spear of a top-tier universe true treasure. Moreover, when he had obtained the top-tier universe true treasure axe in the 9 Twists Demon Cave, he had spent a lot of effort to kill that demon. But now he did not spend any effort here. This spear is indeed a top-tier universe true treasure, but how could such a top-tier universe true treasure just float in this space-time casually? Jian Wushuang could not help clenching his hands. At the same time, he remembered that Schwebei had said that the Bodhi world was a treasure he had obtained in this special space-time. Now it seemed that Schwebei had also discovered the existence of the Bodhi world when he was wandering in this gray void. It's not surprising that this gray void should only be the edge of this special space-time. The opportunities here should be the least, but even so, I still found a top-tier universe supreme treasure. I really don't know how many opportunities there are in this special space-time. Jian Wushuang praised, after putting the golden spear into his interspatial ring. He collected his emotions and continued to fly forward. After a few days, Jian Wushuang could finally see the floating high platform in front of him. That should be the high platform that Schwebei saw. If I'm not mistaken, Schwebei must have turned around and left here. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked up. He could vaguely see the existence of a high platform. The high platform should still be some distance away from him. Because of the obstruction of his vision, he could not see what was on the high platform. However, the moment he could vaguely see the high platform, the sense of crisis in his body instantly rose to a whole new level. This sense of crisis was too strong. It was only because he was stronger and more confident in his ability to survive. Schwebei did not have his ability, so he did not dare to continue walking. Instead, he turned around and left. The judgment of Schwebei is right. There should be a great opportunity in the high platform, but it should also be accompanied by great danger. He was only at the peak of the 5 states at that time. If he continued to walk blindly, he might not be able to get down, Jian Wushuang thought. Even he was a little hesitant after feeling the strong sense of danger. But soon his expression became firm. I had already expected the danger here. Since I dared to come here, I must have mentally prepared myself. Moreover, although the sense of danger is very strong, it's not so strong that I don't dare to move forward. After making up his mind, Jian Wushuang continued to move forward. As he continued to move forward, the sense of danger he sensed became stronger, and Jian Wushuang's expression became more and more solemn. Finally, he came to the front of the high platform, and at the same time he could finally see the things on the high platform clearly. That is, Jian Wushuang looked at the high platform in front of him. The high platform was not very big, and there were no buildings on it. It was almost an empty space, but there were human-shaped statues around the empty space. These statues were lifelike and looked like real people. At a glance, there were a total of 18 statues. They stood neatly on the 4 sides of the high platform. Facing the center of the high platform, it was as if they were guarding something. In the center of the high platform, there was a purple-haired elder sitting cross-legged. The purple-haired elder wore a blood-red armor and held a dark green long stick in his hand. He was sitting cross-legged with his head lowered, but he was no longer breathing. Jian Wushuang's soul power swept over him. He did not sense any life fluctuation from the purple-haired elder. This man must have died many years ago, Jian Wushuang thought. The purple-haired old man was indeed dead. However, because of his incredible strength, his divine body was still intact even though he was dead. Not only his divine body, but also the blood-red armor and the dark green long stick in his hand. Jian Wushuang's soul power swept toward the armor and the long stick. However, he could not sense the specific power of the blood-red armor and the dark green long stick. I can't sense it with just my soul power. I can't know the level of the armor and the long stick unless I'm really close to them, Jian Wushuang murmured. If it were any other place or any other cultivator, they would definitely rush up and take the scarlet armor and the dark cyan long stick, left by the purple-haired elder without hesitation. However, Jian Wushuang was not so impulsive. After all, this space-time gave him a strong sense of danger. Especially now, in front of the high platform, the sense of danger was even more terrifying. It was as if he approached the high platform, he would immediately suffer a disaster. Therefore, even though he knew that the purple-haired old man's armor and the dark cyan long rod were universe's supreme treasures of an extremely high level, he did not rush to the high platform immediately. Instead, he carefully studied the high platform. There are no buildings on the high platform, and I can't sense any restrictions or magic arrays. If there really is a great danger, then it's most likely the human-shaped statues around the high platform. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He looked at the human-shaped statues. The human-shaped statues looked ordinary, but they were like guards. Although they did not have any vitality, they did not emit any power, however, Jian Wushuang still felt that these statues were extraordinary. There were many dangers on the high platform, and they were most likely on these human-shaped statues. After understanding this, Jian Wushuang began to ponder. Chapter 3563 Star Thunder Ruler. These human-shaped statues are obviously the guards of this high platform. It's fine if I don't go near the high platform, but once I get close to the high platform, these human-shaped statues will probably wake up and kill me. The trouble is that I don't know the strength of these human-shaped statues. Jian Wushuang understood that the 3 battlefields in this territory were not formed naturally, but probably came from the depths of the universe. In the depths of the universe, experts were as numerous as clouds. There were many Overlord-level experts, and their methods were earth-shaking. The battlefields they left behind were filled with too many unknowns. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, these human-shaped statues on the high platform might be the battle strength of a principal's master, but they might also be the battle strength of a ruler realm expert. If they were only the battle strength of a principal's master, then it would be fine. Even if they were all at the pinnacle of the sixth realm, he still had a chance to protect himself. However, if all the human-shaped statues had the battle strength of a ruler, then he would be courting death if he rushed forward. It would be no different from courting death. But I've come here with great difficulty, and the opportunity is right in front of me. I can't just turn around and leave like Shuai. Jian Wushuang frowned and thought for a while. In the end, Jian Wushuang could only think of a way to neutralize the situation. I must get close to the high platform, but I don't need to be anxious. I'll try to get close first and see the reaction of these human-shaped statues. Even if they wake up, they can't rush to my side all at once. I can try to fight with them first and figure out their strength. If they are far beyond me and I can't fight them, I will escape immediately. As long as I don't go too deep, I can still escape from the edge of the high platform. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. He carefully approached the high platform in front of him. As he slowly approached the high platform, he focused his attention on the reactions of the human-shaped sculptures on the high platform and was ready to escape at any time. However, to his surprise, he was still extremely close to the high platform. However, the human-shaped sculptures on the high platform still did not have the slightest reaction. Even though he had half a foot on the high platform, the human-shaped sculptures still did not move at all. What's going on? Am I thinking too much? Are these human-shaped sculptures not dangerous? Jian Wushuang frowned. He was also full of doubts, but now he was completely standing on the high platform. Although he was at the edge of the high platform, those human-shaped sculptures should be able to wake up. But in fact, there was still no movement from those human-shaped sculptures. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's get the blood-red armor and the long stick first. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He took another step and slowly walked toward the corpse of the purple-haired elder in the center of the high platform. 1 step, 2 steps, Jian Wushuang had already appeared in front of the human-shaped sculptures. Even when he was close to the center of the platform, the sculptures still did not move. In the end, Jian Wushuang finally came to the side of the purple-haired elder. Did it really go so smoothly? Jian Wushuang stood beside the purple-haired elder's corpse and looked around the human-shaped sculptures with a trace of doubt. But the sculptures still did not respond. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang did not think too much about it. He carefully inspected the purple-haired old man's divine body and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Then he bowed slightly to the purple-haired old man and said, "Sorry to offend you." After bowing, he took the purple-haired old man's blood-red armor and the dark cyan longstaff in his hand. When he came into contact with the blood-red armor and the dark cyan longstaff, Jian Wushuang finally sensed the power of the 2 supreme treasures and knew their specific levels. Shadow Demon Thunder Rod, a Pinnacle Universe True Treasure. Blood Demon Cave Armor, a Pinnacle Universe True Treasure Armor. After learning the name and level of the armor and the long rod, Jian Wushuang was stunned. A Pinnacle Universe True Treasure? And there's a Pinnacle Universe True Treasure Armor? Jian Wushuang's eyes were wide open. Universe True Treasures were divided into elementary, advanced, pinnacle, peak, and supreme true treasures. 1 top-tier universe true treasures were enough to make countless principals, masters, fight over them. As for pinnacle true treasures and supreme true treasures, they were usually only available to great beings at the ruler realm, and only a few principals, masters who were extremely powerful had them. That was why there were Pinnacle Universe True Treasures. But now, Shadow Demon Thunderstaff and Blood Demon Cave Armor were both at the level of Pinnacle Universe True Treasures. The Blood Demon Cave Armor was a Pinnacle Universe True Treasure Armor, which was so valuable that even an ordinary ruler realm expert would be envious of it. Under normal circumstances, even an extremely powerful principal's master would be very lucky to have an attack weapon at the Pinnacle Universe True Treasure level. It's impossible for him to have a pinnacle universe, true treasure armor. Since this old man left behind such a true treasure, then his identity, Jian Wushuang, looked at the purple-haired old man in front of him. Waves of emotions rose in his heart. This purple-haired old man should be a ruler, if he was not mistaken. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that there was a black ring on the ring finger of the purple-haired old man's right hand. Interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. This ruler left not only the Blood Demon cave armor and the Shadow Demon thunderstaff, but also the interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. The Blood Demon cave armor and the Shadow Demon thunderstaff alone were invaluable. But now there was an interspatial ring. The interspatial ring was left by the ruler. It should contain all the wealth of the ruler realm expert and the entire wealth of a ruler realm expert. Jian Wushuang was excited just thinking about it. Jian Wushuang possessed it and took off the interspatial ring on the ring finger of the purple-haired elder. Since the owner of the interspatial ring had died, Jian Wushuang could use his consciousness to check it. However, when he checked it, he immediately frowned. What's going on? How can there be a token in this interspatial ring? Jian Wushuang took out the only token left in the interspatial ring with surprise, and then sank his consciousness into the token. In an instant, a vast amount of information surged toward Jian Wushuang. I am the Star Thunder ruler in the mortal world. The first sentence of the information revealed the true identity of the purple-haired elder, and it also proved Jian Wushuang's guess. He is indeed a ruler, but I have never heard of the Star Thunder ruler. There is also the mortal world. There seems to be no mortal world in the dozens of star worlds in the surrounding territories. Jian Wushuang frowned. Then he continued reading. Chapter 3564, Pathetic, Pitiful, Hateful. I have been wandering in the unexplored area of Devil's Smoke Valley for many years. I accidentally discovered this special space-time and barged into this high platform. From that day onward, I fell into a nightmare of endless years. On this high platform, there are 18 human-shaped sculptures. They formed their own magic formations. When I barged into this high platform, they did not wake up. However, when I wanted to leave the high platform, they would immediately wake up and display shocking strength to stop me. I tried my best, but I could not break through their obstruction, nor could I take half a step out of this high platform. During this long period of time, I was trapped by these 18 human-shaped sculptures on this high platform. After 1,000,000 years, I racked my brain and tried countless ways, but I still couldn't break through the array of these 18 human-shaped sculptures. I was almost in despair. After being trapped for 3,000,000 years, I found that although the array of the human-shaped sculptures on this high platform was extremely powerful, it was not impossible for me to break through it. Therefore, I began to study the array of the human-shaped sculptures. After being trapped for 5,000,000 years, my staff technique improved greatly, and I finally had the ability to fight these human-shaped sculptures head-on. However, I was only able to compete with one of the human-shaped sculptures. It was still extremely far for me to break through the array formed by 18 human-shaped sculptures. However, I have already seen a great hope. After being trapped for 8,000,000 years, my staff technique improved again. Even if I were to face 2 or 3 human-shaped sculptures at the same time, I would still be able to do it with ease. This made me even more convinced that I could rely on my own ability to break through these 18 human-shaped sculpture arrays. After being trapped for 10,000,000 years, although my staff skills did not improve greatly, they were still much better than before. My hopes were also growing. However, when the 10,000,000 years period was just over, the 18 human-shaped sculptures that would not take the initiative to attack me as long as I did not try to leave the high platform actually took the initiative to attack me. Moreover, the 18 human-shaped sculptures attacked me at the same time, not giving me the slightest chance to struggle. Only then did I understand that these 18 human-shaped sculptures were a test, and the duration of the test was 10 million years. If I could break through these 18 human-shaped sculptures within 10 million years, then I would pass the test. Unfortunately, I didn't do it. 18 human-shaped sculptures attacked at the same time. I knew that I was going to die, but I hated it. I couldn't accept it. I was a ruler. How could I die in this place that no one knew about? Even if I was going to die, I couldn't die a coward. I wanted to let people know about this place. I wanted more people to come here. Most importantly, I wanted people to die with me. Then I threw all the treasures I've collected in my life out of the high platform and let them wander in this space and time on their own. I hope that one day someone will find these treasures and find this place. I even put my shadow demon, lightning rod, and blood demon cave armor in a conspicuous place. I want those who come near the high platform to see the 2 treasures I left behind, and then charge into the high platform without caring about their own safety. That way, they can follow in my footsteps. You've been trapped here for tens of thousands of years, and you've been working hard with only a tiny bit of hope. In the end, when you finally saw the chance to break out, you were immediately wiped out. How could I be the only one who experienced this despair? Haha, aren't you furious and terrified when you see this? It's useless. From the moment you entered the platform, picked up the command token that I left behind, and saw the contents of the command token, you were destined to be trapped here. You were destined to experience my despair. Haha, be angry and resentful. Remember my name, the Star Thunder Ruler. The message finally ended here. After Jian Wushuang read all the information in the token, he was as shocked and angry as the Star Thunder Ruler said. A trap! The Star Thunder Ruler deliberately put his supreme treasure armor and magic weapon in a conspicuous place before he died to attract people to break into the high platform and get trapped here like him? He's taking revenge. He's taking revenge on the experts who came to this high platform. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. In his opinion, the Star Thunder Ruler was really hateful. He was the one who accidentally broke into the high platform and was trapped here. If he was kinder, he could leave some traces here so that the newcomers would notice the danger of the high platform and not easily break in. Even if he was not so kind-hearted, he would have done nothing and left the newcomers to fend for themselves. However, he first threw the treasures he had collected all his life out of the high platform and let them float in this special space and time, so as to attract the experts who had mistakenly entered this special space and came to the high platform with the desire for opportunities. Then he deliberately revealed his 2 true treasures to make the experts who came to the high platform greedy and then intruded into the center of the high platform. When Jian Wushuang came to the high platform this time, he saw the 2 true treasures left by the Star Thunder Ruler at first glance. Although he could not see the specific level of power of these 2 true treasures, he could tell at a glance that these 2 true treasures were extraordinary. The more he could not see the truth, the more attractive they were to the cultivators. Jian Wushuang could not help but feel that he had already come. He could not come here for nothing, so he entered the center of the high platform. If he did not have these 2 supreme treasures, he would have sensed the danger from the beginning and would not have entered the high platform so easily. He is a hateful person, but at the same time he is also very sad, very pitiful. Jian Wushuang said again. It was sad because the Star Thunder Ruler, a dignified ruler, was a super expert who could do whatever he wanted in this territory. But in the end, he was trapped in this place and no one knew about it. It was really sad. It was a pity that the Star Thunder Ruler had seen a chance to walk out of the high platform in the past tens of millions of years. If he was given more time, he would be able to walk out. However, when the tens of millions of years were up, his hope was gone, and he was killed on the spot. His hope turned into despair. It was a pity. Although Jian Wushuang was angry at such a pitiful person, he could not feel any hatred at this moment. Star Thunder Ruler, although you deliberately tricked me, the 2 supreme treasures you left behind did indeed fall into my hands. It can be considered as a great benefit to me. I still have to thank you. As for whether I can walk out of here alive, it depends on my own luck. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. Then he looked at the human-shaped statues around the high platform. As expected, the biggest danger of this high platform is these human-shaped statues. When I walked in earlier, I was on guard against them, but I didn't expect that these statues were not blocking my way in, but would prevent me from leaving. Chapter 3565. Human-shaped statues. The human-shaped statues on the high platform had no reaction from the moment Jian Wushuang stepped onto the high platform. According to the Star Thunder Ruler, these human-shaped statues will only wake up when you try to leave the high platform. They will not wake up completely in the beginning. Only one or two will wake up, but even if it's just a human-shaped statue, it will crush the Star Thunder Ruler in the beginning. If the Star Thunder Ruler is right and the human-shaped sculpture is so powerful, then the human-shaped sculpture array is too terrifying. Jian Wushuang frowned. In any case, I have to try it myself. Besides, the Star Thunder Ruler said that the human-shaped sculpture array is just a test. It won't kill you directly in the beginning. It will only kill you when the time comes. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and took out his shadow sword. Then he slowly walked out of the high platform. Jian Wushuang had only taken 2 steps. Buzz! The high platform suddenly shook. Then Jian Wushuang saw a human-shaped sculpture in front of him shake a little and a lot of dust scattered. The human-shaped sculpture slowly moved. At the same time, the eyes of the human-shaped statue opened directly. These eyes were emotionless and without any intelligence. After opening them, they directly aimed at Jian Wushuang. Let's try. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth and immediately used his life magic power. His body turned into lightning and suddenly shot out. The moment he moved, the awakened, human-shaped statue also moved. It took a series of steps, each step easily crossing hundreds of feet. In a flash, it appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the ancient dark black longsword in his hand also slashed down. Heaven-cleaving skill, no rest until death. Jian Wushuang knew how terrifying the human-shaped statue was, so he did not dare to underestimate it. As soon as he attacked, he unleashed his strongest battle strength. Not only did he use the heaven-cleaving skill, but he also used his strongest skill, no rest until death. Swoosh! The sword light with endless destructive will, accompanied by endless hatred, slashed out directly. In the blink of an eye, the sword light collided with the dark black long sword of the human-shaped statue. Clang! With a loud sound, Jian Wushuang's arm shook slightly, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. He did not stop until he returned to the center of the high platform, which was the corpse of the Star Thunder Ruler. Seeing Jian Wushuang return here, the human-shaped statue returned to where it had been standing before, and its eyes were closed. Jian Wushuang was not frightened by the strength displayed by the human-shaped statue. Instead, he was surprised. What's going on? Didn't the Star Thunder Ruler say that the human-shaped statue was enough to crush him? However, although the human-shaped statue is very powerful and can crush me, its battle strength is still at the level of a principal's master, and hasn't reached the pinnacle of a principal's master. But a principal's master at the pinnacle of the 6th realm? Jian Wushuang's expression was strange. However, he immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that the human-shaped sculpture array is based on the strength of the cultivator trapped in the middle of the high platform? The Star Thunder Ruler is a ruler realm expert, so these human-shaped sculptures display the battle strength of a ruler. Although I have the battle strength of a principal's master, am only an immortal saint. So what these human-shaped sculptures display is the battle strength of a principal's master. Jian Wushuang thought of this possibility, which seemed very likely to him. Let's try again. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to try again. This time, although he activated his life divine power, he did not use the heaven-cleaving skill. The battle strength he released was only in the initial stage of the 6th realm, but he still used his strongest move. The result was that he was defeated again, the same result as before. However, after this attempt, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. As expected. This human-shaped sculpture array is a test, and this test is determined by the strength of the cultivator. To be exact, it depends on the power of the cultivator. When I used the heaven-cleaving skill, the power I displayed was at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. So the power displayed by the human-shaped sculpture was also at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Later, when I didn't use the heaven-cleaving skill, the power displayed by the human-shaped sculpture was only at the initial stage of the sixth realm. So the power displayed by the human-shaped sculpture was only at the initial stage of the sixth realm. The power is exactly the same. Even the power of the supreme treasure and the secret skill are the same. The only difference is the secret skill. Jian Wushuang recalled the 2 collisions he had just had with the humanoid statue. During the 2 collisions, the swordsmanship displayed by the humanoid statue was the same. The power of the swordsmanship was extremely powerful, even more powerful than the ultimate skill that he had created. According to the information left by the Star Thunder ruler, he has made a lot of progress in his strength over the past tens of millions of years. The progress is mainly in his staff skills. If nothing goes wrong, it should be the strongest ultimate skill that he created. In other words, if you want to break through the human-shaped sculpture formation, you have to rely on your own absolute art. As for other powers or other methods, they are useless. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. He could see that the absolute art displayed by the human-shaped sculpture was still at the peak of rank 6, but it was stronger than his deadly one. In other words, as long as he could create a stronger absolute art, in terms of power, it was superior to the absolute art of the human-shaped sculpture, so he could win the head-on collision with the human-shaped sculpture. If he won the head-on collision, he would not be repelled by the human-shaped sculpture. Instead, he could repent the human-shaped sculpture, and then he could naturally leave the high platform. Of course, there was not only one human-shaped sculpture on the high platform, but a total of 18. If all the absolute arts displayed by the 18 were like that, then even if Jian Wushuang created a more powerful absolute art at the peak of level 6 than the human-shaped sculpture, he would still be unable to break through the human-shaped sculpture formation. At the very least, he had to create an ultimate skill at the 6th rank, the strongest ultimate skill. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, his eyes shining with a fierce light. When he was in the divine beginning realm, he had seen Demon Master Qinhua perform the strongest ultimate skill with his own eyes. The power was indeed earth-shaking. Demon Master Qinhua had also put in endless effort to reach that step. Now he was still very far from that step. Chapter 3566. 2 consciousnesses. Fortunately, this human-shaped statue array has a time limit of tens of millions of years, which is enough for me. Let's take it slowly. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry. He had experienced too many storms and waves in his 2 lives. He had also experienced many trials of this human-shaped statue array. He was no longer afraid, and it was useless even if he was afraid. With the facts in front of him, he could only try his best to pass this trial. This human-shaped statue happens to use a sword as a weapon. Its swordsmanship is extremely powerful and contains profound mysteries. I can observe it during the battle. Although I have attacked twice in a row, I have only met it head-on twice. I wonder how its swordsmanship is in other aspects. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Then he struck again and swept toward the figure. Soon Jian Wushuang and the human-shaped sculpture again. While Jian Wushuang was trapped in the middle of the high platform and fighting with the human-shaped sculpture behind the high platform, in the deepest part of this special space-time, there was a consciousness that had been sleeping for God knows how many years, and then he woke up. Has someone come to this place again and is breaking through the 18 deadly arrays? The last time someone came to challenge the 18 absolute formations was 3 chaos cycles ago. Although the person who came to challenge the 18 absolute formations ended up dying within it, he was still a ruler-level figure, and he was more or less on the verge of passing through it. But this time, the only person who came was an immortal saint? I didn't expect a mere saint to be able to come to this space-time. How interesting. This consciousness was obviously awakened in the deepest part of the space-time, but it seemed to have complete control over everything in this space-time. Like what happened to Jian Wushuang on the high platform, this consciousness was also very clear. Third brother. This consciousness suddenly let out a deep voice, echoing in the deepest part of this space-time. Not long after, another consciousness also woke up in the deepest part of this special space-time. What's the matter? A cold voice was heard. Have you seen that little guy who is challenging the 18 ultimate formation? The first consciousness said, He is just an ant. Is he worth you waking me up? The second consciousness said coldly, The saint level is indeed an ant, but this little guy's ability is extraordinary. Didn't you see that he has already created the pinnacle absolute art of a principal's master? Moreover, his battle strength doesn't seem to be much weaker than an ordinary principal's master of the sixth realm. A mere saint can actually possess such battle strength. If I'm not mistaken, his life level should be extremely high. He might even be a legendary perfect level life form. Such a life form is as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn, even in the vast universe. The first consciousness said, So what? Even though perfect level life forms are rare, it's not like there aren't any in the vast universe. However, how many people can reach the peak? Not to mention standing at the top of the universe. Even stepping into the position of supreme being would be extremely difficult. And this little fellow, even though he has a perfect level life form, from the moment he stepped into this space-time and entered the 18 ultimate formations, his fate was already determined. Over tens of millions of years, he will never be able to break through the 18 ultimate formations. In the end, he will still die. The second consciousness said coldly, You're right. The 18 ultimate formations left behind by Master are an extremely terrifying test, even in the vast universe. In addition, these tests usually target cultivators at the ruler realm. If this little fellow is already a ruler, then with his talent, he might have a chance to make it through in 10 million years. Unfortunately, when he entered this formation, he was only an immortal saint. The test that the immortal saint will face in the 18 ultimate formations will be tens or even hundreds of times more difficult than that of a ruler realm cultivator. After all, it is indeed inconceivable for an immortal saint to reach that level in absolute arts. However, when this little fellow entered the 18 ultimate formations, he already created a peak tier 6 absolute art. His starting point is already very high, so there might be a slight chance. The first consciousness said, Humph, a slight chance? Maybe, but do you think he can succeed? The second consciousness snorted. The first consciousness hesitated for a moment, but smiled bitterly. Fourth, don't forget, we are now at the edge of the universe. It can be said that we are in the barren land of the vast universe. The cultivators born in this barren land are far inferior to those born in the core area of the universe in terms of talent, comprehension, and other aspects. Master had such a great reputation and power in the deepest part of the universe. He had rushed to this space and time for countless years, and there were countless people who deliberately came to challenge the 18 ultimate formation. But in the end, only 3 people were able to pass. Those 3 are all top-tier beings in the universe. In fact, they can be said to be the most incredible geniuses. Later on, they became autarchs one after another, and all of them were the most terrifyingly powerful of them all. However, 2 of them passed the tests at the Rulric level, while the other was a principal's master. This little fellow is merely an immortal saint. Do you think that this little fellow, who is born in a barren land, is even more monstrous than the 3 decision-making geniuses who passed the 18 absolute formations? Even though this little guy has a perfect level life form, His life level is only an innate advantage. Even though he has endless potential, it doesn't explain his talent. The second consciousness said, "You're right." The first consciousness nodded, obviously agreeing with this point. In their opinion, not to mention this barren land at the edge of the universe, even if there were super geniuses from all corners of the universe in the deepest parts of the universe, there probably would not be a super monster who could break through the 18 absolute arrays at the level of the immortal saint. Third brother, if you have time to pay attention to that little fellow, why don't you sleep well and recover from your injuries? We followed our master in battle and have been down and out since then. But you probably don't want to continue like this, right? Only by doing our best to recover can we get out of this predicament as soon as possible. The second consciousness said, "Understood." The first consciousness nodded and immediately fell silent. The two consciousnesses quickly fell into a deep sleep again. The deepest part of this vast space-time was once again completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Chapter 3567. Evolution of Sword Techniques. The vast universe was vast and boundless. The territory where the divine beginning realm was located did indeed belong to the edge of the universe. It could also be said that it was a barren land of the universe. However, the universe had its own laws. Although this territory did not have such excellent cultivation conditions as those in the depths of the universe, it had 3 great battlefields filled with endless opportunities. For a long time, experts from various forces in the astral world of this territory had competed to explore these 3 battlefields. Jian Wushuang was now in a special space-time in the unknown region deep in Devil Smoke Valley. Because this place was an unknown region, no one knew about it and no one would be able to find it. When Jian Wushuang was trapped in this special space-time, he was completely cut off from the outside world. He could only explore the human-shaped sculpture array day after day, trying his best to improve his swordsmanship, to improve his absolute art. Time passed by quickly, and 1,800 years passed in a flash. 1,800 years was a long time for Jian Wushuang in this life, but for many cultivators in the universe it was very short, almost in the blink of an eye. In addition, 1,800 years was a long time compared to the tens of millions of years of the human-shaped sculpture array. On the high platform, Jian Wushuang's eyes were like lightning, and he was still fighting with the human-shaped sculpture with the shadow divine sword in his hand. However, unlike before, he did not show any power at all. He did not use the power of several wills he had mastered, including some secret skills and the power of the blood crystal armor. He knew that these powers would have no effect on him breaking out of the array, no matter how much power he showed. Even if he showed the power of a ruler, the humanoid sculpture would show the same power as him. Therefore, he simply relied on his basic divine power to fight with the humanoid sculpture. The difference was his swordsmanship. Compared to 1,800 years ago, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship had improved greatly. Whoosh! A ghostly purple phantom, like an extremely agile, purple demonic beast, jumped down from above and slashed toward the shoulder of the humanoid sculpture. Level 6 Pinnacle Absolute Art. Purple Charm. The humanoid sculpture simply moved and easily avoided the purple phantom. At the same time, the dark black longsword in his hand quickly slashed down like a black lightning bolt. Jian Wushuang had been prepared for this. A wave of destructive will suddenly swept up and burst out with a deadly hatred. An absolute art at the peak of level 6. Deadly. Bang! A low collision sound was heard. Jian Wushuang and the human-shaped sculpture both retreated. However, the moment Jian Wushuang steadied himself, the absolute shadow divine sword in his hand strangely pierced like a meteor phantom. It pierced directly into the chest of the human-shaped statue, and a terrifying strangling power suddenly erupted. The 6th stage pinnacle skill, Sword Rainbow. However, the sword was still blocked by the human-shaped statue. Whoosh! 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 One after another, sword lights and sword shadows lit up in the void on the high platform, and the terrifying sword essence filled the entire high platform. Jian Wushuang displayed his swordsmanship to the fullest. The human-shaped sculpture did not emit any aura, but it could still easily deal with Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang fought fiercely with the human-shaped sculpture for an hour before finally stopping. Jian Wushuang returned to the center of the high platform. After he returned, Jian Wushuang took a deep look at the human-shaped sculpture that had closed its eyes again and let out a long sigh in his heart. 1,800 years. I have studied swordsmanship for 1,800 years. I have made great progress in swordsmanship, but I am only on par with this human-shaped sculpture. I am even slightly inferior. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. In the past 1,800 years, he had fought with this human-shaped sculpture many times. As he fought, he realized that this human-shaped sculpture did not only know swordsmanship, but also swordsmanship in all other aspects. It was extremely terrifying among the top-tier 6th-level absolute arts. Because of this, he was completely crushed by this human-shaped sculpture, even after using all of his skills at the beginning. However, as he fought and observed it over and over again, he also gained some insights into swordsmanship. Gradually, his swordsmanship improved as well. After 1,800 years, his swordsmanship had indeed improved tremendously. In terms of swordsmanship alone, other than the deadly attacks at the beginning, he had created a total of 3 sword techniques. These 3 sword techniques were all peak tier 6 ultimate techniques, and among those peak tier 6 ultimate techniques, they were all extremely powerful. There was also the deadly attacks. In the past 1,800 years, he had improved and improved several times. Now he could rely on this move to fight head-on with the humanoid sculpture. At the very least, he would not be at a disadvantage. It could be said that his sword techniques had improved too much. However, even so, he could not gain the slightest advantage in this fierce battle with the humanoid sculpture. He could not even break through the obstruction of the first humanoid sculpture, not to mention the other 17 humanoid sculptures that had yet to make a move. My swordsmanship has already improved greatly. Furthermore, the few sword techniques I created should have reached the peak of Tier 6 Ultimate Arts, but they still can't break through the obstruction of this human-shaped sculpture. It seems that if I want to break through the obstruction of this sculpture, I must create the strongest ultimate art. As for this strongest ultimate art, this human-shaped sculpture doesn't know how to use it, so I have no way to observe and experience it. I can only slowly comprehend it myself. Fortunately, my comprehension of sword principle has reached a new level, and I have created the 4 strongest absolute arts of the peak of the 6 states. It's not too difficult to create the strongest absolute arts based on this. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and sat down with his legs crossed. Soon he closed his eyes. He knew very well that without any reference or observation, he could only create the strongest absolute arts by evolving and simulating them in the depths of his mind. Only when he had a rough model of swordsmanship in his mind could he try to follow it. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was the evolution of swordsmanship. From that day on, Jian Wushuang did not fight with the human-shaped sculpture. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the center of the high platform without moving at all. All kinds of swordsmanship appeared in his mind. These sword techniques kept combining and evolving to form new sword techniques. Time passed quietly. Chapter 3568. The most powerful ultimate skill, Starfire Burning Sun. Another 1,200 years passed in a flash. Jian Wushuang had been trapped in this high platform for 3,000 years, including the 1,800 years he had spent before. During the 1,200 years, Jian Wushuang did not move at all. He had been sitting cross-legged and thinking about various sword techniques. It was not until this moment that he slowly opened his eyes. It's about time. If the evolution of swordsmanship in my mind is correct, then the final sword move that I have evolved should be able to reach the level of the strongest ultimate skill. Now I can only keep trying and practicing it. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, then he stood up. He glanced at the motionless humanoid sculpture with its eyes closed, and in the next moment he directly rushed out. The moment he moved, the human-shaped statue immediately woke up and rushed forward with a dark black long sword in its hand. The two of them met head-on on the high platform. Jian Wushuang did not dodge and directly used his swordsmanship to meet it head-on. Cut! A low shout came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth, and the shadow-killing sword in his hand turned into a purple, graceful sword. It was extremely violent and swift. The human-shaped statue also slashed out its dark black longsword. The two sword shadows collided head-on. Bang! A low sound of collision rang out. The two powerful forces collided, but the human-shaped statue was the first to be unable to withstand it. It took a few steps back. As expected, I have the upper hand. Jian Wushuang smiled. The sword skill he had just displayed was the sword skill that had evolved in his mind over the past 1,200 years. In his opinion, this swordsmanship could reach the level of the strongest absolute art. However, because he had just evolved it and had not really tried to practice it, it was naturally impossible for him to directly reach the level of the strongest absolute art. However, it was still much stronger than the average peak level 6 absolute art. Therefore, he had gained the upper hand when he fought head-on with the human-shaped sculpture. This was the first time that Jian Wushuang had gained the upper hand in the collision with the human-shaped sculpture after being trapped on the high platform for so many years. I have just evolved, and now I have such power. It proves that my evolution is not wrong. Next, I just need to keep practicing. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. Again, he immediately rushed toward the human-shaped sculpture again and chose to fight head-on. Bang! It was another confrontation. Jian Wushuang used the same sword move, but the power of this sword move was obviously a little stronger than the previous one, and it had a greater advantage in the collision with the human-shaped sculpture. Haha, continue. Jian Wushuang's face was full of smiles as he rushed forward to meet the human-shaped sculpture head-on again and again. He attacked again and again, displaying the swordsmanship that had evolved over 1,200 years. During this practice, the power of the swordsmanship had been increasing. At first, he only had a slight advantage in the head-on collision with the human-shaped sculpture. But gradually, the advantage grew until it was completely crushed. Every head-on collision, the human-shaped sculpture was almost pushed back by him by hundreds of feet, until the 171st collision between Jian Wushuang and the human-shaped sculpture. It's like a volcano that has been dormant for many years suddenly erupting. The most important part of my sword attack is the instantaneous, explosive power. Instantaneous, explosive power. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the Shadow Divine sword in his hand emitted a faint, purple cold light. In an instant, he slashed out. The sword's shadow swept across the air, but in the process, it seemed to form a burning purple flame and instantly covered the human-shaped sculpture. After all, the human-shaped sculpture had no intelligence and was only blindly using sword skills to resist. However, when the two sword lights collided, the purple flame contained an earth-shaking power. It was like a volcano that had been silent for hundreds of millions of years, suddenly exploded and destroyed the world in an instant. Boom! A violent explosion was heard, and the surrounding void faintly trembled. The human-shaped sculpture had been completely swallowed by the terrifying power that erupted from the Shadow Divine sword. Whoosh! Like a meteor, the human-shaped sculpture was completely blown away and directly flew out of the high platform. However, because of the material of the human-shaped sculpture, Jian Wushuang's sword attack did not really cause any damage to it. However, the result of sending the human-shaped statue out of the high platform was already a pleasant surprise to Jian Wushuang. The most powerful ultimate skill has been achieved. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, his eyes filled with unconcealable ecstasy. The moment he sent the human-shaped statue out of the high platform, He knew that the power of his sword attack had indeed reached the level of the most powerful ultimate skill. After 1,800 years of refining and upgrading his swordsmanship, and then 1,000 years of evolution, he finally created his most powerful ultimate skill. He had already thought of the name of this ultimate skill. When this swordsmanship is performed, it's like a sky full of sparks devouring everything. Its name should be Starfire Burning Sun. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The most powerful absolute art created by Jian Wushuang, Starfire Burning Sun, was born. When Jian Wushuang created Starfire Burning Sun and sent the human-shaped sculpture flying out of the high platform, the first consciousness woke up again in the deepest part of this special space-time. He created the most powerful level 6 absolute art in just 3,000 years. He's quite capable. The consciousness could not help but praise him at first. But then he said, but he has already created a top-tier skill of the 6th rank when he arrived. So his starting point is quite high. It's not too shocking for him to create the strongest skill of the 6th rank in 3,000 years. Moreover, the Immortal Saint can't just create the strongest skill of the 6th rank to pass the 18 skill formation. He is still far from passing the 18 skill formation. With that, the consciousness went silent again. Of course, Jian Wushuang did not know the existence of this consciousness at all, nor did he know how it evaluated him. He was only happy and surprised at his breakthrough in swordsmanship. At the same time, he began to look forward to the human-shaped sculpture array. I have created the most powerful skill of the 6th realm. A single human-shaped sculpture is no longer a threat to me. But I wonder if I can break out of this high platform now. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang arrived at the central area of the high platform in the next moment. Chapter 3569. 6 human-shaped sculptures. Previously, Jian Wushuang had only tried to rush out of the high platform. As soon as he moved, the human-shaped sculpture closest to him would wake up and stop him. He had been unable to break through just one human-shaped sculpture. Naturally, the other human-shaped sculptures did not wake up. But now the humanoid statue had been thrown out of the high platform. He had successfully arrived at the middle of the high platform. When he arrived here, a total of 5 humanoid statues around the high platform opened their eyes at the same time, including the one that had been thrown out of the high platform by Jian Wushuang. A total of 6 humanoid statues moved to kill him at the same time. Only 6. Jian Wushuang frowned. He thought that he had created the most powerful skill and broken through the first human-shaped statue. So the next 17 statues should all wake up. However, only 6 of them attacked. Only 1/3 of them, the remaining 12 statues, still did not move. Can 6 human-shaped sculptures stop me? Jian Wushuang's expression was cold. After all, there was a huge gap between an absolute art at the peak of the 6th rank and the most powerful absolute art at the 6th rank. The difference in the power of the absolute art was more than 10 times. This meant that Jian Wushuang could easily crush any human-shaped sculpture. However, if 6 of them joined hands, he could still crush them with the Starfire Burning Sun move. Soon, Jian Wushuang made his move. Boom! The power burst out. Jian Wushuang's shadow sword emitted a faint, purple cold light and slashed out in an instant. The sword's shadow swept out, forming a raging purple flame that covered the 6 human-shaped sculptures in front of him. The 6 human-shaped sculptures immediately made their moves. They stood in front of Jian Wushuang and attacked together. The posture and power of the 6 human-shaped sculptures were exactly the same. It was exactly the same as the swordsmanship of the human-shaped statue that Jian Wushuang had been fighting for 3,000 years. The swordsmanship was only at the peak of stage 6. However, after the 6 human-shaped statues displayed their swordsmanship, an incredible scene appeared. The 6 human-shaped statues displayed their swordsmanship individually, but after they displayed their swordsmanship, the swordsmanship of the 6 human-shaped statues immediately formed a whole. As if their swordsmanship was a whole, the 6 sword shadows also completely merged into one. instantly forming an incredible sword shadow that slashed toward Jian Wuxuang. Boom! The sword shadow swept through the battle as if it was a piece of dried twigs. The burning purple flames that covered the entire sky disappeared in an instant, and Jian Wuxuang's sword moved completely disintegrated. The power of the sword shadow was still applied to Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang only felt an incredible power rushing toward him, instantly pushing him back to the starting point, which was the center of the high platform. After returning to this place, the 6 human-shaped sculptures immediately stopped and returned to where they were standing and closed their eyes again. However, at this moment, Jian Wuxuang's mind was in a daze. How could this be? Jian Wuxuang's face was full of disbelief. After all, he had created the most powerful skill of the 6th stage. His starfire burning sun move was obviously much more powerful than the swordsmanship displayed by the human-shaped sculptures. Even more than 10 times, however, when the 6 human-shaped sculptures joined hands and displayed the same swordsmanship. They actually merged together and completely crushed him. A formation. These human-shaped sculptures use a special formation. Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He could see that these human-shaped sculptures combined their swordsmanship with a special formation to form a whole. After forming a whole, the swordsmanship was dozens of times more powerful than the swordsmanship displayed by each of them. It was much stronger than his starfire burning sun, which was why he was crushed. I thought that as long as I created the strongest 6th level skill, I would have a chance to pass through this high platform. But now it seems that I'm still far from it. Jian Wuxuang felt bitter in his heart. The swordsmanship power formed by the combination of 6 human-shaped sculptures was much stronger than the strongest skill he had created. So if 10 human-shaped sculptures joined hands, or if all 18 sculptures joined hands, then what incredible power would they have after combining their swordsmanship? It's not enough. Creating the strongest absolute art of the 6th realm is not enough to break out of this array. It's far from enough. If these 18 sculptures can perfectly combine their swordsmanship and increase the power of their swordsmanship by dozens or even hundreds of times, then if I want to break through this place, I have to create at least the ruler realm, which is a 7th level absolute art. Jian Wuxuang's face was very ugly. A rank 7 secret art was a master realm secret art. Under normal circumstances, only experts at the master realm could create such a secret art. Of course, a few heaven-defying experts at the pinnacle of the 6th realm could also create such a secret art. But after all, there were too few of them. In this territory, there were not many experts at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. But among these experts, there was probably no one who had created a master realm secret art. If there was one person, Jian Wuxuang knew it was Di San. Di San, the leader of the 7-star mysterious sect, who had a great relationship with Jian Wuxuang. According to Elder Darkbone, Di San was a genius of sword principle. His understanding of sword principle had reached a new level, which many experts at the ruler realm had never been involved in. His understanding of sword principle was so high, it was no surprise that he must have created a master realm absolute art. However, Jian Wuxuang could not find another person in this territory besides him. What kind of person was Di San? He was definitely a shocking sword principle genius. Jian Wuxuang was not so arrogant as to be able to compete with such a sword principle genius. Moreover, Di San was a genuine principles master, and he was also a principles master at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. However, Jian Wuxuang was just an immortal saint. For an immortal saint to create at least a level 7 absolute art, the test of the human-shaped sculpture array was so harsh that it was unbearable. This test, Jian Wuxuang clenched his hands, feeling a little angry. He was angry because the test was too difficult. He had been through all kinds of tests in his 2 lives, but he had never felt that it was so difficult. It was so difficult that he even felt a little hopeless. No, I can't be anxious, and I can't be completely hopeless. Jian Wuxuang clenched his teeth and quickly calmed down. Chapter 3570 Death? Jian Wushuang had experienced many storms, so he could remain absolutely calm no matter how angry he was. He knew very well that this human-shaped sculpture array was a test. Since it was a test, he naturally had a chance to pass it. Even if the chance was slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. Moreover, this test had a duration of 10 million years, which was an extremely long time for Jian Wushuang. I can't be impatient. After all, I've only been trapped on this high platform for 3,000 years. I still have enough time. If I devote myself to studying sword principle and swordsmanship in the remaining long years, who knows what level I will reach? Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. His heart also became firm. Then, Jian Wushuang looked at the human-shaped statues in front of him. The 6 human-shaped statues just now displayed swordsmanship at the peak of the skill level. But when they combined their swordsmanship, the power of their swordsmanship suddenly increased by dozens of times. How did their swordsmanship merge together, and how did the power of their swordsmanship suddenly increase so much? Jian Wushuang was full of doubt and puzzlement. Soon, he fought with the 6 human-shaped statues again. This time, Jian Wushuang wanted to see how the human-shaped statues combined their sword skills to increase their power. The process of combining sword skills would certainly be of great help to his swordsmanship and sword principle. On the high platform, Jian Wushuang was soon immersed in the bitter cultivation of his swordsmanship. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had been trapped on the high platform for 10,000 years. During these 10,000 years, the special space-time was certainly calm, but the outside world of this special space-time was still in a state of fervor, especially in Star Palace. It has been 10,000 years. After Heavenly Sword Marquis entered the unexplored area of Devil Smoke Valley, there's been no trace of him for more than 10,000 years. I'm afraid he has already met his doom. Several high-level experts of the Star Palace gathered together. Among them, the Master of 7 Emotions was the first to speak. The 3 great battlefields are extremely dangerous. Therefore, not only our Star Palace, but also experts from the surrounding star realms and various forces will maintain contact with the outside world while adventuring in the 3 great battlefields. Every once in a while, they will take the initiative to report their situation to the higher-ups. They will also let the higher-ups of the forces they are in know that he is at least still alive. But now, little friend Heavenly Sword Marquis has been missing for a full 10,000 years. According to what we know, little friend Heavenly Sword Marquis hasn't been born in the divine beginning realm for more than 10,000 years. Now he has disappeared for such a long time. Moreover, he is in an unexplored region. Most likely, he has already fallen, Axe One Master added. Hearing this, the people around them also fell silent. If one suddenly lost contact with the outside world while adventuring in the 3 battlefields, it was possible that they had fallen into some sort of predicament or special space-time. Falling into these places did not mean that they would fall. However, such a place would not be trapped for long. 10,000 years was indeed too long. Moreover, someone had seen Jian Wushuang enter the unexplored area in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley. Many dangers in the unexplored area were unknown. If one was careless, even a ruler realm expert could die instantly, let alone an ordinary principles master. Jian Wushuang had completely disappeared not long after entering the unexplored area, and it took him 10,000 years in an hour. It was almost certain that he was dead. It's a pity. It's really a pity. Marquis Duan Yu could not help sighing. The Heavenly Sword Marquis is extremely talented, and his potential is limitless. If he did not die, his future achievements would be immeasurable. But now sigh. He can't blame anyone. He can only blame himself. 7 Emotions Master said in a low voice. I said before that although Heavenly Sword Marquis has some strength, he is only an immortal saint. He still has a lot of room to grow, and there is no need to rush to the 3 battlefields. However, he went to the 3 battlefields, and he went to the unknown region in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley alone. Even some top principals, masters, don't dare to take risks in that place. As an immortal saint, it would be strange if he didn't die there. Seven Emotions Master was the only one among the four who had not dealt with Jian Wushuang. Therefore, she did not have to be too emotional about Jian Wushuang's death. At most, she felt a little pity. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are indeed a little too impulsive this time, Marquis Duan said. Ladies and gentlemen, although this Heavenly Sword Marquis has been missing for 10,000 years, we cannot be sure that he is dead. Perhaps he still has a chance to live? Star Saint Master, who had not spoken up, said, Yes, it is too presumptuous to say that Heavenly Sword Marquis is dead now. We should wait for a while. If there is still no news from him, we can announce his death later, Axe One Master said. Jian Wushuang was now known as Blood Sword Master, and he had a certain reputation in the 3 battlefields. Most importantly, Axe One Master knew Jian Wushuang's true identity and strength. He also knew how much their palace master valued Jian Wushuang. This could be seen from the fact that Desolate Emperor, the Heaven Ancestor, had summoned Jian Wushuang alone. It was not appropriate for such an important figure to conclude that Jian Wushuang was dead, so they could only wait. By the way, I heard that when the Heavenly Sword Marquis was in the Divine Beginning Realm, he was still a member of the Temporal Temple. The founder of the Temporal Temple, the space-time ruler, has extraordinary means. The experts of the Temporal Temple under his command all left their life aura in their divine seats. We can send someone to the Temporal Temple to see if his divine seat is still there, Axe One Master said. It's useless. As soon as Axe One Master finished speaking, Seven Emotions Master shook his head and said, I've heard of the divine seat that contains the aura of life. It's not only in the Divine Beginning Realm, but also in some big forces in other astral worlds. But that thing is only useful in or around the astral world. If the cultivator is too far away from the divine seat, then he can't sense it. Right now, Heavenly Sword Marquis is in an unknown area deep in Devil Smoke Valley. It's too far away from the Divine Beginning Realm. Even if Heavenly Sword Marquis has fallen there, his divine position in the Divine Beginning Realm will not change. Chapter 3571. Can't you feel it? Axe One Master frowned slightly and took a deep breath after a while. In that case, we can only wait for another 20,000 years. If there is still no trace of the Heavenly Sword Marquis in the next 20,000 years, we can announce his death to the public. 20,000 years. The people around were surprised. After all, Jian Wushuang had been missing for 10,000 years. If the other cultivators under Star Palace had been missing for thousands of years, Star Palace would have announced his death. However, Jian Wushuang had to wait for 30,000 years before announcing his death. It was obvious how important Jian Wushuang was to Star Palace. Of course, Axe One Master and the others did not know the importance of Jian Wushuang, but they knew how much his palace master valued him. The reason why they had waited so long to announce Jian Wushuang's death was, to a large extent, because they wanted to wait until they were more certain before reporting the news to their palace master. In addition, they still had a glimmer of hope for Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, after another 20,000 years, there was still no news of Jian Wushuang. This time, Axe One Master, Marquis Duanyu, and the others no longer had any hope for Jian Wushuang. Soon, the news of the Blood Sword Master's death spread throughout the territory. However, the 3 battlefields were extremely dangerous. There were countless experts from various forces in the Star Worlds. Although Jian Wushuang had a certain reputation, he was still a small fry compared to this territory. He was still a nobody. Even if the news of his death spread, it would not cause any ripples in this territory. At most, he would only have contact with Jian Wushuang, Heavy Master, Saber Python Master, and Purple Sound Master, who had a certain friendship with him, sighed slightly in their hearts. Time passed quickly, and the 3 battlefields were still bustling with activity. In the depths of Devil Smoke Valley, Jian Wushuang had been trapped here for 50,000 years in the special space-time zone in the unknown region. Being trapped for 50,000 years was a torture for Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, he could constantly fight with those human-shaped sculptures, and his swordsmanship and strength had been improving. Therefore, he was not too lonely and boring. In addition, after 50,000 years, he had become completely calm and even quiet. Now he was not worried about his predicament at all. Instead, he was looking forward to his future. In these 50,000 years, I have fought with these 6 human-shaped sculptures many times. I have been pondering over the mysteries of their swordsmanship fusion. I didn't understand how their swordsmanship could be perfectly fused together and why their power would increase so much after the fusion. But now I understand. Jian Wushuang stood there with a smile on his face as he looked at the 6 human-shaped sculptures in front of him. That was right. For 50,000 years, he was still stuck in the 6 human-shaped sculptures. Even though his swordsmanship had improved greatly, he still could not break through the obstacles of the 6 human-shaped sculptures. However, although he could not break through the obstacles of the 6 human-shaped sculptures, he understood the reason why the swordsmanship of the 6 human-shaped sculptures had suddenly skyrocketed. It's the sword principle. The reason why the sword techniques they displayed could be combined so perfectly is that the sword principle they have mastered is completely different from the sword principle I have mastered. My sword principle is the solipsistic sword principle, with myself as the core. Even the power of the sword principle originates from the sword world condensed in my body. However, the sword principle of these human-shaped sculptures doesn't have themselves as the core, but the entire heaven and earth as the core. The power of the sword principle they use also originates from the surrounding heaven and earth. To be exact, it originates from the vast universe. Although my sword world is stable and powerful, it's still just a small sword world. No matter how much my sword principle improves, its power will still be limited. However, the power of the sword principle from the universe is truly boundless. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, his eyes shining with a bright light. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. He understood the shortcomings of his sword principle. Just as he said, his sword principle was centered on himself. Although it was powerful, it was too narrow. It was like a small stream. Although he could control it freely, how could the power of a small stream be compared to the mighty sea, let alone the entire universe? Wrong. Jian Wushuang laughed. I've been using the enlightenment system of the divine beginning realm's sword principle with my own sword principle as the core. I've been improving step by step according to the level of the divine beginning realm's sword principle. However, I've never thought that the divine beginning realm is just an unremarkable, third-class world star in the vast universe. How could the cultivation system in this world star be complete? How can it all be right? I couldn't help it. I was born in the divine beginning realm, so my horizons were too small. I didn't see the true vastness of this universe, so I didn't question some of the cultivation and comprehension systems in the divine beginning realm. But now I understand that the true sword Tao isn't based on oneself, but should be based on heaven and earth, with the vast universe as the core. That is the true vastness, the most powerful sword Tao. Jian Wushuang laughed crazily, and his laughter echoed in this special space and time. The laughter lasted for a long time before it finally calmed down. In the middle of the high platform, Jian Wushuang had already sat down with his legs crossed. His eyes were cold, and his body slightly shook. In an instant, a huge and complete sword world appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This sword world was the sword principle world that Jian Wushuang had spent a great deal of money to condense. It represented Jian Wushuang's achievements in sword principle. Now, this sword world spanned 100,000 years. The boundless sword tree in the center was also 100,000 feet tall. Its branches were lush, covering the entire sword world. In this sword world, There were mountains, rivers, and everything that a normal world should have. This was formed after Jian Wushuang reached the third level of sword principle and evolved everything. But now, looking at the sword world in front of him, Jian Wushuang's eyes were extremely cold. I have a hunch that my judgment is not wrong. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang made up his mind. In an instant, the entire sword world began to collapse at an astonishing speed. Jian Wushuang had destroyed the sword world that he had painstakingly condensed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3572. The collapse of the sword world meant that all of Jian Wushuang's previous efforts in sword principle had been in vain. This step was not easily accomplished. Even Jian Wushuang had made a great determination, even with a hint of a gamble. He did not know if his guess was correct, but he knew that his sword principle was indeed too narrow. If he wanted to change this, he had to change his previous understanding of sword principle and start afresh. This was what Jian Wushuang had already done. Sword principle, with the vast universe as its core, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to touch the sword principle in the vast universe. Time continued to pass like flowing water. While Jian Wushuang chose to destroy his sword world and start comprehending the universal sword principle again, in this territory, there was an ordinary Earth star not far from the divine beginning realm. This Earth star had been occupied by someone a long time ago, and the force that occupied it was called the Sacred Island. Sacred Island was built on the foundation of the three saint realms of the divine beginning realm. The cultivators on the Sacred Island were mostly experts who came from the three saint realms. However, because the Sacred Island did not have a ruler realm expert overseeing it, thus the Sacred Island was only a small faction in this territory. It was far inferior to the Star Palace. However, at this moment, in the center of the Sacred Island, in a majestic palace, there were three figures sitting on towering thrones in three different directions. Below them, there was a peak level 6 realm principles master who was respectfully kneeling there. It must be known that a peak 6th realm principles master could be considered a peak expert even in this territory. Normally, even if he met an expert at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, he would at most lower his stance slightly. However, this peak 6th realm principles master was actually kneeling here. One could imagine how powerful the three people he was kneeling on were. That was right, the three people sitting on the throne were the three rulers. It's been so long. Is there still no news from Heavenly Sword Marquis? An indifferent voice rang out as the tall man in front of him looked down. His eyes were ice cold and contained a faint evil intent. Anyone who saw him would shudder. "My lord, there is no news," the peak 6th realm principles master respectfully replied, facing three genuine rulers. Especially knowing their true origins and identities, this principles master did not even dare to breathe loudly. "The three of us have already been in this territory for 30,000 years, while Heavenly Sword Marquis has been missing for 20,000 years before we arrived. In that case, he has been missing for 50,000 years. From the looks of it, he should already be dead," the tall man said. "That should be the case." The evil-looking youth, wearing a scarlet cape on the other throne, said with a strange smile, "I have certain understanding of this territory, and I also know the existence of the three battlefields in this territory. Those three battlefields should come from the depths of the universe, or even the core, and they contain endless dangers. As for the unexplored area in the core of Devil's Smoke Valley, let alone that Heavenly Sword Marquis, even the three of us would die if we were careless. Heavenly Sword Marquis has been trapped in the undiscovered region for 50,000 years. No matter how you look at it, he is definitely dead. My lord, you are right. When Heavenly Sword Marquis entered the undiscovered region of Devil's Smoke Valley and disappeared without a trace, he was already considered dead. However, the Star Palace did not release any news until 30,000 years after he disappeared. The Star Palace finally announced his death. If even the Star Palace thinks so, then Heavenly Sword Marquis should no longer have any chance of survival. The kneeling principal's master said, "Since we are all going to die for sure, why are the three of us still standing here like idiots? Let's go back." The last of the three rulers, a child-faced, white-haired old man, spoke out. "Don't be impatient." The tall man laughed. "We spent tens of thousands of years in order to reach this territory. How can we go back in such a hurry? Even if Heavenly Sword Marquis is dead, you have to know that the three battlefields in this territory are indeed a great treasure land. The opportunities contained in them are no small matter. The three of us can spend some time exploring these three battlefields and obtain some opportunities. This won't be a wasted trip. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. Moreover, this matter was ordered by that lord. That lord said that he must kill Heavenly Sword Marquis no matter what. Although he has been missing for 50,000 years, and the probability of him dying is over 99%, we haven't really seen his corpse. If we go back like this, it will be very difficult to explain in front of that lord. Therefore, it's better to wait. MMH, I agree." The devilish youth laughed. "The three great battlefields are indeed quite good, and there are many opportunities. The most important thing is that there aren't many people competing against each other. This isn't like the territory we are in. Although there are many places with great opportunities, there are simply too many experts there. How can this place be like this? There are only a few dozen rulers in this entire territory, and all of them are ordinary rulers. Since you think so, then let's wait a little longer." The child-faced, white-haired old man nodded. Then he shouted, "Right. Doesn't that lord have 3 slaves in the divine beginning realm? I need some natural treasures. This is the list. Tell them to collect them quickly and send them to me." "Yes." The principal's master was so scared that he nodded immediately. The 3 of them were not rulers of this territory, but came from other territories. The reason why they came to this territory was very simple. It was for Jian Wushuang. To be exact, it was for the divine beginning realm. In the divine beginning realm, the 3 saint realms ruled over everything, and behind the 3 saint realms was the heavenly Tao will of the divine beginning realm. In the world-destroying battle countless years ago, the 7-star mysterious sect was destroyed and Xian Yi was killed. The reason for that battle was because Xian Yi's existence threatened the divine will of the divine beginning realm. After that, the divine will invited many experts from outside the world to destroy the 7-star mysterious sect and kill Xian Yi. This time, the 3 rulers in the hall were also invited by the divine will of the divine beginning realm to kill Jian Wushuang. They had arrived here 30,000 years ago, but when they arrived, Jian Wushuang had already entered the unknown region of Devil's Smoke Valley and had been missing for more than 20,000 years. After all, the sacred island was founded on the 3 saint realms, so it had been paying close attention to Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang was traveling in the 3 battlefields under the name of Blood Sword Master and killed Sacred Island's Dragonhawk Master, the Sacred Island had already guessed that Blood Sword Master was Jian Wushuang. Therefore, Sacred Island knew that Jian Wushuang had entered the unexplored area of Devil's Smoke Valley and had been missing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3573. In a flash, Jian Wushuang had lost contact with the outside world for a full 80,000 years. He had also been trapped on the high platform for a full 80,000 years. 30,000 years ago, Jian Wushuang collapsed the sword world on his own and began to re-establish his sword principle with the universe as the core. Because he had many understandings of sword principle before, he was naturally familiar with the way to re-establish his sword principle now. During the past 30,000 years, his sword principle had been improving rapidly and had never stopped. On the high platform, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and slowly stood up. However, the moment he stood up, an invisible sword essence stretched out and instantly triggered the surrounding universe. Endless sword principle origin surged toward him. He was standing there, but he felt that he had become the core of the sword principle origin. With a thought, the sword principle origin of the universe could be used by him. With a simple action, he could immediately absorb a large amount of the sword principle origin contained in the universe. This feeling is the real sword principle. Jian Wushuang sighed with surprise and joy in his eyes. He had renewed his sword principle and activated the universe sword principle origin. Now that he had finally used the universe sword principle origin, his sword principle had reached a new level. If I'm not wrong, Di San's sword principle level should also be at this step, Jian Wushuang muttered. Di San was an amazing genius in sword principle. His sword principle was the strongest in the divine beginning realm since ancient times. Even though he was only a principle's master, his level of sword principle was beyond the reach of many rulers. Although Jian Wushuang could not really compare with Di San, he felt that his current grasp of sword principle should not be much weaker than Di San's. I'm very curious about how much my swordsmanship will improve after reaching this step. Jian Wushuang slowly extended his right hand with a hint of expectation. He did not use a sword, nor did he display swordsmanship. He just casually slashed with his right index finger. This slash instantly activated the origin of sword principle in the universe. For a moment, the space was almost cut open. Wow! When I activated the sword principle origin of the universe, the power of my sword suddenly increased by dozens of times. It's so terrifying! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Previously, when he had reached the third level of sword principle and evolved everything, the power of his swordsmanship could also be increased with the support of sword principle. However, the increase in power was very limited. It was already incredible to be able to increase the power by 1 or 2 times. But now, with a casual move of his sword, the power of the origin of sword principle in the universe was instantly increased by dozens of times. This increase was too great. Now I understand why Di San was able to cut off the arm of a ruler, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. With the comprehension of sword principle at this stage, the power of each move was extremely powerful. For example, now, even with a casual move of his sword, the power of this move would still be no weaker than a level 6 absolute art once he displayed his sword skill and activated the sword principle origin of the universe. The power of his sword skill would be even more terrifying. Moreover, his understanding of sword principle was so high that it had already surpassed most of the Master Realm experts. At this stage, he could completely create a level 7 absolute art, which was an absolute art at the Master Realm. Once he created a level 7 absolute art and activated the sword principle origin of the universe, the power would be too terrifying. I was absolutely confident that I had some talent in sword principle, but I wasn't confident that I could compete with Di San. I didn't expect that I could really catch up with Di San in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang's face was full of surprise and joy. However, he also understood that the reason why he was able to achieve this step was because of his extraordinary perception and comprehension. Another point was the human-shaped statue array in front of him. The combination of the human-shaped statues in the array and their swordsmanship made Jian Wushuang realize the shortcomings of his sword principle and allowed him to find a flaw. He also saw a brand new sword principle. Of course, the most important point was Jian Wushuang's decisiveness and boldness. After all, he had destroyed his sword world on his own and then recultivated his sword principle. Visit Readle, me for extra chapters. This process was not something that an ordinary person could do. After all, it was not easy to cultivate a sword principle to this point. Who would be willing to destroy it on their own? Who would be willing to recultivate it, even if they knew that they had made a mistake? After all, they had put in so much effort. No one would be willing to reject everything and recultivate it, let alone Jian Wushuang, who only relied on his own comprehension. With some conjectures, he decisively broke down the sword world and then relearned his sword principle. Such decisiveness and boldness were not something that ordinary people could have. Jian Wushuang had done it, and he had made the right bet. After relearning his sword principle for 30,000 years, his sword principle had reached a new level, which was far above the sword principle he had comprehended before. Although I have taken this step, I don't know what level it is. Jian Wushuang smiled. However, in the divine beginning realm, sword principle was divided into 3 levels. Although the sword principle I have mastered now is not the same as the 3 levels, it is still considered the 4th level of sword principle. The 4th level of sword principle was beyond the realm of principle's masters. Jian Wushuang had reached the level of sword principle that even many master realm experts could not reach. I've reached the 4th level of sword principle. I wonder what will happen if I try to break through this human-shaped sculpture array again. Jian Wushuang licked his lips, looked at the human-shaped sculptures in front of him, and took out his shadow-killing sword. Then he walked forward step by step. Soon, Jian Wushuang fought with the human-shaped sculptures again, this time because he had reached the 4th level of sword principle. His swordsmanship was completely different. While Jian Wushuang was fighting with the human-shaped sculptures, the consciousness in the deepest part of the special space-time awakened again. This time, when he woke up and sensed what was happening on the high platform, the consciousness was completely shocked. Sword, universe, origin of sword principle. This kid has activated the universe, origin of sword principle? He has reached the first step of the universe, origin of sword principle. The consciousness was completely shocked. After all, 80,000 years ago, when Jian Wushuang first came to this special space-time and was trapped on the high platform, the sword principle that he displayed was extremely laughable to him. But now, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3574. Unbelievable to activate the universe origin of sword principle and take the first step into the universe origin of sword principle. In just 80,000 years, this rate of improvement was too frightening. The key is that he is only an immortal saint. Even though this consciousness was knowledgeable, at this moment, a huge wave was stirred up in his heart. It took a deep breath before it shouted again, "Third brother, wake up! Fourth brother, what's wrong now?" The second consciousness that had previously awakened and conversed with this consciousness also woke up. It's still for that little fellow trapped in the 18 ultimate formation. The first consciousness laughed. I already said that little fellow was destined to die from the moment he stepped into the 18 ultimate formation. What's there to say? It's a waste of time. The second consciousness said with some dissatisfaction. Doomed to die? I don't think so, the first consciousness said with a demonic charm. Third brother, take a good look at the little guy in the 18 ultimate formation and see what level he has reached. Oh, the second consciousness could not help but be surprised. Although he had woken up, he did not immediately grasp the situation of this special space-time. Now that he heard the first consciousness words, he subconsciously looked at the high platform. Immediately he saw the scene on the high platform. He saw Jian Wushuang walking on the high platform. There were still 6 human-shaped sculptures in front of him. When these 6 human-shaped sculptures joined hands, they were extremely powerful. Previously, even if Jian Wushuang tried his best, he was still completely suppressed by these 6 human-shaped sculptures. But now, Jian Wushuang looked relaxed and content. He casually drew his sword and did not display any extraordinary sword skills, but he could easily block the sword skills of the 6 human-shaped sculptures. Each of his casual moves triggered the universe origin of sword principle, making his swordsmanship even more terrifying. This is... After seeing the scene on the high platform, the second consciousness was stunned, but then became excited. The universe origin of sword principle. Yes, it's the universe origin of sword principle. Haha. Yes, it's the universe origin of sword principle. He has already taken the first step of the universe origin of sword principle. Now you dare to say that he can't break through the 18 ultimate formation and is doomed to die? The first consciousness laughed. How is this possible? The second consciousness was still filled with shock. A mere immortal saint can actually take such a step in Sword Tao? Moreover, when he first came to this space-time 80,000 years ago, he didn't come into contact with this level at all. He even took the wrong step in Sword Tao. However, in a short span of 80,000 years, he has already taken this step? I also find it unbelievable. The first consciousness said, even though I spent most of my time sleeping, I still pay attention to this little guy. I can be sure that when he entered this space-time, he didn't even know what the Sword Tao universe origin was, and he was trapped here the entire time. There was no one to guide him. He relied purely on his own trial and error, and in just a short 80,000 years, he actually reached this step. Thanks. I know that there are some incredible geniuses in this vast universe. All of them are incomparably heaven-defying. For example, the two geniuses who passed through the 18 absolute formations were extremely heaven-defying. However, one of them was a principal's master, while the other was a ruler. In terms of talent, they probably can't compare to that little fellow trapped within the 18 absolute formations. Indeed, he did not receive any guidance. He only relied on his own exploration. The second consciousness sighed. If Jian Wushuang had reached this stage under the guidance of an expert, they would still be able to accept it. After all, the most important step to step into the origin of the Sword Universe was to first come into contact with the origin of the Sword Universe. If there was no guidance, ordinary people would not know what the origin of the Sword Universe was. So how could they come into contact with it? However, Jian Wushuang really did not have anyone to guide him. He just relied on his own trial and error, relying on his comprehension on the way to battle with those human-shaped sculptures to find his sword principle's inadequacies. Then he decisively collapsed the sword world and began to recultivate sword principle. This ability was indeed incredible. The first step in his Tao of the sword to enter the origin of the sword universe means that his understanding of the Tao of the sword is already higher than that of an ordinary ruler. His understanding of the Tao of the sword is so high that even if he hasn't fused four laws to become a ruler, he can still easily create a level 7 absolute art, or even an advanced level 7 absolute art. Once he creates an advanced level 7 absolute art, the 18 absolute formations won't be able to stop him, the first consciousness said. Well, with such a high understanding of sword principle, it is indeed easy to create a level 7 absolute art. The second consciousness nodded, seeing that Jian Wushuang had already taken the first step into the origin of the sword universe. The two consciousnesses understood that it was difficult for Jian Wushuang to break through the 18 ultimate formations. Now they were both looking forward to Jian Wushuang creating a level 7 advanced absolute art and then breaking through the 18 ultimate formations. For this reason, they even stopped sleeping temporarily and stayed awake, keeping an eye on Jian Wushuang. On the high platform, Jian Wushuang had already defeated the 6 human-shaped sculptures. It was normal. After reaching the 4th level of sword principle, each of his sword skills was extremely powerful. Even if he did not use any extraordinary sword skills, he could easily defeat the 6 human-shaped sculptures. Once he used his strongest technique, he could easily crush the 6 sculptures. However, after he defeated the 6 sculptures, the remaining 12 sculptures around the platform woke up at the same time. Together with the previous 6 sculptures, a total of 18 sculptures attacked at the same time. Although the absolute arts performed by the 18 human-shaped sculptures were only at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, the swordsmanship performed by the 18 human-shaped sculptures was as powerful as the previous 6 human-shaped sculptures. It had completely reached the peak of the 7th level elementary absolute arts. Jian Wushuang could not withstand such power, so he was defeated and retreated to the center of the platform again. However, Jian Wushuang was not at all disappointed this time. On the contrary, he was full of confidence. Fortunately, The swordsmanship power of these 18 human-shaped sculptures is only at the level of the 7th level absolute skill. At most, it is at the peak of the 7th level elementary skill. Although I can't fight against this level of absolute skill now, I have reached the 4th level of sword principle. It should not be difficult for me to create a 7th level absolute skill now. As long as I can create the same level of the 7th level elementary skill, I can fight these 18 human-shaped sculptures head-on. And once I've created a 7th level art, I can easily break out of this array. Chapter 3575, Level 7 Secret Skill. The Level 7 Secret Skill was not too difficult for him now. Even if it was a Level 7 Advanced Secret Skill, he could create it if he needed time. Fortunately, the human-shaped sculpture array had a time limit of 10 million years, and only 80,000 years had passed since he was trapped here. He had plenty of time. Jian Wushuang immediately sat down cross-legged. In terms of swordsmanship, I created the move Starfire Burning Sun after tens of thousands of years of evolution. Although this move is only the strongest level 6 ultimate skill, with my current understanding of sword principle, I can completely improve this move and upgrade it to level 7. Not only can I improve Starfire Burning Sun, but I can also improve my swordsmanship, which is at the peak of level 6, such as Till Death Do Us Part, Purple Charm, and Sword Rainbow. I can also improve the 7 sword moves in the Peerless Sword Manual. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Soon, he closed his eyes and began to study it. Just as Jian Wushuang had expected, with her current understanding of sword principle, it was too easy for her to improve the swordsmanship that she had created before. It did not take long. For example, it only took him more than 1,000 years to upgrade Starfire Burning Sun to the level of an elementary level 7 skill. However, it was obviously not enough to meet his requirements. Time passed, and another 17,000 years passed in a flash. 17,000 years, plus the previous 80,000 years. Jian Wushuang had been trapped there for 97,000 years. On this day, Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a shocking sword essence swept out. This sword essence was extremely powerful. Fortunately, he was in this special space-time. There were no cultivators around. If there were cultivators in the outside world, ordinary principles, masters, would definitely be scared to death by this sword essence. Haha, it's done. Jian Wushuang also revealed a surprised smile. After spending 17,000 years to improve his swordsmanship finally met his requirements. The 3 sword techniques of Till Death Do Us Part, Purple Charm, and Sword Rainbow have all been upgraded to the level of an elementary level 7 absolute art, and they are all at the peak of the elementary level 7. In the Wushuang Sword Manual, I have also upgraded to the peak of the initial stage of the 7th rank for the 2 common sword techniques, Shixiang and Star Dream. As for the remaining 5 sword techniques, they are all at the threshold of the 7th rank. And most importantly, this move, Starfire Burning Sun. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly. After all, Starfire Burning Sun was the 6th rank ultimate skill that he had spent tens of thousands of years to create. Previously, its level was much higher than the other sword techniques that he had created. But in these 17,000 years, he had spent a lot of time on improving this sword skill. Until now, this sword skill had finally reached the level of the 7th level advanced ultimate skill. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, the 7th level advanced skill was enough for him to pass through the human-shaped sculpture array. Let's try it. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and directly began to pass through the human-shaped sculpture array. As he stood up and walked toward the human-shaped sculptures, the 2 consciousnesses that had been watching Jian Wushuang in the deepest part of the space-time immediately perked up. He has been sitting there for 17,000 years. He must be creating swordsmanship, now that he is getting ready to break through the 18 ultimate formation. He must have created his swordsmanship, the first consciousness said. Yes, he has fought with the 18 human-shaped sculptures at the same time. He knows the power of the sword technique formed by the combination of these 18 human-shaped sculptures. Now that he has come to challenge the formation again, it means that he has the confidence to challenge it, the second consciousness said with a smile. It seems that Master's lineage will have another amazing little guy. Haha, this little fellow is indeed remarkable. At the very least, he is much more powerful than the two of us. The first consciousness laughed as well. Such a rare moment can not only be seen by the two of us. The second consciousness smiled faintly. Following that, a magnificent voice reverberated in the deepest part of the special space-time. Second, fifth, and seventh. The three of you should also wake up. This voice was not only majestic, but it also contained an invisible power. This power spread out like a wave board, instantly awakening the other three consciousnesses that were sleeping in this special space-time. Third brother, what's the matter? Third brother, you should know my current situation. If there isn't anything urgent, don't disturb me. Different voices came from two different directions. The five of them were in different corners of this special space-time, but their consciousnesses had already gathered together. I know your situation, but don't worry. I won't take too long to wake you up, and I won't let you use your strength. I just want you to see the little guy in the 18 ultimate formation. The second consciousness said it was the third one, in the 18 ultimate formation. The other three consciousnesses had just woken up, and they had not paid enough attention to what was happening in this special space and time. Therefore, they did not know about Jian Wushuang's existence until their consciousnesses covered it. They finally understood why the third one woke them up. Immortal Saint? An immortal saint actually created a level 7 absolute art? My God! His swordsmanship has triggered the universe origin of sword principle? He has actually stepped into the first step of the universe origin of sword principle. A level 7 absolute art is a level 7 absolute art, and it's not just one. He created many types of level 7 absolute arts at the same time. This little guy is really amazing. The newly awakened three consciousnesses were all extremely shocked when they saw Jian Wushuang's performance on the high platform. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one more thing I have to tell you. This little guy has only been in this special space and time for 97,000 years. He has only been trapped in the 18 ultimate formation for so long. When he first came here, his sword principle was still very immature and laughable. He even took the wrong path in his sword principle. However, it only took him 97,000 years to reach this step. If nothing goes wrong, he will be able to break through the 18 ultimate formations soon, third brother said. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. He has been trapped for less than 100,000 years, and his sword Dao was very laughable at the beginning. This little guy is really a monster. Haha, I didn't expect that we would meet such an incredible monster, even though we have been reduced to this barren land. He has broken through the 18 ultimate formations at the level of a saint. Even in the deepest part of the universe, where geniuses are as common as clouds. There is no such thing, right? The five consciousnesses were both amazed and excited. Chapter 3576. Golden War God Jian Wushuang was too amazing. If Jian Wushuang was a ruler or a principal's master, they would not be so excited and incredulous, even though they were amazed that he had passed the 18 ultimate formation. However, Jian Wushuang was just an immortal saint. Even in the deepest part of the universe, where geniuses gathered, no immortal saint could pass the 18 ultimate formation. Well, he passed it. The third brother smiled. Sure enough, after his sword principle has reached this level, the 18 ultimate formation is no longer difficult for him. The first consciousness, the fourth brother, said, "Is that the 7th level advanced absolute art he created? It looks pretty good." Haha, Master's lineage has another amazing little guy. The other 3 consciousnesses were also laughing. Suddenly, one of the consciousnesses said seriously, After passing the 18 ultimate formations, logically, we should send someone to come in contact with him and tell him the significance of this test. However, the three of us are too weak. Even if we awaken our consciousnesses, it will be very difficult, let alone going to see that little guy. Third brother, fourth brother, the two of you are in better condition. One of you should go. It'll pass. Fourth brother, go and make a trip, the third brother said. Leave it to me. The fourth brother, who was the first one among the 5 to pay attention to Jian Wushuang's consciousness, was in the best condition. It was because of this that he had the time to pay attention to Jian Wushuang. Now he had to make contact with Jian Wushuang. Naturally, he was also the best choice. In the deepest corner of this special space-time, rumble, the space-time began to tremble crazily. It was pitch black, and there was not a trace of light in the void. Suddenly, a pair of huge, narrow golden eyes opened. There was a trace of ice-cold luster in the pair of golden eyes. I've been asleep for too long. My body is almost rusty. A loud voice sounded from the pitch-black void. The owner of the golden eyes slowly stood up. At the moment he stood up, a large amount of golden light surged out from his body. The golden light was extremely dazzling. It directly lit up the entire void. After stretching his back, the golden figure directly stepped into the void in front of him. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had just broken through the array of the 18 human-shaped sculptures. Finally, I'm out. Jian Wushuang stood in the gray void and looked at the high platform in front of him. Just now, when he directly attacked and forced his way through, the 18 human-shaped sculptures tried their best to stop him. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang had created a level 7 absolute art, and with his comprehension of sword principle, he was able to face the 18 human-shaped sculptures head-on. He was not inferior at all. When he was fighting with these human-shaped sculptures, he had even deliberately displayed all of his sword skills. Through these human-shaped sculptures, he tested the power of his sword skills. After all the trials were over, only then did he really make his move. He directly used Starfire Burning Sun, an absolute art that had already reached the advanced level of level 7, and defeated the 18 puppet fighters head-on. The 18 human-shaped statues on the high platform were still there, but they had fallen into a deep sleep. In the center of the high platform, the corpse of the Star Thunder Ruler was still intact. This scene made a strange smile appear on Jian Wushuang's face. Star Thunder Ruler, although you had the intention to scheme against me, it's a pity that I didn't die on the high platform as you wished. Moreover, the years I've been trapped on the high platform have been a great opportunity for me, which has made my sword principle an incredible improvement. And the Shadow Demon Thunderstaff and Blood Demon Cave armor you left behind are also precious treasures for me. I really have to thank you for having such a great harvest, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The reason why he was trapped on the high platform this time was partly because of the Star Thunder Ruler. Before the Star Thunder Ruler died, he deliberately set a trap in order to let others follow in his footsteps. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang did not do as he wished. On the contrary, he had obtained a great opportunity. I have passed the test in the high platform, but I still don't know anything about this special space-time. Jian Wushuang frowned. At this moment, a hearty laughter suddenly echoed in the space-time. Who is it? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately looked toward the source of the voice. A golden light slowly lit up from the deepest part of the void. As the golden light got closer and closer, the light became more and more dazzling. When it reached Jian Wushuang, the golden light was still like a huge golden sun, illuminating the entire space and time. Jian Wushuang immediately saw the origin of the golden light. This golden light was a tall cultivator. He was hundreds of feet tall, wearing golden armor, boots, and a golden puppet fighter on his head. He also held a golden spear in his hand, making him look like a golden war god. When he came to Jian Wushuang and stood firmly in front of him, although he did not emit any aura, the moment Jian Wushuang saw him, He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, it was a chill down his spine. All the pores on his body had stood up. He was scared. He's too strong. This man is too strong. Jian Wushuang's body was trembling crazily. He had seen many experts, including the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor. Although these two experts were extremely powerful, he had seen and come into contact with them. Jian Wushuang was in awe of them, but he was not afraid of them. But now, the Golden War God in front of him, even though he did not exude any aura or power, Jian Wushuang was terrified just by standing there. He did not know what was going on. He could only say that it was an invisible pressure that made him lose the courage to resist. Jian Wushuang knew that the man in front of him was definitely a world-shaking super expert. He might even have surpassed the level of a ruler. Jian Wushuang did not know what level he would reach after he surpassed the level of a ruler, but he knew that it was beyond his reach. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang suppressed the fear in his heart and bowed respectfully to the man. Jian Wushuang, greetings, Your Excellency. Jian Wushuang, is that your name? The Golden War God gazed at Jian Wushuang with his narrow golden eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips.